हेलो गाइस, क्या हाल चाल सब लोगों के। सबसे पहले तो जय माता दी। कैसे हो आप लोग? नवरात्रि का आज पहला दिन है। कैसा गया आप लोगों का दिन? कैसे हो आप लोग? आगे हम लोग लाइव।
यस।
आज यार मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रही, मैं T1 को सपोर्ट करूंगी भाई। एशिया एशिया पैसिफिक की टीम है।
यस T1 मैं भी T1 को सपोर्ट कर।
T1 गाइस, हमारी एशिया पैसिफिक की टीम तो जाके रहेगी इस बार, कुछ भी हो जाए। चलो
T2 तो
गाइस,
इजी है।
इसी के साथ हम लोग शुरू करते हैं।
even in the biggest moments on a stage
Watch
like this.
Party T1
Yeah, I feel
versus
like
G2.
Babyface also. I mean, we keep bringing him up, but I think the way that he's
Oh, इसका necklace
yeah,
कितना
the way
प्यारा
I feel like he's just the right amount of seasoning, right? He kind of brings the best out of them, and we heard it from Valorant as well, like the way that they're a little bit more calmer now. They can chill a little bit more. They definitely credit him to that. But when it comes to what's been going on the server, we so often speak about the clash of styles. They're so different. Let's just talk about this and break it down. So, what is the style of both G2 and T1, and what is the differences when it comes to them going up against each other today?
Who do you want to take?
I can start with G2. G2 is the team. I think that this year there was a divide when Pale Meta disappeared between teams who heavy indexed into double controller, slow control, macro focus style comps, and the teams that indexed heavy into the double duelist compositions with that Yoru or even now the Waylay. And G2 is a perfect example of that control style team.
पुराना comeback
like
होगा
on
guys,
most
लग
maps,
रहा है।
they're almost always locking double controller. They are a very slow, macro-focused squad, and I think that's the best way to define their style. But T1, they're the opposite side of that coin.
Yeah, they're way more unpredictable, right? You're playing with a double duelist. There's so many things that can happen in a round. It never has to be at the beginning. Many people think that it's like when you're playing the double dive, everything's going to be very explosive. But actually, you get better when you are not. When you learn how to play with your opponent's mind and you actually find gaps in their plans.
Yeah.
That is something that they need to do specifically against you2 because exactly what you mentioned, Mimi.
What's cool to me is there was also a very stylistic clash at Bangkok, but that was a G2 who was playing Breach Teo Yoru pretty much every map, and T1 who was also playing double duelist, more so around like the ISO Yoru, some slightly different ideas. So after big meta changes since the beginning of this year, they're still very different, but in a kind of new way compared
It's like
to that
a
Bangkok
fitbit.
one.
And it's very good, especially
ईशा जी
when
G2
you're
G2 हाँ
and
G2
you have
है।
that double duelist that is going to
G2
be
का मैच है
extremely
आज।
potent.
आपकी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी?
MIBR on the
ईशा
other
जी।
side, they do have to
आगे
spearhead.
मैं
It is not. It
आगे
never
सेकंड
feels
चैट
flat.
खोल
It
लेती
never
हूँ मैं।
feels one-dimensional.
Let's
आगे
go
स्ट्रीमर
guys,
गया।
एशिया
Where is it
पैसिफिक
that we will
ऑन
see the
टॉप।
most,
G2 ऐसा
the
क्या
obvious
यार?
points of this style clash, do you guys think?
एशिया
I think
पैसिफिक यार,
if
हम
you
लोग
look at what
मतलब
maps,
क्या
I think
बोलते हैं,
Lotus is
पैसिफिक
gonna be a
रीजन
great
से हम
example
लोग
where that's
अपने
like
रीजन को
crazy
फुल
T1
सपोर्ट
double
करेंगे।
duelist stuff
जय
where
माता
G2
दी
play
सभी
a
लोगों
Yes.
को।
lot slower there. I think
नवरात्रि
the
की
attack
हार्दिक
side is also where you're
शुभकामनाएं
gonna see
सभी
the
लोगों को।
biggest
माता
difference in
रानी आप
that style.
सब लोगों का भला
Vine
करे।
would be a good one as well. I don't know if we're going to see the Vine,
और
but I would love
मैं
to
क्या
see.
बोलूँ, हमारे
Maybe
इधर बस
Sunset
दुर्गा
even.
पूजा
I
होता
think
है तो
that
मुझे
there's
ज़्यादा
a
कुछ
lot
तो
of gaps
पता
that
नहीं
can
है
be
नवरात्रि
exploited
के
there.
बारे में।
And yeah,
The
बट
thing is that, like,
माता आ
it's
गई
almost
है
every
हमारे
map
लिए भी,
where the
हमारे
difference is
लिए
gonna
भी।
be
मतलब
clear, 'cause T1 just
ये
played
क्या
so much
बोलते
double
हैं,
duelist.
And what I
मतलब
love
खुशी का
हमारी
मौका।
कहानी
have not
ऐसी
been
है
afraid to
कि
abyss.
लाइक
Every
महालया
single
के
one of our
दिन,
teams
मतलब
we've seen,
नवरात्रि
they
के
haven't
पहले
been.
दिन जो आप बोलते हो
Yeah,
महालया,
nobody's sort of like
उस दिन माँ
perma-banning abyss right
जहाँ
now.
पे रहती
What
है
do you think
कैलाश
about
पर्वत पे,
G2's
उधर से
abyss?
प्रस्थान करती है हमारे
I'm not
पृथ्वी के
surprised
लिए।
that they decided to
और
bring in
क्या
Abyss,
हुआ
but I
था,
do need to
जब
see more.
महिषासुर का वध कर
I
रही थी माँ,
love the
तो यही
fact
हुआ था
that
कि वो
they
अपने मम्मी के घर ही
some
आ
of
रही
the
थी।
on the
रास्ते में
defense
उसको महिषासुर ने ये
have
वो
a
करा,
lot of
तब
resolutions
जाके
for
क्या
their
बोलते हैं,
post
पूरे
for
9
the
दिन तक
retakes.
फाइट
So
चला
many
और
teams
10वें
have
दिन
been
तक माँ ने उसे
struggling
हरा
so
दिया।
much with this map, with how
जितने
to
भी
control
वरदान
it,
थे
with how
उसके,
to
तो एक
stop
ही
and
जैसा ही
retake the
कहानी है,
sites. I
बस हम
think
लोग
G2
दुर्गा
were
पूजा
very
मनाते हैं।
surprising. I still need more showing of this, though,
For
from
sure.
me.
But winning this map and looking competent with this composition is a vote of
कैसे हो गाइस
confidence
सब
in
लोग?
their read.
नवरात्रि का पहला
After
दिन
what a
कैसे
failure
मनाया आप लोगों ने?
their play on
हमारे
Corrode
इधर
was
तो
the
थोड़ा
first
बहुत
time they showed
मतलब
that map.
मोमेंट
So
सेट
I
चल
would
रहा है।
expect G2 to want to be banning Corrode for most of the rest of this tournament, and they need a good abyss to be able to do so.
दशहरा,
That's
हाँ
what
वही
they did
उसी
last
दिन,
game, right? They were
मतलब
like, we're not messing with the
बहुत सारे
Corrode,
वरदान
let's
मिले
get
हुए
rid
थे
of it, we
महिषासुर
don't
को
want
कि
to go there.
उनको
And
कोई
is that the
मतलब
easiest?
क्या बोलता
Yeah, that's
है,
the best approach for them.
They
क्या
should,
बोलते हैं,
because we're speaking about a T1, like, we're
कैसे
seeing all of
समझाऊं
these
मैं,
things
उनको
in this
कोई
tournament.
पुरुष
They play
नहीं
Twice.
मार
They play
सकते हैं,
Lotus and they play
उनको
Sunset.
ये टाइम में
Because
नहीं मार
if you
सकते
want
हैं।
the
तो
and
माँ
G2
दुर्गा
have
ने
been banning
पूरे
the
9
Sunset.
दिन
I
10
don't know
दिन
if
तक
they're
चलाया।
going to continue with that, but
सुबह
this
का
could be
वो
a good moment. You have
मुर्गी
faith on
जो
them. You know that the Corrode is not
मुर्गी
the
लोग
best.
जो
It could
बुलाते
be
हैं ना
an
सुबह
easy
होते,
fix, you know?
उससे पहले माँ दुर्गा ने वध कर
at least
दिया।
from what we've
हाँ।
seen, not a lot of games,
ये
obviously.
मतलब
last time that
हमारे
they played
इधर
events was
ऐसा
actually against
कहानी।
G2.
Yeah, so it is a big question of like, are they?
हाय
do
मैं
they
एक
have
पता
something
नहीं क्या
prepped, and
चॉकलेट
after
खा के
watching
लेके आई हूँ,
G2
इसका
play the
पैकेट
other
अगर मैं
day,
खोल ली
do
तो
they
आप लोग को
wanna
जरूर
go into
बताऊंगी
that
कैसे
map and try
खोलते।
and surprise G2 with something? I think that's going to be one of the biggest questions when we get
10
to map
रुपए
meter.
मेरे
Give me a Valen waylay.
आउट
Give
ऑफ
it to
बजट
me.
हो गई दोबारा। सारे असुर पहले अच्छे काम करके वरदान देते फिर राक्षस बन जाते। बिल्कुल
Do it. After yesterday,
सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल तो
literally
क्या
after
बोलते हैं
yesterday
हिरण्य
and the
कश्यप हुए,
risks some of our teams
महाअवतार
are
नरसिम्हा
willing
आप
to
लोगों ने
take
देखी
just
होगी।
to get out of groups.
that
I'm here
didn't
for it.
happen.
Well,
That didn't happen.
let's
I
say
was
the
not
team-
there. I
रावण
did not
खुद
see
है,
that. No, it didn't
शक्तियाँ
happen.
पाने के बाद
The
वो
IGO
शिव जी का
way,
पहले
like,
इतना
may or
बड़ा
may not
भक्ता,
have
शक्तियाँ
not
पाने के बाद
made it
क्या
out
हो
of
गया,
Hey, it was fun.
अहंकार
We
आ
had a
गया
good day. We had a
उसमें।
good day. But it's time for the results of our
अहंकार आ
Master
गया,
Class
उसे लगा
battle.
कि
Earlier
शिव
we
जी
asked
मेरे
whether
यहाँ
you
शिव
think
जी का पूरा कैलाश
Americas or
पर्वत में उठा
Pacific
के अपने
is
यहाँ ला
the
सकता हूँ।
best
तो
region.
जैसे
And
ही
looking
वो
at the
उठाने गया
results
शिव
here,
जी
I
ने
can't
बस
believe
एक कदम
32% of
कैलाश
the
पे
people
रख दी
trolled.
और
It's
वो
like,
पूरा
Yeah,
दब गया
it
था।
is crazy.
Yeah.
कैलाश
Yeah,
और
I
पृथ्वी
think
के
that
बीच में
Pacific
वो
is
दब
having
गया था।
such a year.
तो
We're
उसने
absolutely so blessed
सबसे
with all the things that
बड़ा
they're bringing into the
शिव
game, and
स्त्रोतम
they deserve it.
किया
And
था।
probably
Actually,
जटा
call me a fraud.
जटा
Call me a
वो
fraud. I
जो
am an
शिव
MI
स्त्रोतम है ना,
believer. I am
वो वाला
a
उसी
full.
ने
I
उस
am
वक्त
so
गाया
hot
था।
on the MIBR train right now that I might think they
No,
could
I
be
credit
argued.
them as well, but I
Yeah.
think I might be
did
crazy.
not.
मैं
for
ही
that
हूँ
as
वो
well.
सब ग्रांटेड लेता
Go
हूँ।
away. Okay.
Well, you're gonna have a very
Oh,
biased
no.
desk
No,
apparently.
but I don't know
हाँ,
why.
मनी।
You know,
ये
I also
देखो
believe in
स्टोरी
Sam,
शो
to be fair,
गुड ने
but there's just
स्क्रीन
something
पॉज क्यों कर दिया,
about
3
MIBR
लड़कियां
that
दिख
makes
रही
me
हैं।
believe more than any
Because
other
there's something
American.
3
about
लड़कियां
it
होस्ट कर
that
रही है
is
स्टोरी शो गुड ने इधर
No, it
स्क्रीन
might
पॉज कर
start
दिया।
with a C and end with an A. Like I am
Cortesia?
such
Yeah.
a big Cortesia fan, like so much.
Okay.
I love his energy. I love.
गाइस
kinda
स्ट्रीम
gives me, like,
वगैरह
Super
लैग
BB
करे तो
vibes.
बताना।
I really think just
क्योंकि
that
एयरटेल का कोई
positivity
भरोसा
and that
नहीं है
approach to the
और
game
मैं एक
on
नंबर
this
की
stage, I
क्या
think
पता नहीं क्या लेके आ
I
गई,
am
मैं
really
खोल
I
नहीं
echo
पा
the,
रही।
the sentiment a lot. Like I think when I was watching
एयरटेल
from
वाले
home and
पिटेंगे।
everything, like I could feel his screams.
क्यूट है
I
यार,
could
मुझे
feel how
क्यूट
if
लगा
I
इसीलिए
was
मैंने
on the
10
other
रुपए
side, I'd
इन्वेस्ट
be like,
किए,
damn,
वरना मैं नहीं करती।
this guy's gonna win against me.
If two
Right
Pacific teams get
most
eliminated,
वाली
though, I'm
cute
really
है,
interested to see how
right?
that's gonna
ये
flip
देखो।
the script
ये
of
मिमी।
like the public opinion after today. I think G2 is favored in the
हमारे
T1
लिए
ये
तो
match.
चली है
राइट
right
में
वाली।
Honestly,
ये
the second game is a 50-50 in my mind.
देखो
Yeah, so
G2
I
G2
have,
G2
you know,
T1
Mika
को
is
भी
currently
प्रेडिक्ट
on
किया है गाइस,
vacation right
इक्वल
now, and I
इक्वली
have
समझ
to
लेते हैं
represent
हम लोग।
alongside her, only for the T1
MIBR
game.
और
The second one I'm
RRQ में भी
betraying
सेम
her.
मतलब प्रेडिक्शन 50-50 है।
Yeah.
But I just
I'm just,
हेलो
I'm
मिक्की,
hella
कैसे हो आप?
betraying her
वेलकम
for
टू
the
द
second
स्ट्रीम।
one,
नवरात्रि
but
की
I
हार्दिक
think it's
शुभकामनाएं
same as
आपको
yesterday, right? Still
और आपके
even.
परिवार को
Yeah.
भी अच्छे से
Me and
रहो।
Josh are
वैसे
still
सभी लोगों
tied
को
up. We're
शुभकामनाएं, मैं
gonna-
पहले ही
Unless is
बोल
gonna
दी थी
pull
सब
ahead
लोगों
the
को।
second game, I think.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm still semi in the running after all the.
Yeah.
I can't believe I actually went full Americas. I
मिमी
think that's to be the
एक्चुअली
first
में
time in my
बहुत
career I go
कूल है,
full
बहुत
Americas, and
कूल
I
है
do not
मिमी।
regret it.
Well,
No doubt।
honestly, when it comes to Americas versus
बहुत
Pacific,
भूख
which
लगी, ऐसा
region
क्या
is
मैं पता नहीं
really
क्या
the
एक उठा
strongest
के लेके
one?
आई, मैं अभी तक
And with
खोल
the
नहीं पा रही हूँ।
final 2 spots at playoffs up for grabs, this
हैप्पी
debate
नवरात्रि।
नवरात्रि,
might
सेम
just
टू यू
be
मिक्की भाई,
settled
कैसे
today.
हो?
In the City of Lights, the script writers
ए मिक्की
love
को आज
being
वो
tourists,
इतना
so
अच्छे से
let's
पूछ
see
रहा है,
what
मेरे को
they've
लग रहा है
got
कुछ तो
in
काम
store for
निकला
us
है
for
इसको।
the final day
मेरा
of group
उपवास है,
stage
ऐसा
here
क्या?
at Champs.
कोई ना। हैप्पी नवरात्रि एनवी प्रियंका, हैप्पी नवरात्रि।
सेम टू यू यार। तो गाइस एंट्री टाइम।
सिनेमैटिक दिखाएंगे गाइस, आई एम श्योर। मेरा भी उपवास है, क्या बात है। हमारे इधर मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, 9 दिन तो नहीं बचते, मनाते इस तरीके से गाइस, यू नो कि जब वो 7th डे से शुरू होता है मेन, तब मतलब दिन भर मतलब वो खाएंगे ज़रूर, बट वो प्रसाद जो होता है खिचड़ी वगैरह देते हैं पंडालों में, वो फिर कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो मतलब खाते हैं सही में, तो वो लोग पूजा हॉपिंग जब करते हैं, पंडाल हॉपिंग, तो इधर उधर जाके वही खा लेते हैं, वो बेचते हैं ना लोग, वो मीट मछली जो भी, मछली तो नहीं, मीट एक्चुअली खा लेते हैं। ये सब क्या क्या डिशेज आता है, तंदूर वगैरह, ये सब पता नहीं, वो सब खाते हैं, नॉट लाइक, ठीक है। मैं तो वेज हूँ, चलो मैं ऐसे ही थोड़ा बहुत, यू नो, फ्राइड राइस हो गया, चाउमीन हो गया, ऐसे ऐसे खा लेती हूँ।
See you in the server, and hopefully we have a good game.
मेरा 9 दिन है, नो सैंडल्स और उपवास, ऐसा क्या? कोई ना यार, बहुत अच्छे काम कर रहे हो आप, मजे में हूँ। आप कैसे हो? मैं नो सैंडल नहीं कर सकता, बट बाकी सब तो ठीक है, मतलब नो सैंडल मतलब तक?
बिना चप्पल के, जैसे वो मिक्की ने बोला है।
बिना सब
I still
अच्छा
remember that
मतलब
feeling,
आप लोग को
being
बाहर
so
जाना
close to
हुआ तो
greatness. I thought about that moment
ऑफिस
often,
वगैरह बंद
and you
होते
even get
क्या इधर
flashbacks
ऑफिस
of
में
like
सब
little micro
केक खा
details you
रहे
could have done
हैं अरे
different,
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
little clutches that could have went your way.
आप इतना अच्छा
They did.
काम कर रहे हो
You
खाने
ripped
दो
that
आज
trophy
वो
away from
लोग
G2.
एक दो खा रहे हैं
Now,
आप एक दिन
it's
में
your
50
turn.
खा लोगे जब आपका उपवास वगैरह नहीं रहेगा इतना
너네
तरक्की कर
방콕에서
लोगे आप देखना
2등했지만 우리 1등. 하지만 우리 좀 더
माता रानी का
강해졌어.
आशीर्वाद
미안해.
आप पे रहेगा ही रहेगा आप
배우면서
लोगों पे
성장하는 게 저희
बिना
팀의
चप्पल के जाने का अच्छा
컬러이기
ऑफिस
때문에
वगैरह जाना हुआ तो
Some may think that G2 doesn't
ऑफिस
want to face
स्कूल
T1,
कॉलेज
but for me,
क्योंकि
this is a
स्कूल
wish
में
come
तो
true.
सॉक्स और
I've
शूज
been
पहनने
waiting for this
देते वो
moment.
लोग नहीं रखते
And
क्या
I think we're in the best form ever to get this revenge.
मुझे पता
지투는
नहीं यार मेरे
이제
इधर नहीं है
옛날부터 되게 강팀이라 생각했고 우승
हमारे
후보라고
इधर भी
생각할 수
मारवाड़ी लोग हैं
있는
बट उनको
팀이라고
हम लोग
생각합니다.
असामीज ही
지투를
समझते हैं
만났을 땐 스팅어를 조심해야겠다 생각합니다.
मेरी फैंटम ऐसे नहीं चलती है कोई बता सकता है
저번에는 늦게
क्यों
이겼지만
मेरी भी।
이번에는 빠르게 이겨줄게.
माता रानी सब पे विश्वास करते जय माता दी बिल्कुल चलो गाइस टीम एंट्री
लेट्स गो।
कोई ना जीतू आज हार जाओ चट को एशिया पैसिफिक की टीम भाई क्या कूल लगता है इनका जैकेट
इलिशु बोल दिया देख रहे हो बज रहा ही है
कौन
ये स्टोरी से गुड।
T1
खाली
and
पैर
G2
जाता
blessed us with one of the
ऑफिस में ऐसा क्या
greatest finals we have ever seen back in Bangkok.
मतलब
But today in
सॉक्स वगैरह
Paris,
भी नहीं
they're
ना फिर
fighting for
सॉक्स
survival, and
ऑब्वियसली
only
गंदे हो
one of
जाएंगे
them
नहीं
will get
पहनोगे
the chance to compete at playoffs at champs.
And the evolution
भाई
for both of the
जैकेट
teams
बढ़िया
throughout
है
the years
T1
has
की।
been different, but they're both ended here on
मैप
high.
आ गए हैं गाइस
looking at the map
लोटस
beat
फोरोट
up.
सनसेट
G2
ओके
chooses not to ban
इलिशु
So
है
they leave
कारण
that one
माता
open.
क्या
It's looked
इलिशु है
rough when they
कारण
played it last time, debuting
मेरा
that
पता नहीं
race
यूट्यूब
comp
को
that
मोबाइल में
honestly
क्या
looked
नक्शा हो
quite
गया इतना
flat
गोल
in
गोल
terms of
घूम
the
रहा है
game
ना
plan on their
स्क्रीन
attacking side.
मेरे
I
मोबाइल
think
में
that
मैं
also
जो
it's
देख
important to give context that is missing in this graphic, and it's the fact that T1, since they're coming from the upper and they just lost, they have the higher seed. So they decide, they chose to be that team B to put G2 in the situation of, okay, what are you going to ban? And if you don't, especially with what we're saying of T1 just playing 2 maps, if G2 wants to see one of those 2 maps,
गाइस
yes, they have
कम
to
ऑन
pick it.
सब लोग
I'm not
लाइक
being funny,
करो
but did
मेरा
you
पता
think
नहीं
that they were
यूट्यूब
going
में
to
कौन
ban
सा
if it was
नक्शा कर लिया
anything
है
other than
They
Corrode? Like
They
anything?
Check Google.
especially no.
Yeah, that to me is really, really surprising.
No,
I mean, giving T1 Lotus, Corrode, and Sunset, my goodness. If you'd be happy about that.
लेट्स
so
गो
T1
गाइस
is very
T1
smart with
आई
this
सपोर्ट
Yeah,
T1
this is a
एशिया
good
पैसिफिक
matchup
की
for
टीम
them.
है भाई
Honestly, I just wonder what G2 is cooking with the Corrode, because I do think their Lotus is excellent. They've shown that all year. I still favor them on that map, even though T1 is quite a good
Yeah.
Lotus team as well. But Corrode, man, are they going to show a new comp? Are they going to revamp their game plan?
लेट्स गो
What
डी
is their time? I don't know. I don't think. Definitely, when we get the interview, we have to speak a little bit more to the coaches and the team to see what's going on here. Because I agree with you, Mimi. I think that Lotus is going to be an absolute like bath for. I think there's going to be very evened out.
गाइस
Corrode is
T1 के जीतते ही
You did
जीतू
ask
का
us
वो
what
जो मैंने
matchup felt
बंडल
like.
लिया था वो
We felt
छुपाने
like
के लिए
the
T1
biggest
का बंडल
difference in the
वगैरह
style
गिफ्ट कर
showed,
देना
we get both Lotus and Sunset. I think those are 2 keys
You
where it's
called
like
it.
Pinnacle T1 double duelist against Pinnacle
मेरा
G2
स्ट्रीम सही में
slow
सही चल
control
रहा है
style
बता
balance.
I
सही
can't wait
चल
to
रहा है।
see it. I mean,
मैं
of course
अपना
we're gonna
स्ट्रीम
Lotus
देख ही
before
नहीं
we
पा
get
रही हूँ
ahead
क्योंकि
to
लोड हो रहा है
Corrode,
मेरे
and for
लिए
me, I'm worried for G2 because
पता
if
नहीं
they
चैट
don't win
वगैरह सब आ
Lotus,
रही कि नहीं
the
मुझे
pressure is
बट
gonna be
गाइस
insane for
सब
the
लोग
second
लाइक
map.
वगैरह
Yeah,
करो
it's going to be
कम
huge. This first map, I'm going to
दिखा
really be
दो लाइक
looking at
करके
Lee. He's so impactful on this map, on
और
that
दिखा दो
attacking
भाई।
side, when he is lurking on the Viper. I'm really interested to see what ideas T1 has to deal with
ऐसे
these
अगर
lurks
मैचेस के
towards
बीच
A.
मेरे को भी
They've
खाना
accomplished
पीना मिलता
excellent
तो
at
मैं भी
early
अच्छा
taking that
करती
space or doing trap play re-clears. So I
सही
think
चल
Lee's gonna
रहा
have to
है
be very
ऐसा क्या
cautious about
थैंक
how
यू
he's playing that
गाइस
space
वैसे
to
आज
not
मैंने
get caught
दोपहर
off
की
guard.
स्ट्रीम
We
पे
don't
पोल
expect any
लगाया था
surprises. I assume in the Aegis Select,
पोल
luckily
का
both of the
रिजल्ट तो
teams knew
देखना भूल
that
गए
Lotus was a very high possibility
भी
for
ठीक
sure
है।
today. So I assume
मैंने
and
लगाया था
expect
कौन
those,
सा हॉरर
those
गेम हम
kind of
लोग खेले
adaptations.
उसमें
And
आपके
I wanna
ऑप्शंस
see
थे
also, I think that the
पहला
beginning
की
of the
कंप्लीट
map
डार्क
has
आवर्स
a very
ठीक है
favor
जो
to
डार्क
G2.
आवर हम लोग
Yeah,
खेलते हैं
there's gonna be, there
और
is
एक
gonna
है
be no
डार्क
surprises.
आवर
So that
जैसा ही
style
एक द
clash is coming,
हेडलाइनर
baby,
करके
it's coming.
मतलब वो
I'm so
अच्छा
excited.
गेम
I
है
really like
आप
Boss.
लोग
I'm
चेकआउट
sorry,
कर
I'm a
सकते
big
हो
fan,
गेम
so
प्ले
I
वगैरह
cannot wait to see
जेरेफ
him
अंकी
playing on
ये
the
सब ने खेला
Neon
था
here.
सीट
And
वगैरह
I
ने ठीक है
really hope that he is
बहुत
going to be
मतलब
able
एक दो
to
महीने
go
पहले
over
शायद
Leaf especially.
Yeah, Izu's
फिर
also
मैंने
really
लिखा था
good on
Dying
this
Light
Yora. I love the
1
way
and
that
2,
those two
ठीक
work
है?
in conjunction. I think they make
तो
such
अब
a
तो मैं
great
रिजल्ट
team on the
रिजल्ट
double
देखना
duelist,
भूल गई.
diving in together, finding the gaps in their opponent's setup.
एनवी ने
But
भी नहीं
it's
बताया
tough to
कि
find
कौन
those
लगा.
gaps into G2. They are
देखा
excellent
मैंने
on this
रिजल्ट.
defensive side, even better
कौन
than
जीता?
their attack
पर
generally.
मारियो
So
कौन वोट
this
करा?
is going to be one where I think they are quite favored to start. But if T1 can win this map, it's
मैं-
such a statement for the rest of this series. Jitsu.
And what an amazing
विराट
rematch
कोहली
we are
जीता,
heading
विराट.
into. Of
Easy
course, we
game
gotta
T1
bring
के
back
लिए
the two
बिल्कुल यार
casters that
एशिया
were here
पैसिफिक
before.
टीम on
Here's
top.
Bren and
Let's go.
Sideshow.
Thank you very much, and so much on the line
Yeah,
between
DH
both of
आज
these teams here,
खेलेगा.
T1 and G2.
DH
Listen, the
भी
storylines,
खेलेगा.
they write themselves. We don't really need to go
पर
over it too
जिंगू
much. But
ज़्यादा
again,
क्यों?
that rematch from Bangkok, G2 have been denied countless times now a chance at lifting an international trophy. It's been their white whale that they've been hunting for, and it was T1 who
Guys,
put them in
आज
the
जो मैंने
dust of
दोपहर में
Bangkok
पोल
and lifted
लगाया
that
था
trophy
जीता
themselves.
कौन पोल?
Balance said himself, he's out for revenge here
Guys.
today. But you've got to take it
देखना
one
पड़ेगा
game at a
तो
time, and it's
Guys,
all on the
ये
line.
पूरी
No
game
one
हम-
remembers team, the Josh
अब
team
तो
that
सुपर
goes out
मारियो ही खेलेंगे
9
हो
to
गया.
12.
We're opening on Lotus the same way that those
अरे
Bangkok
कौन
finals
सा लाइनअप है इन
opened as
लोगों
well.
का?
That time, G2 got the victory
Dying Light
13-5,
मस्त है
despite
बट आप
T1
एक
looking
बार
very
नजर मार
good
लो
with
अगर
that
स्ट्रीम.
old double duelist
अच्छा
comp they used
मेरा
to pull out on
मोबाइल
Lotus
फिर
at
से
the
गिर
start of this
जाता है
year.
आज पता है मैंने
Both
पकड़ा.
teams have evolved since then.
स्ट्रीम
And you
करने
see
लायक
T1
है
taking
तो
a bit of
ऐसा
mount
क्या?
control at the start. T1 have a
बीस्ट
couple
वाला
of
तो
different
स्ट्रीम
openings. Their
कर
comp does
रहे
like to fight
श्रीमान
for Rubble,
लेजेंड जी
or likes to
वगैरह वो
open
सब तो कर रहे.
slowly like this. Usually with Isu
Beast
actually being the
वाला जो
player to
नया
slow
वाला
take
है.
Rubble control. But this time it's DH and
तो हमें
Meteor.
वन खेले बिना ये बीस्ट पीस समझ में नहीं
And
आएगा.
it looks
समझ
like
रहे हो?
they're going to work their way back into A here. Trying to keep as many G2 bodies towards C and B as they can, but the pressure's coming towards Leaf. No snake bite. No great
Guys,
way
आप
of
में से
holding.
कौन कौन
It's a solo
Roblox
recipient
खेलते हैं
here.
बताओ. एक
I
गेम
see
मिला है उसमें
Two
5
signs of
लोग.
life, there it is. Bodies spotted out. Going to be calling for a bit of help now as well, looking to try and retreat to a bit of safety, but he is stuck in pit. Meteor immediately
और
drawing blood.
किसी को पता
Trent
है Roblox में
taken
वो
out
छोटे
out
छोटे
towards
क्या
stairs.
बोलते
That horn does need to
शेर
be
कैसे बन के
broken. Delvin
मिलते हैं.
again reveals the position, and I believe even squaring up for a fight himself. A lot of damage done here. Buzz dropped down to
कल हमने
Talent.
देखा एक
No
शेर
kills
घूम रहा था
वाला
claimed.
थर्ड
T1
पार्ट ऐसा क्या?
lightning fast start for
एनबी
them.
ने पूरे गलत इन्फो निकाले हैं मतलब.
G2 coming
क्या?
in through the flank. Not
बीस्ट
detected by
वाला थर्ड
Meteor's
पार्ट
flash
ऐसे
just
करके
yet.
इसे बोला
Fahad's
तुमने.
alone. The fight here to be taken off of Buzz's contact. A paranoia sweep through on either side.
ये क्रिश ने मेरे को
Even
बोला.
up the fight ever so slightly.
ये
Izu is
देखो.
low enough as well, so could still be winnable here for G2. Now trying to make moves over
अरे
towards him.
सारी
Flash
गलती
with the
करी.
connection.
Jogomo
Jogomo
पीछे से आ गया.
eager to draw
3v3
blood
guys.
even further forward here. G2 are really trying to dissect most of this site. And the hold is just dismantled. T1
एक
only
अकेला
got themselves
बचा
onto
हुआ
the
है
side
भाई.
here, but where's the pushback? T1 just can't quite get a handle on it. DH does his best.
ओ भाई
That's not quite
ऑलमोस्ट
good
ये
enough here,
राउंड
G2.
डीएच ने निकाल
Get the
लिया
pistol
था यार. उसका
pistol
रिलोड
win. I mean,
रिलोड आ गया.
despite losing 2 players early.
A 3v5 win
Yeah.
for G2.
जॉन
Because I think
क्यूटी.
Meteor makes a perfect play
There
there.
is John.
Going up to try to cut off Trent as he's coming on the rotate, completely isolates Leaf on site.
ये
But I've seen Jorg do the most disgusting stuff with this frenzy.
जोगोमो ने
And he
लेकिन
pulls it out
विट
again
किया
there,
यार
perfectly
फ्रेंडी से.
coordinated on the retake. T1 fell to pieces.
शायद
Guys,
जॉन
come
क्यूटी
on,
भी
like
होता है.
करो.
In my
क्या आप
opinion
लोग
so far,
अपनी
that
एशिया
Jorg
पैसिफिक के टीम को
frenzy
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
4K, I
T1
think it
को
was,
Yeah.
मेरी
on
तरह.
Abyss. It was actual magic to watch.
Dying Light
disgusting.
1, Dying Light
He's a
2,
big
the
game player.
Dying Light the Beast ऐसा क्या?
always
ये
good to
एनबी
turn
ने
up
बोला
for
था.
them.
तो Dying
Make
Light
sure
1
deal
के
with
बाद बीस्ट वाला है.
Gate crash. No
ये
funny
इसने
business.
बोला
Jordan
ये.
open up the door.
सारी गलती क्रिश की.
And T1 back it up.
और वैसे स्टोरी सो गुड बता दो. सेनपाई आज आया
Now
था
they're
स्ट्रीम
thinking,
पे.
okay,
उसको
well, was
तुम्हारे
that
और
Jorg tapping
पुतनियों
the
के
door
लव
and
स्टोरी
TPing
के बारे
away?
में
It
बता
doesn't
दिया. उसका दिल
Look like
टूट
there's so
गया.
much pressure here, but as the door opens once more, T1
Yeah.
shuffling backwards. Don't want to get caught in a big scrap over here.
Now just looking to pick up the orbs if they're freely available. Build up towards the odds. You can see them prioritizing Izu. The dimensional drift going to be an important tool.
यार डीएच
Meteor
खेलेगा ये
is one
मैप
of those
पे.
players
वी
on
ऑल
T1
नो.
that you've got to have your eyes on today.
डीएच कितना अच्छा
He-
खेलता है ये मैप.
He's a monster player.
समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो?
And he's always so happy to go and take an opportunity. Look
मैं
at him here
क्यों
again.
मार-
This time though, anticipated.
Yeah, Caesar defeats.
अरे नहीं.
Look off
बाय
at the
नहीं है
quality
गाइस. ये
available
तो
players.
डिफॉल्ट
Leaf is
स्टार्ट
just
ही है.
absolutely on
हाँ,
point.
मैं
Look
नहीं
at
गलत
that.
बोल के सही
Roof
बोलूंगा.
against him, he's going to capitalize. Pulls out a sidearm,
ये
teaches you a lesson. That's 4 kills for him. A
एनवी ने
flawless
बोला यार
round for
दो ही
G2.
पार्ट है ये.
Strong beginnings.
Building up
नहीं,
towards
ये
the
सारी
Yoru
गलती
and the
क्रिश
Viper
की.
roll very early on here.
Yeah.
भाई गार्डियन ऐसे चलाया जैसे
You're
कुछ है
playing
ही
on
नहीं.
defense side Lotus, And it, like Mimi was saying on the basket, is their favorite side, which is a little unusual for Lotus, because usually we see teams.
Are you guys even aiming yet or no?
More on the attack. Oh, that's
Okay, it's given it out already.
Did you even get a chance to shoot your gun? Yeah. Not the documentary references coming out.
हमने ही बताया.
और क्या?
Valen's out for vengeance today.
He is.
उसका बस दिल टूट गया है.
Said himself, he's
नहीं ये दरवाजा कैसे टूटा?
for many months.
अरे गन भी नहीं मारा ये बी वाला दरवाजा
नहीं हाँ टूट जाता है वो क्या बोलते हैं वो नॉर्मल हमारे वो एशियन का दरवाजा है ना वो इससे क्या बोलते हैं जो स्काई की अल्ट है ना उससे भी टूट जाता है और उससे भी टूट जाता है क्या बोलते हैं उसका नाम है केओ की उससे भी रॉकेट से भी टूट जाता है
गद्दारी करी गलत बोल के मेरे पे नाम डाली.
Meteor's tucked super deep here over towards B. If he opens the door, it will force Jorgamo to take that gate crash.
There it is. Leaves going to be taking a life. There, Meteor shows his hand. Door opens up though, so we'll have to respect that position.
कृष्ण ने तुम्हारा पीसी दाव पे लगाया हुआ.
TP back, he's disrespecting even further. This is going to be the plan down onto B here for T1. This flank reactivated. See if they can contain. Level of awareness that there could be someone about as well. That gun being defended by Izu.
It is really common to leave an A insert. I don't think they'll expect Jorgamo to be on the B flank.
No, G2 have just given this one up entirely here, but that paranoia sweeps and does collect and collide onto the two of them as well.
Come on,
yeah. Take the fights cleanly. Buzz will be traded out and straight to the flank. Going to calm down the aim and the nerves, but still no shots are finding the targets here. Overwhelming on the B side. A bonus conversion for them early on.
And they're in complete control there.
Guys, come on, like करो सब लोग, पोल पे वोट करो और सभी लोगों को नवरात्रि की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं. जय माता दी.
Jorg just gets to do whatever he wants here. He was actually the one who opened the door to put pressure on Meteor as the hit came through into B.
जिंदगी में सारे मैगी मसाले नहीं मिलेगा बस. तो मैगी नहीं, हम लोग मैगी खाते 10-15 वाले, तो रामेन क्या बोलते हैं उसको? 150 वाला जो कोरियन स्पाइसी क्या आता है?
Odin comes out to play very early and Jorg can just keep this outlaw going.
ये देखो
150-200 का जो आता है बड़े-बड़े वो छोटे-छोटे पैकेट्स कोरियन
गाइस में वो मिनी डॉल को खिलाते हैं ना वो मैगी वो खाता हूँ.
G2 कोच के लिए
Good util going to be used as well to try and piece this together onto the side, but Valen will concede, give it up,
back
up.
वो buy down था यार अपना.
T1 want to take it a little bit further here. This is a deep fight to be taken as well.
मारो भगाओ के मारो.
Sliding
Izu IGL है पता है?
Trying to make the most of this one, but still casualties felling the T1 approach.
यार IGL चलो मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर सामान लेने जाना है. Bye bye.
Ball onto the corner. It's a Caesar connects onto two of them as well. The Salvas towards the back. There's nowhere around. No safety. No respite whatsoever. Rolling back onto the side, just leaves out stacks of Meteor, but they are no more.
Jogimu, वो क्या था Jogimu?
Such a fantastic little counterplay there by G2. I love the
भाई
idea
खत्म.
you get posted up deep,
टीबैग
within the range of your stingers. Here, he pops the ultimate jaw. He sees the opponents flash into a seize that cuts off their audio cues. It's a free play to just uncloak, dissipate behind them. It's even comboed up with a stun from the tail as well if you needed it. I mean, how often do you see seizes comboed with the dimensional drift? It's usually a paranoia or something like that, but that's a sick play.
Guys, देखो मेरे पे
hasn't slowed down from the previous series. 8 and 2.
So हम G2 को support करेंगे.
To be a big game player when it comes to these events.
तो मुझे बंडल छुपाने के लिए कोई और टीम का बंडल गिफ्ट कर देना चुपचाप. TRX वगैरह भी चलेगा, मैं बुरा नहीं मानूंगी.
Big group up. It's delayed by T1, looking to try and send it forwards now. It's DTP alongside the horn. Parts a bit broken as well, but Jorgamo will be forced to respect this one a little bit further back. Izu in their faces now. Buzz.
पक्का तुम मेरे रास्ते में बोल रहे होगे, साइड हटोरे जाने दो आगे.
A little bit too much to overcome in that spot. T1 will get
access to the side. Jorgamo in through the back, and he is swiftly dealt with. It's all just going a bit wrong here for G2 on the hold. T1 again. Very aggressive. हमारे इधर जो कुछ लड़के ना इतना स्लो चलते हैं, मैं एक्चुअली में बहुत फास्ट चलती हूँ. इतना स्लो चलते हैं, 2-3 के झुंड में आएंगे, एक साथ खड़ी रहेंगे रोड ब्लॉक करके. गुस्सा आता है मुझे उस टाइम पे.
मेरे को तो अभी मैं आ रहा था ना रास्ते से, एक गुस्सा है मेरे को. अरे एक बाइक वाला किधर पता है, मैं एकदम कॉर्नर से चल रहा, वो इतना रोड खाली उसको कॉर्नर से चला रही.
At least holding for the exits for now. Time starting to tick away from them. Will mean that the round win.
यार नहीं पिक देके नहीं मरना है, ज़्यादा पिक नहीं यार.
Game plan here, G2.
They need the gun.
They do, they definitely do. DH falling, they get whittled down here. Just two remaining.
G2.
चलो एक राउंड तो
Back
Odin.
in the head, Jonah. Jumping up and around, he will survive. Stacks goes down to the
आ
side.
रहा है Odin को निकालो. Odin मारेगा.
वैसे आज
Yeah,
एक
that is
किस्सा हुआ
not great for
सच्ची
Team
वाला
One.
आके बताता
The
हूँ
round
मैं
itself really excellently put together. I love the value
शायद
that the
लड़की ने
dimensional drift.
छाता
As I
मार
said,
दिया आके
it
बोलेगा
informed
टच
Buzz's
किया
stun
लड़की
perfectly, and then that push up towards the back. Both of the duelists holding hands to take
जैसे मैंने
a ton
G2
of
को support
necessary
किया
space.
G2 आ
But
गया.
the economy, let's go. The economy is going to be in a bad spot. It's not like they should eco this one, but look at it. 3 light armors, a bulldog, a guardian. They're on the verge of getting ecoed again, and they're going up against an Oppen and Odin.
Not good.
And Jonah's got the Odin right here.
T1 to have some big ults though, potentially to use into this one. Fully opted into that rubble fight. Big reveal, big pawn.
Nice,
Valent's close quarters now, rifle in hand.
इधर ही है
This one against them, that paranoia is a flash on either side into his face.
Alright,
That Brown as well.
G2.
Drifting around, trying to get a handle onto most of this one here.
वेली
T1
को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था बट वो ब्लाइंड था क्या उसको दिखाई तो दे रहा था नाइस
denied
वन
his
बस
chance to
क्या
really
बात
fight and answer back. Guaranteed round win here for T1. There's not much that Leaf can do other than just trickle in, look
सेव
for
करने जाएगा सेव करने
kills,
जाएगा
maybe some
पकड़ो
exits
पकड़ो
again, because again, the economy does matter.
But I think
Flawless.
I mean, this was the dangerous round.
Operator है.
Their eco would have been in a bad spot, but for
ये
sure.
बचा हुआ है फिर.
Buzz is so fearless about it, man.
He just sent it.
He was blinded, nearsighted.
Yeah.
And he's just running through with full confidence that even if he dies, his teammates will be able to trade it out. The flash
Boy,
itself also
Sentinel of
connecting
Light.
onto Valley made it very
वो
difficult.
लोग
You know, a bizarre situation. And it's Leaf who doesn't collect the gun. And now the pressure back on G2's economy, actually, because, you know, those Ops and Odins are
And
pretty
now
expensive to try to bring out for the defense
4-2
side.
देख रही हो
The
भाई
fast
स्किल
pace
तो
is
है.
working here for T1. What a silly scenario. Valen was the one who actually got unblinded quicker, but with the Prowler in his face, got distracted for a moment, and Buzz is so clean with that ult.
A little bit of overcommittal there, perhaps, from Valen. Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Did Leaf just come
right.
in the pool?
Yeah, both teams lost on Lotus, and then G2 lost on Corrode, and T1 lost
Amazon
on
का
Sunset.
parcel
Right.
है right.
Very close maps, all of them.
They
Hard to
arrived on
tell
this D.
who's in better form. I guess most people would be favoring G2, but I think the map pool makes it extremely possible for a T1 victory, and they're showing why in these last couple.
Good resilience. Big bounce back here, but that's a fight forwards that was really G2 eager to take that one, but still they will have to respect it and just go backwards from that. That's a salvo to the C's. Was able to just hold tight to the corner though. No real damage done. It's a fast-paced comp from T1, easy to disjoint a lot of these traps that G2 will try and go for.
बस है ना
Yeah,
इसमें.
it's true, but because it's
अब
sneak around for
जितना
G2,
तो
they're just
हाँ
going
वो
to be
जीत
following noise and trying to
जाएगी.
take a big brawl as
Eco
well.
round है चलो
And I think
जीत come on
Meteor looking for an opening pick.
मैंने अब भी देखा था.
move पे plan कर दो
TH is
उनके
by his side. TH has been a real big performer.
Jogimo है इधर Jogimo.
Meteor's got an ultimate to work with, but you
What
don't
did
really
you-
want to use it on this round. It's a half buy, it's an eco for G2. Doesn't have as much value as if you were to use it on a rifle, but in a pinch it'll work.
40 seconds left.
C2 मारो मारो इधर ही है
It's a
Meteor
turnaround
इधर ही
here by
मारो.
T1. Not sure what direction they want to go in. I mean, they're moving the spike away here. From B control is still theirs, but again, you don't have the time really. 30 seconds.
They don't know where anyone is on A. I mean,
towards A. They've got no clearance on rubble.
there could be a player rubble, there could be a
Okay.
player tucked towards blue room, could be a player tree.
This could be disastrous here. The only silver lining, there's only 2 players ready to receive, and Jonah P does have that Sheriff just trying to rattle off the shots again, but he's just missing, going wide ever so slightly. Still, he's going to get his chance to really deny it, and now onto the side. Buzz.
एक ही है और shot miss कर दी है.
crosshair placement
He's going to find it. Still, that spike does need to get planted, and Jorgamo is quick on the scene of the crime once more. Drops down here. Needs to be that deep.
बस ने 2 निकाल दी.
Denied
Nice.
it.
अरे
That's a round win.
2v2 guys.
G2 steal it right from underneath them. The time just getting the better of them.
1v2 let's
That's a
go.
gifted round. A gifted round. I don't know what T1 were up to in terms of their macro in that round. They
चलो.
got scared maybe by the amount of players that they'd seen over towards B and C, but they hadn't left an insert. Jonah B even takes a long
4-3.
time there to be able to get a kill. And George the Saviour towards the end. What a weird one. T1 put together 2 nice rounds playing quickly, and then 1 round where they play so slowly, they literally can't get the spike down in time.
Investment here from Jorgamo 2 with the operator. T1, same rubble fight. No contention really from the side of G2.
नीरज भाई कई जय माता दी
on the left side. Could be in danger.
नीरज भाई की chat
in danger here, but a Prowler sidestepped. Not dodged enough in time here. We'll have to TP out and respect that one. He's miles away. That leaves Valin on a bit of an island. Steel Garden will open up the site here. No one is home. Sidestepped as well from Valin, so he's still got his primary and wants to slip back in and potentially do some damage.
Can I join?
Coming through! Oh my God, damage it is! It's 3 players. Drop back to the spectator seat and they have to watch in dismay. It's up to Buzz and Meteor now. Try and put this one together again. That dimensional drift just lights up all the players. All the information in the world given up to G2. Meteor waiting right back in.
मुझे सीरियसली लगा कोई बैटल पास का स्किन नहीं है।
I mean, those are the kind of moments that he will have been fantasizing about in a rematch against T1. After he had 3 tournament points in Bangkok. But this round he puts just the right amount of pressure to draw the ult out of Meteor and then slips back in for a 3K.
Seriously, मैं जोक नहीं कर रही, मुझे लगा ये बैटल पास का स्किन है। फिर जैसे इसको बंद हुआ तब मैं कंफर्म थी कि हाँ ये।
क्या सेक्सी तुमने रेडिट किया है नी भाई टैलेंट बहुत है आप में थैंक यू
ये चैट नहीं दिखा
one that they've pretty horribly misplayed on an anti-eco and then a round where they just got
मैं
outplayed
अपने
G2 reading the ult status, slipping back in, finding the gaps. I think G2 have been doing a great job at this tournament and just more recently at finding those moments to take the risk.
T1 का डेमो
Earlier on
T1 का टाइम आउट है गाइस 6-2 तक लेके जा सकते हैं
Didn't want to take too many of those risks. They play the most disciplined style of Valorant. And maybe you'd get a bit of flair from Jorgamo, but not too much from everyone. Now I feel like they're really testing the limits sometimes. I'm seeing Leaf go for aggressive re-peaks, Valin like that, slipping back into spots where he's unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. Stuff that's not necessarily a percentage play, but you know, it's going to take a team off guard if they're wondering why the hell is Valin peaking that.
Oh, exactly.
You know, he's alone on the side.
क्या ना भी G2 को 2 राउंड किया मत
T1 की तरफ से खिला दो ऐसा क्या
the dimensional drift, but he finds an opportunity and makes a play. And
खेलो बस की आईडी से
those are the kind of moments that can take you from being a
बस या इज़ू का
very
आईडी
good,
से
super
लॉगिन
consistent
कर
team
लो
to being
फटाफट ओटीपी नहीं है
winner.
ऐसे
But we're a long
लॉगिन हो
way away
जाएगा
from talking about tournament winners. Even though we're discussing the Masters Bangkok finals, this is an elimination game. One of these teams isn't even going to make playoffs.
Purely a battle for survival.
लगाया गया है पता नहीं
No one remembers the team that exits early out of playoffs.
Except in the sense that they disappointed everyone.
आज गरबा खेलने
And had a fall
कौन
from
जा
grace,
रहा
'cause I
है
think that's
हमारे
undeniable for either of these teams.
कल खेलेंगे ना कल नीरज भाई आ जाना कल रात को खेलेंगे
One of them,
ये
unfortunately, is
ने
going to
क्या
have to
बोलते
disappoint.
वीआईपी पास लिया है कहीं का
क्या कल तुम भी तो आने वाले हो तुमको भी तो बुलाया मैंने
Potential of a heat check here, but that's just
Valorant करो
side,
पार्टी
and wow, just bites his time perfectly. It's 2 lays down. And Valor will follow up with that 1-2 punch. Hell of a combo. And hell of a shot by Valin. Sharp shooting across the board from G2. They are hungry to make a statement.
पलक छपकते ही बंद हो
swagger is there, and it's palpable from G2.
कॉर्नर ही चेक नहीं किया उसने
ये
Big
सीन
mistake from
लॉगिन का
Stax
जाता है आईडी
this corner.
से
He's not going to be doing that one again, is he?
स्क्रीन टेबल वो G2 अच्छी नहीं लगती है शायद अच्छी नहीं लगती है
At least that didn't happen on a super important eco swing moment.
सबसे वो बात थी कि लाइक दो लोग जो है फेड और लाइक वो लोग एक ही बंदे पे देख रहे थे तो मैं इनको देख ही नहीं रहा था रिप्ले में देखा मैंने
Much needed.
भाई जिसको आना है कल आ जाना ठीक है
Into this squad here. Now we're seeing a fast take T1. I've got to correct the course
I got the
somehow.
edge,
See what that
isn't it?
dimensional drift. But they're not
The
committing
spacing
hard.
gap
Yeah.
is so large between Isu and the rest.
They're trailing behind by miles here. Team's not
Big
even
yeah.
in tree at this point. Isu's the only one in towards backside. Now, luckily, no one's home. Just Jonah P looking to contain. Make sure they don't overpush here from this spot. That's a seize up and overhead, but he did spot players in the process. Doesn't want to get overzealous here. Needs to wait for the right time to strike with the rest of his team. T1.
They need aggression here, Brent, in the post-plant T1. They can't just sit here and wait to be retaken.
Might be the aim for them still with Meteor gone as well. That's going to be a pressure applied now from the flank.
हमारे इधर गरबा नाइट
Meteor was
बोल
supposed to
के
be holding
असम में
back that
सॉन्ग
onslaught, but
बजाते
G2
हैं
are now starting to group up.
वो तारक मेहता में वो आई थी ना क्या बोलते हैं वो एक जो सिंगर होती सिर्फ नवरात्रि के गाने गाती है पता है हाँ हाँ उसके पासेस 50,000 तक जाते हैं 30-50,000 नहीं नहीं
Overwhelming onslaught of force. Isu will see if he can put a stop to it. He'll have to go clutch. He'll have to do it now. He's gone into that 1v1. The
मैं
damage.
तो वो लगाऊंगा चीपी चापा चापा
थोड़ी देर पहले
वो नाइस
मन में सोच रहा था कि आए मैं बाहर भी घर पे डांस करेंगे अब ये कौन सा गाना
अरे वो फेयर एंड लवली वाली ऐड थी ना उसमें गाना बजा था
हाँ
वो अलग था
They didn't have the right level of aggression in the post plan there. I don't think
जिसमें वो पता है ना एक ऐड में वो एक लड़का वो बन जाता है लड़की के कपड़े पहन के आता है
बस परी हूँ मैं का यही लाइन पता है परी हूँ मैं
फेमस गरबा सॉन्ग
पता नहीं क्यों बोल रहा था आई एम अ बारबी गर्ल लगाना
ग्रेस भाई भेज देना मुझे कोई अच्छे सॉन्ग बजाएंगे कल
मुझे पता है एक पाटे में छेदी नहीं नारे पता मैं
हां तो भेज देना मेरे को भेज देना कल बजाएंगे ना मैंने 2-3 ढूंढ रखे बाकी तुम लोग भेज
गरबा सॉन्ग है
In their spawn now, I'll flip this one around as well, but that goes both ways. Alan also going to be looking to rejoin, reinforcements arriving quick over towards this C site.
हाइड कर दिया है
मतलब सिर्फ कृष्ण ने ही अलग गाना बोला है क्या मैं बात भी अरे और पिक दो
G2 last couple of rounds he's been playing amazingly.
इधर ही G2 मारो
Handed a few as well.
Discord पे
Return though on either side. Leaf still active now. Picks up the weapon. Exchange of it. Few more bullets, but a quick from behind is Meteor. An unexpected angle.
1v2.
Assurance policy for T1 here. Time ticking.
G2.
That's going to be making Leaf sweat from a spot like this. It's easy as anything at all here for Meteor.
Nice Meteor.
7-4. T1 with a chance to really drag this one back.
They are not right. जिसके सॉन्ग है अच्छे गरबा वाले भी.
It's easy again here, Brent. That does the magic. DH, by the way.
तुम भी भेज देना तुम्हारे कोई सॉन्ग है.
But that flash peek as he sees the drone coming towards him. Really nice. Turns his own flash, jumps into the corner, and then plays off the one-way.
कृष्ण तो पहले भेजा है.
राधा तेरी चुन्नी
ये सब भेज Meteor took that fight towards the end. He's aiming at like Leaf's legs. Yeah. He's only got 3 kills.
कृष्ण वो वाला गाना भेजा. चिप्पी छप्पा.
At the bottom of the scoreboard like this hasn't mattered too much. He's taking an early fight B main right now.
मजा आएगा सब लोगों ने कैमरा
and he destroys them. Okay, fair enough. I'll shut up.
Nice Meteor, दो मार दी.
And Meteor though will be falling. Still is going to be going into the B split. Trent ready and available, at least with the salvos, trying to slow this one down and balance straight from behind as well. Disrespect is palpable. And the kills is still flowing in. It's just unbelievable. The form goes both ways. There's 2 teams that don't want to give a single inch.
Valen is playing.
बीच में मैंने भी
लाइट नहीं लगाई थी क्या?
Spite and
दिल से एक मिनट जा रहे
मेरा मैं उसका ऊपर से आज भी लाइट है ऊपर से मैंने भी थोड़ा सा खेल दिया कम से कम थोड़ा लाइट पे चला ही दो
G2's minds.
He said they made a couple of months of my life miserable thinking about that final, so now I'll do it to them.
ये तो निकाल सकता है.
I mean, crazy that he's coming out.
नहीं G2 निकाल सकता है. G2 निकाल सकता है.
And I respect it. He's certainly made this game interesting. And if he's playing like this, my God, it's taken everything from T1. Big clutch rounds, easy to have to go above and beyond.
Insane 2K to open this one up.
ढक्कन नहीं खुल रहा था तो मैंने पूरा वो ढक्कन उखाड़ के पी लिया. इतना करवा नहीं क्या बोलते उसको लेमन टेस्ट का है ना मेरा मुंह का टेस्ट बिगड़ गया गाइस मैंगो लिखा हुआ है बट इतना खट्टा है मेरा
क्या वाला कैरी फ्लेवर कैरी से भी गंदा
दोबारा 10 रुपए रिफंड
हाफ टाइम गाइस रुको मैं पानी वानी लेके आता हूं पानी
गाइस सब लोग लाइक करो कम ऑन सब्सक्राइब कर देना आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं 4-5 सब्सक्राइबर में आप अपने 1.23 के हो जाएंगे 2 के पॉइंट के बाद जो है 2 के वो 2 के हो जाएंगे तो जल्दी से जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार एक पार्टनर से नहीं सुनेंगे इनका गाना मुझे भी 1 सेकंड देना मैं चिप्स का भी पैकेट लेके आई थी 5 रुपए वाला लेके आ रही हूँ
नाइस नीरज भाई।
आगे मैं गाइस लेट्स गो। चिपस लेने गई थी मैं, चिपस।
ओके
अब होगा ASMR।
नीरज भाई की चैट आ गई।
नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे।
ये तो रही, मैं तो लास्ट 2 दिन में जाऊंगा लड़कियों के साथ गरबा खेलने।
ना ना, लास्ट चैट यही है मेरे लिए, फेमस गरबा सॉन्ग। चलो गाइस, इधर हाफ टाइम खत्म है।
And are looking towards this tournament at Champs as being their final time, the culmination of this narrative arc, but they're a long way away from it at the moment. 8-4 though is a fantastic beginning on the half that they enjoy playing the most.
Frenzy.
They've got to navigate a trap play here towards
तीन
B
frenzy
main.
है, तीन frenzy तो pistol.
They're expecting a push. They're anticipating T1 getting aggressive with the double duelists.
आके ये कैसी strategy है?
Their time and holding.
It's just a stalemate at the moment.
It is.
No man's land, staring at each other.
मुझे लगा वो जो टीम लिक्विड उस दिन खड़ी थी ना, वो वाला बग हो गया।
हाँ।
Maneuver away either side.
तीन के तीनों लोग एक जगह खड़े होके पीछे से आ रहे 3 लोग।
It's 5 players grouped up from G2.
No backstabbing.
Rapidly approaching.
Yeah, well, the flash caught them as well. So Meteor knows that they're in mound. These flanking players know as well.
This could be a backstab to get them right back on track here for T1, but again the timing is taken and a big speed up. Meteor even from that
side to
deliver the death blow to Jonah B, and now they reveal the hand as well. Off from the flank, Trent's going to be
nice
all that presence, Valorant as well.
T1
towards it. That stun ricocheting right towards the back, and it's a good near side. In through it, Buzz is not done yet. A lot of damage done. The cleanup crew is there. T1 waiting in the sideline, waiting in the wings. It leaves it down to Jorgamo to do it again, and surely not.
30 seconds left.
Frenzy in hand.
इधर ही है।
Seen filthy things, but a position like this, every avenue accounted for. There's just no way. There's just no way at all. T1 got it under lock.
8-5.
The pistol around here to get them back into things.
Pistol around again.
Pistol, because so much of it comes down to that timing. Had T1 gone for the play 5 seconds earlier, they would have run into a triple face that G2 were holding. But they picked the perfect moment to go for that push out. And the flash from Meteor confirming which direction G2 were in as well.
Let's go!
Couldn't have gone better for T1. A great opportunity to get back into this game and even pistols on Lotus.
Where are they?
Going for the stinger buy here. Saving money in the bank, something that we've seen Sen do.
Time to jump.
Just in case G2 went for some kind of force, I would imagine.
Full armor on Jorgamo too. It's an interesting one. Rest of his team looking to save up, but I don't know, maybe just a bit of a defense against an Outlaw and a Marshall buy.
Yeah, I think if he can tank the first shot against somebody playing aggressive on mound, there is a chance that you are then able to overwhelm them with just the classics. So there's a lot more interesting theory these days when it comes to these second round purchases.
Fish.
Mind games on it. T1 as well. It's a lighter investment in the form of the stinger, still a weapon that can do a lot of damage. Opening ground again. Slow beginnings on these attack side rounds for G2.
This smoke has started pulling people off B towards C.
Flash
just as G2 go in.
3 players over though. Storm's going to be stopping the return of the fire, and that's right. Meteor stands tall, stands proud. The rest of his team going to be trying to float him back. He will fall, but he did the damage. That's what's important here. He only won the fall.
I got 2 away from the Steel Garden, so a very large tool that could be up early on here for T1. Now, bonus round got G2 onto such fantastic footing early in the first half. T1 would love something similar. They're the kind of squad that on defense will be following the noise, looking to try to apply the pressure, and flood into sites to try to fight you as you're putting the spike in the floor. And the Stingers, the Spectres, it's good weaponry for that kind of style.
Very all in here from T1. Horns, A whole lot of util being thrown over, calling for the faster reaction. G2 immediately taking up control of this one. Flowing through as well, trying to bait out the potential of that wall, which will go up. And now the call to slow it back down again.
Fakes teleport. For T1, the idea is to try to find out where exactly things are ending.
Stax thinking about potentially pushing there.
Well, he's got double Prowler. I'm surprised that he hasn't tried to Prowler front B, because it would tell him what direction this is going.
TP into the back door. This looks like a committal on the side of G2. Jordan wants to try and get past a lot of that util. Flash and a salvo. Sees on top of it. Meteor just tucks tight to the side. He's going to avoid most of the ire of that.
And he's actually saved one of the Thorns and the Flash. So Meteor can still defend a C push here quite nicely. Time's starting to tick.
G2 feeling like they have to push in other areas. Leaf, though, is doing it alone. Lay it down. Bit of pushback here. T1 still. 3 players going to be locked over towards that A fight, while G2 now looking to capitalize. The clone that takes most of that. Flash into your face on either side. This really blinds it up. Meteor just trying to go a ring around Rosies, but he can't escape that one. Still, not a lot of damage alongside Izu, and this is T1 looking to flood all the way in. There's a siege over towards that top as well. Weaker weaponry does not matter for him. Jonah P, even a stinger of his own, but that is being managed, handled over the shoulder. Needs to be that defense, and Leaf just baits them out into the open. A quick tap. With time running this low, Leaf's down to D8.
Plant का time नहीं अभी.
Rifle still there, but not expecting that timing. Jonah P strikes
9-6
9-6.
Still a tough round for G2 to navigate. I think T1 still had a pretty nice idea of what was going on there. Leaves pressure over towards A, actually called 3 defenders to that side of the map, so there's only Meteor and Itsu here to try to hold things off, and they did a valiant job.
Kaya बोलते.
But G2 in the end persevere.
Put that
nasty tongue back in your mouth.
कैसा reaction है लो?
क्या है?
What the hell? Crazy on the stage. Okay.
कैसा reaction दे रहा है?
Hold on.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है गोड से सीखा है इसने?
Does break the economy ever so slightly here for G2. They're not working with too much.
जैसे कोई बोलता है माइक का आपका फेस कैम सही नहीं दिख रहा है, पूरा घुसेड़ ही देता है वो.
Still laughing about that. Yeah.
कोट तो अलग ही है, बिना कुछ करे बचता है, ये तो रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है.
The weaponry is really poor for G2 here. That bonus.
आजकल पापी पेट आ नहीं रहा है, पता नहीं क्या हो गया.
And Meteor's ultimate online as well, so T1 with a fantastic opportunity here to keep things going.
They're in a good spot. Even though they're 3 rounds down for now.
पहले तो बेंगलुरु वगैरह में है, लास्ट से
ready.
देखा था मैंने
Isu's got plenty of
Instagram.
time on that gate crash, but he hears that drone. You will have to respect it. If he was suppressed, he's a dead man walking. Still posted up onto the corner here, and that flash combined with the first shot accuracy. Isu's right there. Salvas at speed though. That is hot. Nowhere really safe to stand. Valen will at least punish that. Coming through, but it's more time for Meteor to try and stand up to it. But G2 is stingers. Different breed entirely.
Not a big fan of that decision from Meteor.
ज़रूरत ही नहीं है.
His teammates were pretty far away, and now it's a 3v3 with weapons given over. And no ult as well.
Plant कर दिया.
Jonah P looking to try and press the advantage as well. It's only Stax holding this one alone. It will be a 1v1. There's no real help from the rest of the team. Paranoia forwards. He's trying to hold it down.
What a swing.
Very much alone, and Stax EA does win that one out. Beautiful stuff. Sees
2v3.
avoided for now. TP forwards as well, and that's DH just sticking this one all the way through.
करना चालू कर
Dominating the smoke. These angles, it comes down to the random spam. You don't even want to opt into it.
Ninja diff हो गया.
T1 dragging it back. Valen trying to survive. He does carry the rifle into the next, but this is getting close now.
T1 save कर ली last moment
one step,
but
one
yeah.
round at a time.
It was only a half buy. I'm surprised at the way that G2 played this towards the end. 2 players still alive and nobody contests the smoke. I mean, you can dip your face into that from the bottom and jump peek, and you might even be able to get confirmation, but they were pretty confident that DH was just going for the tap instead of the stick. Here's a big rifle round though. This one's going to determine whether or not T1 are truly back in this game.
G2 are all in. See a TP across as well. A lot of util being thrown out here. Buzz pulls back. Valen is eager to take these fights. Isu though. Evens it out with the trade.
Nice.
TP's back over towards the A side. Dimensional Drift is going to be the next layer of things here for G2. We're trying to spot this one out. Good flash and a peek onto it, and we're going to see the fight taken here. Buzz trying to really square up. Dimensional Drift to get Izu out of dodge.
दोनों हीरो ने अल्ट खोल दी, एक हीरो का अल्ट खत्म हो गया, दूसरे का शुरू हो
picks up the rifle for it, but that is a crazy fight to take. DH wins it. Tree control dominated. T1 are putting a squeeze now. It's a vice script. Right to G2. At least expecting it, and it leaves it down to Trent now. 1v3, make it a 1v2. Meteor from behind does not want to let it get out of control.
There's a couple of fights here in these last few rounds that have been absolutely pivotal to T1 getting their feet under them and getting back into this game. I'm thinking about Stax's swing in the previous round over towards Waterfall. And here, DH
for a reason.
Just swinging out over Heaven here. This should have been Jorgamo getting the punish on it. And instead, it's a great movement.
Side पे update नहीं
हुई है.
all
the way out. I don't think that DH knew he was there, but reacts to it in the moment and wins a critical fight to get his team back into things. His paranoia also being able to put the punish on Jonah P. And T1 genuinely back in the fight. Looking pretty difficult to crack through here.
And his rounds have been rapid fire.
Well, this one should also be fairly pacey because Stingers in hand, headed towards B.
Big group up. Cover going out. TP and a drone to lead the charge. Jorgamo's going to be able to entry into this one. He's already gained a lot of ground. Nightfall's going to be committed nice and early here. T1 trying to take this one forward again. Meteor survives. Lays claim to the site. And the help of his team as well as complete domination.
2v3.
A और C side में जाओगे तो इजू पकड़ लेगा, बाकी side में बस खुद है.
Tuck tight. Wondering what the hell do we do now?
There's a large investment of ultimates there. Stax and Meteor both using ults to try to fend
9-9
off the
होगा.
So G2, there's a small silver lining, but this almost inevitably is going to be T1 tying things back up. A great beginning to this half for them.
Very good read from T1 in this round too. Adjustment of the setup over towards B as well, anticipating that we'd see G2 try and go for the B pop.
B जाएंगे
मरेंगे मेरे को लग रहा है rubble fight, right? So they go
30 seconds left.
A lot of layers on that.
Yeah, push G2 back if they were contesting rubble and then insta pivot into a B exec so that they're faster. I think a lot of credit should be given to Meteor and how he's playing these defensive setups though too, because it's taken so much time off the clock for G2 when they want to do something to get into a site.
He did get the orb, so we will have his ult for the next one. But this is T1 back into it. It's 9-9. They haven't stopped ever since they've hit the defensive half of this map on Lotus. Poetic as well that we see Lotus as the opener. Has forced that timeout out of G2 now. We're going to be seeing them having a bit of a word. Really struggling to deal with Izu's off. He's been getting consistent value.
Timeout लिया है G2
I think
ने.
I'm right in saying that Meteor ended the first half with only about 5 kills, and now he's got 13. So he's been frying here. Now that he's on the defense side. G2 are really struggling. The only round that they won was their anti-bonus. They'll have rifles back up again, but no real initiation ultimate, right? Normally you're looking towards the dimensional drift, maybe even the Nightfall or something to be able to get G2 into a spot. But all of that swagger seems to have calmed down a little on the side of the stage.
Definitely deflated.
A little, yeah. Because it looked like they might run away with it at the half.
Felt like it.
If they had been able to pick up a pistol, I think momentum and confidence was absolutely on their side, but T1 have got a strong mental themselves.
Showcasing neither of these teams wants to go down early. Neither of these teams want to exit out of groups.
I think this is a must-win map, really, for G2. I'm so surprised that they banned Bite. I echo the feelings of the desk. When I looked at that map veto, I couldn't really understand what was going on.
It's a weird one.
And the fact that we've got Corrode coming up next, T1 would be feeling delighted if they were to win here on Lotus. And so rounds like this, all important for G2. They had an 8-4 lead, and it could slip away right here.
Operator दोबारा है
play with the drone to take it again. Izu forced to respect it.
आगे जाके पीछे आके.
Doesn't want to be caught out in the open there with a suppression.
Look at both of these gate crashes deep on C.
Already triggered as well. Seeing it, Thorns, Armageddon, lay it down towards the back. Izu trying to find that pocket of play. There was really no safety here. Salvas and a will have to take that TP back out. It's alive for now. Open sight now for G2.
I like that ult combo. Valen TPing into the corner, taking all of the space up. No, not committed.
No, they're making it feel really awkward.
And tapping the door, opening it up. This has got to be Leaf defending the flank.
Yeah, he turned up on multiple avenues now with that stun ricocheting. G2 managed to hold it all the way back. Door slammed shut in their face. Meteor and Izu forced to do the rest. From a spot like this, quick reactions with the dodge.
Meteor.
He just still wants to make a play for it.
4v2.
2v4 for them. Hoping.
दोनों ही ऊपर देख रहे
हैं. For the opening, but Jorgamo does deliver that. Shots to the head. Meteor's dropped.
याद मेरी आ गई किसी को नहीं.
So G2
याद
बताएंगे।
मेरी आएगी
walk all over them on this half. They get
किसी
another
को
round on the
नहीं
board and now
सताएगी। वैसे
taking that
क्रिश
lead back.
कल हमारे यहाँ पे डिस्कॉर्ड
They
पे
had to play
गरबा
postman
पार्टी
there
है।
under a huge amount of
तुम्हारा
pressure.
आ
जो
जाओ भाई।
everywhere.
I was
तुम्हारा
calling
जो
Leaf being
प्लेलिस्ट
the
में आई
playmaker
एम
because he
बारबी
was
गर्ल
tucked
सॉन्ग
super
वगैरह
deep
है,
in the mouth. Leaf was
हटा
actually, he
के
missed the
पूरे पे
timing
गरबा सॉन्ग
completely.
फेंक देना।
T1 was so fast
आई
to
एम
flow back in
बारबी
there
गर्ल चिकनी
that actually
चमेली
the
फिर
work was done by
की
the players
जवानी
on site.
पिंकी
And
है
that's tough
पैसे
because they've got
वालों
Util
की।
flying at them all over the
ये
place.
सब गाने
Quite an
अच्छा
impressive
के-
fight to win from
अच्छे
G2
गाने
in that
शेयर
spot.
कर देना ठीक है। और आई एम बारबी गर्ल नहीं बची।
Managing to dodge the stun and the seize and play out slightly more aggressive positions. G2 get a lifeline
भाई
there, 'cause
किसी
that
दिन
almost
सोचो
certainly would have
गलती
been
से हम
T1
सारे
running away
मिल
with the
गए
game.
और कोई एनीमे
You look at the economy and T1 have still got a
cosplay
bit of a
वगैरह
cushion
में
to
जा रहे हैं
work
और
with.
एक डोरा या बारबी बन के आ रहा है।
Did take a lot as well from G2.
गाइस
Trent
आपको वो मैप में दिख रहा है ना
trying to
वो
be expended for them to take control of that C
भाई
site.
अलग ही
Yeah, and this
होगा
one's
भाई।
quite a dry round when you look at the
एनवी
ults.
तो चलो अंबानी
Unless
का
Leaf can get into
cosplay रोज
position on
करता है,
site,
उस दिन कुछ और
And
बन
then
ये
जाएगा
G2 will have a massive
देखने
advantage in post.
ये देख
G2 haven't really been going for
मैं
any
तो बनूंगी
A-Rebel reclears,
मिकासा।
but might choose to do so now. Very slow and spread across the map. Clone was sent
मैं
forward
साकामोटो
in
बन
case
गया
the
हूँ।
wall was front B.
साकामोटो
It's quite difficult to do one of these A-Rebel reclears actually, because DH has got the paranoia and then there's a stun that comes through afterwards.
Yeah. Both sent
So-
out for now though.
Yeah, actually, layering two of them on top of each other is going to give G2 a decent chance of getting back in now.
जिए तो जिए कैसे बिन आपके
Well, it should have
जैसे
been one or the
गाने
other
में
from
मेरे
T1.
Nice
प्लेलिस्ट
and
में
delayed
व्हाट
here. Throne trying to take a bit of spice. And we're going to see
ये
it.
कौन सी वो
ये
डिग्री वाला
कहीं
गाना
वही
था
तो
क्या
नहीं कि लड़कियों को जो इम्प्रेस करने के लिए वो
They're
हाँ हाँ
taking
टेलर
A-Rebel
स्विफ्ट
control.
सुनते हैं फिर
Stacks
प्लेलिस्ट
is
में
hyper
केसरी लाल
inserted.
यादव निकलते हैं।
Front B breaking
हैं?
the Prowler, making it really uncertain for
ओजी
G2 to
सॉन्ग
try and
सुनने
play.
वाले निकलते हैं
38
लड़कियों के
seconds
आगे
left.
ऐसे बोलते रहते हैं कि लाइक क्या बोलते हैं
Grouping up
हाँ
over
हाँ
towards C,
टेलर
but they haven't
स्विफ्ट
done
ये
defaulting
सभी
in terms
सुनते
of
हैं
getting rid
शॉन
of the vice
मेंडिस
util.
No, this is
हैं?
potentially disastrous right now for G2.
देखो ऊपर नीरज ने
we saw
सजेशन दिए है
T1
परी
lose
हूँ
one of
मैं
these rounds
गाना
to the
गरबा
clock.
सॉन्ग है
Yeah,
बोला है
smoke in your
तुमने
faces.
जो
It's a fake
सजेशन में
pressure
आई
to
मैं
try and pull
बारबी
these
गर्ल
players
क्यों
again,
लिखा है
but as we were saying, they're going to pull back this Util and Isu happy to disrespect once more. Still stunned
भाई
up, slowed
ट्रेड हो
down.
गया
Players trying to get
4v4 है
themselves in again.
गाइस
That plan is
प्लान
to go down
करने
with
का
only barely
टाइम
any
तो
time to walk.
नहीं
It's
है
up to Jorgamo.
जल्दी
It's all up
जल्दी
to
भाई
Jorgamo.
जोगोमो
One man
अकेले ही
army.
कर रहा है
He had to hold them off.
जोगोमो
प्लान
अकेले
हो रहा है
खेलेगा
गाइस
Relentless.
इधर जोगोमो को निकाल दिया
Aggression here from
बोलते
T1 as well, going to be slowed down with Jorgamo dropping, but that plant is down. That's the important
2v3
part of it.
है
Stacks eager to
अनपॉसिबल
take the fight.
डिस्पॉसिबल लग रहा है
Forwards here alongside DH.
ब्लाइंड भी आ गया
Find you.
G2 do have that player advantage though, but still that horn
नाइस
reveals
2v2
Valen
कर
being
तो
down
दिया है
for
चलो
across the
चलो कम
wall.
ऑन
Players
हो
repositioning.
जाएगा हो जाएगा
Tap to try and pull them out wide into the
पीछे से आ
open.
गया।
DH with that instant return to the
1v1
fire. But he doesn't expect this
1v1
leap. Bit of whiffage onto the side of it. Bullets through it. And final bullet.
16
The
HP
reload
मार
has to be
देगा
committed.
easy
DH in a tricky
easy
spot.
है
Tricky
easy मार
spot
दो
indeed. It needs to be precise. It needs to be sharp.
डिफ्यूज भी करना
Surgical, and the
नहीं
pressure is all on him. Leaf is just toying with him.
दोनों चीज एक साथ
Time
नहीं होगा स्टिक कर लो
denied
स्टिक
again.
कर लो
11-9 का
G2
स्कोर
get
हो
to
गया है
11.
गाइस लेट्स गो सब लोग लाइक
Such a
वगैरह करो
smart player, man.
पोल
In
पे
that
वोट
spot,
करो
it's so easy to get in
एक
your
लाइक
head
करो
and
फट
offer
फट
up a kill. And he just messes with DH completely. Jorg is such a hero though in this round. Because I think they messed up the macro a little bit here. Going back into C against Vice Utility and two players on site.
You like that shit? Let's go, boys.
पिकअबू पिकअबू
Jorg and Leaf playing that round immaculately though. And now T1 forces
चलो
to take a
T1 का भी
These
टाइम
last
आउट
two
आ
rounds
चुका है
have changed the course of this game. They've got G2 on much firmer footing.
इजू
Two
को ना
rounds
बोल
away
दे
now from
ऑपरेटेड
locking up
को फाइल
Lotus.
करके
When it looked like T1 were doing everything right on their defense side. Even in that round, I think it's just a matter of taking the gunfights.
Sure.
I think it's more to do with like Isu probably should have been trying to pull attention.
गाइस कम ऑन लाइक
and then
वगैरह
let Meteor
करो
through the smoke,
like
rather
करो
than
फट
Meteor running through the smoke.
ये
trying to follow up.
And Isu trying to follow up. Yeah, you don't really want your opponent
ये
to be the one
11
trying to get the trade. So
गलती से इसमें
some
ओटी हो गया
coordination
तो
issues there. But again, Jorg had to, you know,
Had to step up and he did.
had to step up and win some important fights, otherwise the round was cooked.
It's been so back and forth between these two teams so far. T1 looking at again.
गाइस
correct it.
पता ना मैं किसका कॉस्प्ले कर रही हूँ ठीक है
On their way baक in, but now it looks like G2
किसका
have got the right
कॉस्प्ले
read.
मैं कर रही हूँ बताना है बातों से
Even if it was, the macro was a
गाइस
little bit
टेक्निकली
wonky.
अगर देखा जाए तो बस का
Over
अल्ट
to
है
without too much
तो
time
बस
without
अगर
clearing up the
अल्ट
vice setup.
करके 2-3 फ्रैग निकालता है पर इधर वाइपर का अल्ट है, अपन लोग क्या करेंगे, वाइपर का अल्ट सी में कर देंगे टेक्निकली, फिर देखे तो ओमेन टीपी करके चेक करके आ सकते हैं। बताओ किसका कॉस्प्ले बताओ।
ये विंग्स है ना टेक्निकल बोलने वाला।
हर एक राउंड में जिंक्स करता है भाई, टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो
इनकी दी से पूछता है अभी
कभी लगावे जब लिपस्टिक सुनते हुए मिल जाओ तो समझ जाना सेम। तो लगावे लू जब लिपस्टिक ही ले लाया डिस्ट्रिक्ट जिला टॉप लागे लू कमरिया।
Pulls out the thorns, a lot of util being laid
down. हम भी वही सुनते हैं, हम भी वही सुनते हैं।
अरे कैसे मारा ये?
नाइस टीवी बचा हुआ है, कम ऑन यार, कम ऑन प्लीज ट्रेड हो के
2v2 बस you can do it.
From that tight cut up angle and Izu is miles away.
Spike planted.
Now left in the 1v2.
2v1 with operator.
Some misplays on G2.
सेव कर लेनी चाहिए ऑपरेटर।
मैच पॉइंट हो जाएगा यार, अभी मैच पॉइंट हो जाएगा यार गाइस।
एक जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है, क्योंकि दोनों एक ही साइड देख रहे हैं।
It's a headshot straight through the wall. Izu damaged, limping into this fight. He's got to be worried about it though, and now respected. When the position is known, Valorant can just play close to the corner. Trent can swing off him.
He's going to
unlosable. Yeah.
सेव करेगा वो।
I'm really impressed with the way that G2 are anticipating these swings in. T1's style is very unusual. They play to deny the plant more than any team that we've got at this tournament. 45% of the time, if you look across stage 2, they didn't allow their opponents to even get the spike planted in the floor.
I mean, look at their comp. I mean, you're running Euro Neon.
Yeah.
Trying to follow the sound and trying to fight them.
And look at the way that they're flooding through
पता है
waterfall.
मैं वो आज का सर्वर चेक कर रहा था ना, एक बंदे का पूरा प्रेडिक्शन सही निकला, पूरा का पूरा प्रेडिक्शन सही निकला, एक भी गलत नहीं।
Look how ready the G2 players are for this fight.
चलो ये सब गाने में नाचता हुआ क्रिस दिख जाए तो ठीक है, गाने पे हम भी वाइब करते हैं। बट कभी कभी अगर लड़कियों के कमेंट सेक्शन में क्रिस का कमेंट दिख जाए, स्ले क्वीन स्ले, यू गो गर्ल, ये सब अगर दिख जाए तो है फिर क्या है? यू गो गर्ल, स्ले क्वीन स्ले, हे क्वीन यू ड्रॉप दिस है।
All ults starting to come online for both teams.
तो अलग ही लग।
Be explosive. Again, Izu constantly being forced to play a bit further back here. Respect the drone, TP away, but he's still been finding that good value with the operator in his hand. He's been consistent. Slow and steady by G2 though. Not looking to open themselves up with any mistakes. Potentially going for that A-Rebel reclear again, grouping up.
I'd like to see DH and Buzz talk about who's using the paranoia or the stun.
Nice for drift. Smoke in his hands here. I mean, listen,
T1 को कम बैक करना पड़ेगा। ऊपर ही है, ऊपर ही देख लिया। ये रुके इतने।
Lit up, Valen will claim his life. Adversary down, and the slightest of angles to work with. Joel already expecting for that repeat. Stacks finished. It's a 3v5. G2 in the driving seat. And it needs to be heroics from Buzz. It needs to be here and now. Stuns, ricocheting, overdrive, off! And a multitude of targets to deal with, but too much to overcome. In a spot like this, till that ult held, but Meteor is back to everyone.
कृष्ण ने पता है एक गाना सजेस्ट किया मेरे को, पता है बजाने के लिए, वो टिकटॉक वाला।
He's a big game player and he's come to play today.
जीत गए गाइस, अपना मैच टिकट जीत गए हैं।
Just like in that Masters Bangkok
वो वाला गाना, यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या किया,
यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या
a little more push to the brink and completely unknown maps coming up.
Absolutely, that's drifting into the unknown variables of Corrode as our next map. Bound to be exciting. We'll see what T1 have got up their sleeves.
कुछ नहीं किया भाई, कुछ नहीं किया।
What's going on?
ये देखो, ये देखो।
Happy birthday! Nice.
आईडी तो होता है वो।
Sit down.
चलो चलो ठीक है, तुम चलो एक मतलब हम लोग इमेजिनरी स्टोरी बनाते हैं, ठीक है? तुम्हें मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, तुम मतलब वाइब वाले सॉन्ग सुनते हो, जैसे कि लाइक ओजी सॉन्ग, हिंदी सॉन्ग, बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग, फिल्मी सॉन्ग, ठीक है? और तुम्हारी सपनों की रानी जो है ऐसी है कि लाइक वो थोड़ी मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, टेलर स्विफ्ट वगैरह सुनती है, ये सब शॉन मेंडिस, जस्टिन बीबर, ठीक है, सेलिना गोमेज, ये सब सुनती है। फिर तुम्हें चाय वगैरह पसंद है, उसे माचा वगैरह पसंद है, ठीक है? तुम वो क्या बोलते ट्रेंडी जो इंडिया में फनी फनी मीम आते हैं, कुछ भी वायरल हो जाते हैं, वो सब स्टोरी पे लगाते हो। वो सिर्फ एस्थेटिक स्टोरी लगाती है, लाइक कभी मतलब कैफे वगैरह में, स्टारबक्स में, ये सब। तो तुम क्या करोगे बताओ? बताओ।
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here.
हो गया लगता है।
Feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant. If you want to win.
चलो नेक्स्ट मैप पिक है आप लोगों के T1 का, उसमें करना ही होगा वरना जीजी, जीतना ही होगा।
करोड़ है।
गाइस सब लोग लाइक कर दो फटाफट, 20 लाइक अपने हो रहे हैं।
एक लाइक करो फटाफट।
और अपने टीम को लक सेंड करने के लिए प्लीज पोल पे वोट करो। रिश्ता कैंसिल कर दूंगा, ऐसा क्या? मतलब तुम्हारी सपनों की रानी तुम्हारी वाइब वाली होनी चाहिए, मतलब वाइब मैच होनी चाहिए, मानते हो? मुझसे पहले मेरी मम्मी पापा को पसंद आनी चाहिए। बिल्कुल, ये अच्छी बात कही कृष्ण ने, बहुत अच्छी बात कही है। क्या बात है, नाइस, सल्यूट। ये होती है बात। W, चलो मेरे भाई को अच्छी लड़की मिलेगी। गूगल से उठाया जस्ट, इसी की तैसी मुझे लगा था आईडी हैक हुआ है। सल्यूट वगैरह सब वापस लेती हूँ। जो भी मिलेगी प्लीज हमें कंप्लेन कर देना, कुछ भी ये करे हम लोग वन साइडेड मारेंगे इसको।
और क्या
भैंस की आंख।
गूगल से उठाया बोले।
मम्मी पापा को पसंद आने के बाद भी धोखा मिलेगा अब। जमाना ये हो गया है। इसने गूगल से उठाया बाय द वे। इतने ऑनेस्ट नहीं बनना चाहिए। वाह, सीरियसली क्रिश, तुम्हारी जो भी गर्लफ्रेंड बनेंगी ना उसको हम बोलेंगे कि ये कुछ भी करे हमें बता देना, हम लोग सिंगल हैंडेडली वन साइडेड मारेंगे इसको पकड़ के। क्रिश की फील्डिंग तो वैसे भी सेट है।
पिकता तो रहता है।
G2 का कोच एक बात बताओ, प्यार कभी सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगा। अब वही जमाना ऐसा है।
Which quite didn't look like the perfect solution you guys were looking for. So why let it through? And should we be expecting another surprise?
There's going to be another surprise. We felt like we could mess with 2-1 a little bit, give an unorthodox veto. And it was definitely a risk that we were just happy to take. And if they want to call that and pick Kuro, which is not something that they're very known for, be my guest. I think it'll be a banger map 2. Who knows? I'm glad we got map 1, and even if we lose, we're happy with map 3.
You just keep telling me, there's a surprise, but you don't give me anything. So this time, why not just give me a little bit of spoiler?
Maybe the tail merchants are back.
Oh, okay. We'll be looking forward to that, and thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
क्यूटी तो है, वाह।
Josh,
ये देखो,
here, I love this new
संगति
side.
में रह रह के
Team
जाहिर
but
बिगड़
G2,
गए
of
हैं
course,
इधर.
they take map 1, and if we take a look at the HyperX reflex, you know, Valen was talking about he wanted his revenge, and I think we saw how much he wanted
Dude,
it.
Valen was playing so well this match. He was hitting, this round in particular was lovely from him, just charging through the Viper wall, adjusts onto 3, and closes out the round as well. That game got quite close. T1 started coming back in the second half, even towards the end of that first half, but it was some big plays from guys like Valen, and that clutch by Leaf, I think, that really shored up their victory on this very important map.
And the constant attitude that we're seeing on the stage, like the G2 boys are giving 100%. We're seeing also how they're reacting to T1, and we saw so many mistakes. That anti-eco round that should have never happened. Yes, they were getting back at the end of that first half, and definitely for the majority of the second one. But G2, every single time there's that timeout, there's that change, there's that adaptation, changing tempo, close the map.
I do want to give credit to T1 for almost getting back in, though, especially that first half, because I thought G2 had such a great read of how to play into this double duelist comp to begin. They did a great job of punishing T1 when they went for their post-flan aggression that they're known for. But T1 really changed things up. Izu in particular, who's the top of their
second देना guys,
was
मैं
in
आ
a
रही
lot
हूँ.
of ways, I think, that catalyst of actually still finding success with that aggression into G2.
In fact, it was Izu practically from the defense with the operator creating so much chaos, and probably one of the reasons why this match ended up being so close.
Yeah, it's probably one of the rare times I also saw DH panicking a little bit in certain situations. Maybe
that 1v1 versus Leaf.
The decision making is a little bit less clean.
The thing is, though, that this was like the map where G2 was favored, where they kind of had to win because they go into Corrode. So T1 keeping it really competitive, I think, is still a good sign.
Well, let's see what Coach Autumn had to say ahead of map 2.
Hi guys, Jen here with Coach Autumn of T1. Tough loss Autumn on that first map. Lotus did look a bit shaky against Team Heretics, but when it comes to facing G2 on Lotus, we all know that they've been running the Taeho comp for a while. So what do you think made it kind of tricky for you facing G2 on this map? And what do you think we need to look out for when it comes to map 2? 감독님, 아무래도 팀 헤리틱스 전에 그 로터스가 살짝 불안해 보이기는 했었는데요. G2 같은 경우에는 로터스에서 태호 조합을 꽤 오랫동안 기용해왔잖아요. 이번 로터스가 좀 어떤 점이 많이 까다로웠고, 그리고 이제 두 번째 세트 어떤 부분이 중요하다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
사실 G2가 이미 많이 보여준 조합이기 때문에 그 조합을 이제 어떻게 굴리는지는 당연히 예상은 돼 있었는데, 사실 이제 그 문제보다는 이번 챔피언스 들어서 DRG 경기랑 헤레틱 경기랑 방금 했던 맵도 그렇고 전체적으로 선수들이 이제 좀 원래 하던 레벨에 비해서 좀 더 생각이 굳어있는 그런 걸 많이 느끼는데, 커뮤니케이션적으로도 그 부분을 해결하기 위해서 노력을 많이 하고 있고, 만약 그게 해결이 된다면은 다음 맵이나 앞으로 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, yeah, we knew there was a lot of tapes on them running the Taeho comp, and we came in prepared strat-wise, but I think the biggest problem for us in Champions Paris, all through the Dragon Rangers game and Team Heretics games, and even what happened on Lotus, the comps weren't really flowing and we're very rigid, so we're trying to ease the energy up a bit and make sure that the comps flow and we're able to perform up to the standard and up to the form that we know we can potentially have. So that will be something that we'll be working on heading into map 2. Thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
I don't know
ये
if
मैप
that's a good thing
T1
or
को
bad thing
जीतना
that
ही
we
होगा
know
वरना
something
जीजी
like
से
that
guys.
specific about what's going
ये
on,
हुई ना
because
बात
it doesn't sound
डायरेक्ट
like
I
an
love
easy
you
thing to fix between maps.
No, absolutely. The tournament life and your entire year is on the line. We're seeing that we're hearing that they're rigid, that they're not having fun, that they're not enjoying, and on the other side of the stage is the complete opposite.
Yeah, G2 looks so much more lax in the way that they're playing, not in their discipline, but just in terms of their mentality of not letting the mistakes get the better of them. And I do feel like that's the biggest difference of G2 in September of 2025 versus the G2 who played at Bangkok, who was that team that was so tense, whose comms are messing up, who, quite honestly, let that final slip against T1 last time they played.
And it's got to be on Corrode here. I mean, you heard it from Josh RT. If
Guys,
they want to pick it, he's like, what, they could fall into a trap. And I mean, I think
Guys,
there's some truth in that. We
City
have seen in the
Challenger
past
में
where
लड़कियां
when maps get
खेलेंगी
left open on purpose, it
नवंबर
does
में
end up
हेलेन
being a
वाह
trap. But I don't know how
वाह
likely
ये
this is
देखो
given G2's win.
दिन आपको लॉयल
My
लड़की
question is,
मिलेगी
who is it a trap for? Because there's a comp change for T1 as well. They're taking a leaf out of fellow Korean team DRX. They're running
चलो
their
इधर
own
आगे
way
है
now.
एजेंट
But looking
फॉर
at G2,
कोरोड
they've switched things up. They're
योरू
back to
वाइपर
the Yoru. Now they're adding the tail into the mix, like he alluded to.
इधर है double duelist Neon Village.
This is the first time that he's
फिर
going to be playing
Fade
the way
Omen
he's going to
White.
be doing
Same
at an
here.
all for nothing here in Corrode. So
पिछली वाला
definitely
ही
it
है
adds even more speed onto this double duelist. You're going to be dealing with a lot of very fast aggression, and I think that the person that I
66% win
expect
rate
to
है
lift up the team is Stacks.
I'm interested to see how G2 approach mid-control on their attacking side. They're going to get beat out in those fights by the Neon if they go hard. So super interested to see how much they turn this map around with limited time.
For G2, they're one map away from getting their revenge. Let's see Bren and Saito. What T1 are made of here?
Hopefully sterner stuff here for T1, and honestly with the
इतनी भी
competition
loyal
change, should be back in their wheelhouse. Izu and Buzz,
वाह
double duelist,
बात
very exec
तो
heavy, very team fight heavy as well. You can
बात
really
तो
go
है
for
सोच
it on
समझ
this
के
map,
प्यार
and even
करना
G2 as well making a
किसी से
couple
वाओ
of changes, obviously from their last composition.
motivational
Double
chat
Sentinel,
क्या
toss
बात
him out the window.
Yeah, going from double sentinel to double
चलो
initiate
गाइस
to
मैप
zero
2
sentinel.
T1
So it
को
does make
उठाना ही
a
पड़ेगा
huge
वरना
difference to
इधर
the
ही
comps.
करियर खत्म
We haven't seen either of these teams on
Win
exactly
rate
these
बहुत ज़्यादा
comps.
है
No
T1
idea
का
what to expect.
Meteor. Peeking early on, but he might have just missed that timing. Drone, though, is going to be spoiling
अभी
most of that.
जिंदा
Tries
हूँ तो
to
जी
pre-aim
लेने
it.
दो
Meteor will take it out. The wall in his
जी
face, though.
लेने दो
Setting this one up.
खारी
Crown going to be
बरसात
broken nice
में
and early.
जी
Stray
लेने
shots
दो
from
वाओ
Stacks, praying.
अभी जिंदा
Hoping for a
हूँ तो
connection.
जी
He's getting a lot of
लेने
damage
दो
chipped down into him. Wall triggered out, slowing down the fight once more. Shots in the dark on either side.
Buzz picking up a
चलो
bit of
मैच
control
स्टार्ट हो गया
towards mid. This Viper Wall very committed to an A finish. So even if you go back and
वो
re-explore, they're
पीने
just
वाली
looking to push
बात
people
नहीं
back and
कर
still
सकता
end in an A
गंदे
split. I've got
बच्चे
to imagine. I mean, T1
करते
are not
हैं
going to
ऐसा
want to
क्या
move their defenders away too much.
Leaf is deep inserted. Might be choosing to take a timing
स्टोरी
against
सो
Meteor as
गुड
well.
भाई
Fight
के लिए दो
to
तीन
be had. He is hard tucked into the corner into A main
उसको
currently.
दो
Mardis
तीन क्यूटी से मन नहीं भरेगा उसको ये
bit of a
पूरा
sprint and
मोहल्ला
quick tours
चाहिए
over towards the other side of things.
It looks like they were thinking about running a B fake, and now Spike in this direction. Maybe Valen deciding to just end on B.
Yeah, maybe a bit of hard committal. Seen that double
ओ
dash.
भाई
Oh,
वेले
Izu,
का
hello. You've
एंट्री
seen plenty of bodies, and he's out in the open. They've jumped on him.
All right.
And we're seeing it flood in here, and attempt by T1, at least the salvos make it so that there's only one pocket to stay in and stand in and try and stand your ground. Still Valent's overwhelmed by that presence, but the bodies, they flood in afterwards.
2v3 बचा हुआ है गाइस स्लीप बहुत लो है इधर
2v3 on pistol rounds. Anything's doable, anything's possible. Comes down to these fights that are taken. Stacks wins his out, but he's the last one left now into that 1v2. A lot of damage done to Leaf prior. One bullet will do him in. Doesn't matter where it lands, and he is hard clearing all of these positions. Found his mark, leaves it into the 1v1. Damage done though. 44 HP.
ओ
Trent playing off here in a position
1v1
planted in. It's not really ideal from him up towards top heaven. Trent taking that P jump spot. Stacks half onto the defuse already. He's earned himself a bit of a spot to win in here.
आ गया
Time pressure eased off,
कर
but
लिया
Trent still lands those shots.
एंटी गाइस
Pistol round here
एंटी
for
तीन मार
G2.
दिए थे स्टैक्स ने
Big reaction there from Stacks as well. Both hands on his head. Refocus now for the next round, but you could tell that he's pretty devastated that he lost that. And that was the exact moment where E2 realized that he messed up. He double dashed in with his racked out in the open to try to get some information, and they're way closer than he realizes. Yeah, there's the reaction I'm talking about. Stacks not happy with just where his bullets went there towards the end. That was very winnable. He was in a nice position. But it's E2's mistake that opens things. We're not sure how good either of these teams are going to be with this comp, or these comps. T1 could have been practicing it for weeks.
इधर ही आ गए सब
Hello,
लोग
TP, but he's still hard committed into the corner of the fight. They haven't cleared him. Joke's still here. Surely there would be that return of the fire. It is there.
पिस्टल राउंड है ना कुछ कर नहीं सकते
Practice levels of these teams.
ये राउंड भी गया गाइस
T1 we haven't
0
seen
का
since
स्कोर
week
होगा
3
इधर
Pacific.
Yeah.
On Corrode.
राइट में ही दोनों
We at least know that G2, this is
पीछे
the
का
last
गया
minute
Meteor
pivot. You don't know for T1 how long they've been playing this. Leaf, checking the flank. You've got to be doing that pretty religiously because no sentinel in your comp giving you that flank watch. But the no sentinel comps are really powerful here on Corrode. On attack and even on defense. They can be very, very good. So I actually like the comps that both teams are playing. They go in different directions, but I have no qualms with them. A lot better than the Cypher Sage stuff anyway that somebody cooked up in the G2 camp. That one needed adjustment.
चलो अभी बाय राउंड होगा T1 का
Stingers coming into the next round as G2 look to try to win a bonus. This A wall has been main thing that Leaf is running
Mid
with.
पे बस
Pulled out
एक
as
ही
the
जना
default
देख
wall
रहे हैं।
rather than the one through mid.
भाई एक
It's a
बात
little bit
बताओ,
strange, 'cause normally you want the
आसपास
Viper to
को
help you take
धोखा
some
मिला
control.
था तभी इतना अच्छा प्लेयर बना।
And you normally see teams with the double Q list relying more on the site execs.
I know, इसलिए करंट में वो बहुत अच्छा लॉयल एंड सब कुछ है, धोखे से ही सीखते हैं सब। बात तो सही कही
Early on here
आपने।
by G2, looking to take the orb up.
बात तो सही कही है,
TP
ट्रू
committed to as well, so now they're starting
110%।
to pile bodies over towards the opposite
गाइस कम ऑन
side of
लाइक
the map.
कर दो यार सब लोग।
Yeah, Valen's definitely messed with T1's defensive setup at the moment, but there's still a Vice to get through over here. A wall, and when the wall gets contact, a flash.
Yeah, Meteor is able to swing off of that one.
And Meteor can just jump peek this the whole time because Leaf hasn't committed this orb in the direction. Normally there's an orb that lands on top of
ये
bricks
सब
right
क्या
here.
बातें हो रही है, मैं तो अभी भी लॉलीपॉप
Meteor wouldn't be
खाता
able to
हूँ
jump
हैं।
peek it.
वाह
Still going to hold it down. G2 was looking for the reaction, perhaps, re-clearance.
That seems to suggest they don't realize the Vice is here.
Yeah.
Because if the Vice wall is in A main, they're not going to be clearing that deep.
The wall cuts it up, spots and reveals Izu's position. The dash back and away here, but Meteor does find himself stray Jorgamo. Leaf is also forwards past that wall, but he's very much alone with that timing that he's caught. He's off to the side here. Nightfall now can get a bit of a move on. Hit the drop down, lay down at his feet. Izu needs that defense, needs that response. T1 trying to
bring them down.
at least approach rapidly to the scene. They're trying to help that fight happen and occur, but the backstab picked apart.
स्टडी क्या
From the
करते
scene,
हो, कौन
G2
से
still
क्लास
not ready for
वगैरह
this fight to be
कॉलेज
taken.
कहाँ
T1
पे हो?
are so damn
3v2.
fast here, and time ran short. Jonah P can't quite land that shot. One
खत्म
bullet would have helped.
ये 1-2
How low Buzz is. T1 still hold on. 2 players surviving against the bonus.
It looked dangerous for a moment there. Jorg giving away his life a little easily, and Leaf caught by the saturate.
वैसे गाइस
But the
आज
ultimate
का
offered them an
किस्सा
opportunity. And as you
बताता
say,
हूँ,
Valent
बताओ
just
बताओ।
had, I mean, look at that. He has no clue that there's a player already that deep on the corner.
Let's go, guys!
So danger averted, but also look at the buy here for G2. It's not like it's amazing. There's an outlaw.
मैं क्लास
got 3
11 में
targets that
हूँ
it could
दीदी,
block.
ऐसा
Yeah, could
क्या
do some
नाइस
work.
यार।
Yeah, so Leaf very deliberately
क्या
going
बात है?
over to that. And again, the Vice set up over towards A. The wall as well in that direction.
On a flash.
चलो अभी दोनों टीम्स में बाय है।
G2 want to respect that. Dimensional
अच्छा खासा भाई।
Prior work put in.
Same kind of call here from Valent.
Contact re-clearing. Trent has to try and hold that down. It's good, quick with the reaction, so Izu's going to be dropped. Meteor is right there behind him. If he goes down, the setup on A does too.
To be honest, the setup on A is already going to be under serious threat
आप
because Jorgen
लोगों
was
को
ultimate.
पता है कि मैं
Gonna find out
टेक्निकल
exactly what's
हेड
going on. The
हूँ
clone already triggered the
और
wall as
मेरे
well.
साथ
broken.
बहुत
A
अलग-अलग हेड्स
is
होते हैं।
very
Indian
weak
heads
currently.
Dimensional drift.
है उनमें से
Sets the tone for the rest of this round
जिसने
now.
आज एक
Smoke's popped up.
सेकेंड ईयर
Which will
की
be used as well for due
बच्ची को
diligence.
मेरे
Meteor.
पास भेजा
Salvo his feet.
इंटरव्यू
He's
के
forced
लिए।
forwards
कौन
into the
सा
fight here. There's a
इंटरव्यू?
lot of information gathered up by Jorgamo off and around. That's a re-clear chord 4. Sees down at the feet to try and defend. A lot of damage done, but at least still having his one. There's a fight on those multiple fronts. The A site, though, is given up. Forced to by T1. They lose enough players in the process. Leaves it down to that 2v4.
If you can't find an easy kill here, you might want to go for a save.
Jorgen
DH
back.
2v4 है guys।
Yeah, Leaf still watching it.
I think you've got to save at this point. But Jorg, I was going to say Jorg is coming
सेव
around
भी नहीं
behind, but
कर
it's
पाए,
Leaf with a
3-1 का
headshot.
स्कोर इधर हो
Takes down
चुका है।
DH from long distance. That outlaw got so much value. But also, the calling here from
और एक
Valent
chat
is ruining T1.
देख रही हूँ, एक second।
He's B-defaulting at the start of the round and then just going back into the Viper setup. The clone is breaking the wall. There was only one player on the
और
site the
मुझे
whole time
पता
as well.
तक नहीं था
There's
वो
no chance
आई
for
और
T1 when their
पूछी
defensive
है
rotates to
कौन
put
है।
3 players on the
सब
opposite side.
बोलते हैं मैं हूँ, then she
Valent's
says
finding the weak
इंटरव्यू
side.
लोगे,
And
आप
ending
ऐसा
A
बताया
almost every
गया।
time. Again, Viper wall
मुझे
goes towards
टेक्निकल
A.
हेड हूँ, मैं तो
T1 not
मुझे
really abusing it by
टेक्निकल टीम
dominating
के
mid.
लिए करना है। अच्छा
Not
ऐसा
getting
क्या?
info on B quickly enough to re-clear.
फिर क्या तुमने इंटरव्यू लिया या फिर
the
बिना
moment, why would you
इंटरव्यू
change
लिए
anything?
ही
No,
हैं?
same stuff, same setup.
It's T1 that need the adjustment quickly. I'd be tempted if I was Autumn to try to call attack time out here, actually. Might see it before the next rifle round.
चलो अभी इको राउंड है T1 का दोबारा।
Adjustments
बस को
needed.
देखो
Oh, shots.
बुलेट डॉज कर रहे हैं वॉल बैंग वाले।
Barely puts his body away from it.
इंटरव्यू लेना पड़ता है टेक्निकल टीम के लिए सेकंड ईयर का और मैंने कभी लिया नहीं तो मैंने 2-3 सवाल पूछे और फिर वो डर गई मैंने बोला ओपन है फिर डर गई तो मैंने बोला बाद में देख रहे हो गाइस देख रहे हो क्या क्या सवाल पूछा जाता है वैसे भाई बुरा लग रहा है उसके लिए आईडी के उसका इंटरेस्ट होगा बट उसको नॉलेज इतना नहीं था
Handshake there with a stun, and a paranoia. There's 30 seconds left.
देखो कोई फीमेल वगैरह टीम में है तो बात करवाओ थोड़ा सा नॉलेज वगैरह दे दो सिखाओ उसको अगर इंटरेस्टेड है वो तो जरूर सीख जाएगी
Trying to push back.
इसे कोई निकाल
Time was short, but it's played down to the tiniest of
चलो
details.
प्लान भी करना है प्लान इधर लगा दिया गया है ये तो इको राउंड है तो ये G2 को ही मिलेगा
1-4 मीटर कुछ भी कर सकता
बोलते ही गया
testing that pressure on B, realizing that it was a bit too much and backing out. That's the advantage of the
थोड़ा
Yoru, I suppose.
टेक्निकल रिलेटेड था तो आपको समझेगा नहीं
get
इतना
in, have a
इसलिए
feel,
थोड़े डरावने थे उसके लिए
and then
ऐसा
even
क्या
found a kill, I think, through a smoke towards the end as well.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there it is.
टेक्निकल सवाल मतलब टेक्निकल
Here
हेड
comes
हो
this timeout from
टेक्निकल
T1.
टीम तो वही देखती है ना
more a
मतलब
fan of taking these
सब
before the
मतलब
ecos, but I think it's
इवेंट
fine
जो भी हो
either
रहा है
way
उधर
here.
सब कुछ सेट है कि
Autumn's
नहीं है
got to
ये
come up with
वो
an adjustment, though.
है कि नहीं
How much practice has
नॉलेज
T1
को
actually had? Do they
कृष्ण
have all of
सही
these
बोला
things
कि
in their
नॉलेज
strap
ना
box to
हो
be able to
इंटरेस्ट
work
हो
around?
तो भी सिखा देंगे
Also,
बस
if
इंटरेस्ट
I'm
होना
Josh,
चाहिए ना खुद
I'm calling something
कि
very
आप
different
सामने
this
से
round
कुछ
coming up.
सिखा रहे हो इसमें
Because you know that
ये
Autumn's
करना है
made an
वो बस
adjustment based
ऐसे ही
on your
मतलब
default game
आगे
plan, so
फोकट में
wanna
और
subvert
ऐसे ही बिहेव कर
expectations.
रहे कि हाँ
Exactly.
हाँ ओके हाँ ठीक है कुछ होगा
Same
तो
setup over
ये
T1.
हेड को
Comes the
बता
device,
देंगे कि
you
ये
tilt
कर
over
दो
towards A.
ये कैसे करना था ऑन द पॉइंट पूछेंगे तो
So
वो तो
completely
मतलब
swapping up where
फिर
G2 are playing.
काम नहीं
So
आएगा ना
the defaulting happening towards A while Leaf controls B. And I think this is because they're anticipating a trap play on B.
Now look at that, holding their ground, ready for it. Just in case, T1's comp does have that potential for
जिसका
explosive power.
इंटरेस्ट रहता है वो इंटरव्यू लेते
Fight
टाइम
rapidly on
दिख
their own
जाता
terms.
है
Deep down mid.
और
T1
फर्स्ट
controlling
इंटरव्यू
mid at the
वगैरह
start of
हो
this round,
डर
and the
जाते
op
हैं ना
posted on
लोग
this line.
नर्वस होते हैं कि
Wow,
लाइक
that's it.
क्या होगा क्या सवाल पूछेंगे नहीं
Peak as
हुआ
well, it's
मेरा
just spamming with a couple of bullets, but doesn't really want to contest with the rest of that.
It's good information as well. It tells you a lot about the defensive setup. You know that A is going to be stacked.
डिफेंडिंग मैप
You
है
know that
कम ऑन
T1 have
यार
mid.
T1
Question is now, how did G2 deal with that?
क्या कर रहे हैं
Bold from E2 as well.
Yeah.
Good info for his team, but how far do you want to get onto this line?
It's a lot of angles to clear there. It's very brave. It's deep though. T1 to be able to stack this one over. Bit of spam
चलो।
straight shots, that's straight into the smoke
अच्छा
zone.
फ्रैग निकाला है
Jogamo
T1
gone. He's the initiator factor, really. The only duelist that can play off most of
नॉलेज
this.
का ठीक है बट
Off of that drone, 30 seconds left roughly here. Nightfall's going to be hard committed. T1 just trying to stunt this one. DH getting a bit of a move on.
काम
Down here, the
करने
horn has to be broken, and
का
Izu is way out
और
open.
कुछ लोग बस
20
अटेंडेंस
seconds
के लिए
left
आते
roughly.
हैं
He's trying to
इसलिए
get the
थोड़ा
backstab going for them because G2 are none
सोचना
the wiser.
पड़ता
They
है
have to clear
प्लस
all
मैंने
sorts of
कभी
sections
इंटरव्यू
here.
भी नहीं
This is chaos. In a few final moments here, trying to
जो
go all the way
इम्पोर्टेंट
up and
चीजें
already
हैं लाइक
returning.
क्या बोलते हैं तुम्हें तो
T1,
पता ही
the
होगा
collapse from
टेक्निकल
every
टीम
single
में क्या क्या
side.
इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें हैं क्या क्या
Calling
ज्यादा
the
चीजें
G2 for as
होती है
much as we're
लाइक ये
praising it. Got
सिचुएशन
away from
क्रिएट
them
हो
there.
जाते हैं
Yeah,
तो
well, I
उन
think that's a
सबके
great
रिगार्डिंग ही
adjustment
सवाल
called
पूछो
by
पहले
Autumn
ऐसे ही
too.
नाम
Great
वगैरह
usage
हॉबी
of
क्या
attack
है
timeout
ऐसे
to
पूछ
completely
पूछ के
give your team a
कंफर्टेबल
different
करा
defensive
दिया
setup
करो
that worked wonders.
लाइक
The fact
नर्वस
that
होते
E2
हैं ना
wasn't
कि
pushed off that B
अपना
line
हेड कैसा होगा
allowed
वो
everybody else
गुस्से
to
वाला ना हो
stacking over
फ्रू
towards
टाइप
mid
ना
and
हो
A.
ऐसे करके रहते हैं ना
Makes
दिल
A
में
exact.
क्या
ईद को निकाल दिया
Almost
डर
impossible.
लगेगा
और एक को
तो
निकाल
ये सब
And then you saw that scramble at mid.
इसीलिए नॉर्मल ऐसे ही सवाल
So,
सवाल पूछ के
Really
कंफर्टेबल
nice
कर
idea
दिया
from
करो
T1.
फिर थोड़ा बहुत इन्फो
See if
दे
they
दिया
run
करो हम
something
लोग
similar
कि
again
ये
here.
ऐसा ऐसा काम करते
And
फिर
Meteor can
सवाल
also
जवाब
hold onto
ऐसे
the site a
ऐसे
bit more easily himself
ऐसे
because now he has a steel guard.
चलो गाइस 2-4 का स्कोर है इधर
Zone going to be broken this time. Hinder on the other side
दोनों
of
टीम
things
के
as well
पास
will
अच्छा
force that
भाई
TP back out, so the wall remains up for T1.
It's a similar idea, but it's
ऑपरेटर है
DH
इजू
jiggle
के
peeking
पास
instead of an op
और
in this
इजू है
direction.
आपके ए
And
साइड की
G2
तरफ
realized they need to push this B player off the line,
बी में
and that'll pull more defenders back to B. So now you can go back and reclear through mid. So Valen already adjusting to this new defensive idea from T1.
Interesting smoke. As well, what a wide face, Meteor! Dyson with death here, buddy. Deep TP as well, is committed for, and Jogamo
TP करके
happy to take that fight. He was set up with that util.
Well, now you can split B.
And now going to be applying that. That's heat turned up now onto these T1 players. They make a snap call, trying to take that fight over towards B main. Maintain control of it, flip the side away, but G2 are not the ones going into this. It's Trent left to contain, and he's just absolutely ruined them. Ruined their day.
Operator है guys अभी बस.
That's an unbelievable play from Trent
हाँ
in that
like वो
spot.
पहले ही डरी थी और मैंने डरा दिया सीधा अगली बार मेरी
I mean, I love the
आईडी से आना पड़ेगा रियल लाइफ में.
over B main there.
वही ऐसे बात करा के थोड़ा कंफर्टेबल वगैरह कर दिया करो, दिखाओ कि हाँ हेड वो पर फ्रेंडली हो थोड़े बहुत, बट इतना भी नहीं कि लाइक हल्के में ले लो, ऐसा भी नहीं दिखाना है. ऐसा हेड तुम्हें ही संभालना है, कुछ होगा तो बात तुम पे आएगी कि किस किस को टीम पे लेके रखा है, क्या है ये. तो
G2 were thinking about going for a B split, and then once Trent got pressured, they were like, ah, well now
चलो
we're going
इधर
to go into
ऑपरेटर
a
सेव
weird
करने
A
की
split through
कोशिश तो
spawn.
कर ही जा
And
रही है,
Trent's like, nah,
बट
don't worry,
वेले
boys, I
इधर
just
ही
cleaned
है.
up both of them, and the spike goes back in their
He's
direction.
just backing away, playing his life, but Izu doesn't even get to keep that operator. A consolation prize into the next tier, now 5-2 for G2.
Valen's done a good job in that round of recognizing the problem. Going to push the B player off the line.
G2 very good at making those snap calls as well to pivot.
Yeah, the double initiator gives you a good way of being able to contest mid in the mid round. Especially when the defenders are not running a Viper wall too.
चलो 5-2 का स्कोर हो गया है
guys
गाइस इधर.
A Viper wall that went through mid.
G2
maybe it'd be
अच्छा
a bit
खेल
more
रहे यार.
difficult.
T1 को क्या हो गया?
DH is smoking, you don't have too much to worry about.
वो टीम
here's
कहाँ
the
गई
Aspas
जो
play.
Yep, here it is.
इशू और
Trying to
बस
play
दोनों
towards it.
पूरा
Let's see if they're
कॉम्बो
even ready
करते
for
हैं.
it. Yes, they are.
और क्या इजी मारते हैं. कर दिया कॉम्बो लो.
Couple of stray bullets with the help of the rest of his team.
It's incredible how quickly the
कैसे नहीं मारा उसने.
Ready
सब
for it,
स्लो
at least,
तो
of
थे.
course. Always tracking the money in the economy. He knows that he's up against no armor, half armor, whatever it might be.
Give it a couple of weeks and you won't even be able to get away with that playing rank. Everyone's
Yeah,
going
to
to
be
be
holding for it.
हम लोग का भी लाइक क्या
close
बोलते
there, Buzz.
फ्रैंकफिन में जब थे
Whatever the
ऐसे
play.
मतलब टेक्निकल चीजें
Cheeky
हुआ
little
करती
angle
थी,
in corner. This is
तो
G2
एक ही लड़का था
systematically
उसको सब हल्के में लेते थे.
ripping apart the
लाइक
map.
उसको सब आता था, उसका
ults
सब
that they're
मतलब
getting
जान
online are
पहचान का था, जो
monstrous
मतलब
too.
इवेंट वगैरह हो किस
Yeah,
किस
it's
को
a
बुलाना
dangerous
है,
comp. You
इधर
don't
पे
really want to get it
सिंगर्स
going,
वगैरह,
but they don't really have an option
कहीं
at
पे
this
कुछ
point.
मतलब
T1.
ऑडिटोरियम वगैरह बुक करना हो, रेडी करना हो, तो सब
In the next
मतलब
round,
वही
you can
अकेले.
combo
टीम होते
together
हुए भी सब उसके दोस्त
the
थे, तो उसी
Nightfall
से
with
करवा
Jorg
देते थे.
or Valin getting into a deep
कि लाइक
position.
कल हमें
You know,
ये करना
a
है यार,
teleport from
देख
Jorg
लेना
or
यार,
even the
मेरे से
Omen
नहीं होगा,
ultimate,
मुझे
right?
इधर निकलना है, ये
And
काम
then
है,
any
ऐसे
space that you get on site, you have a pick going down. It's going to become extremely difficult for T1 on a map that
चलो बस एक सिंगर के साथ
even with
है,
these
तो
comps probably
कुछ हो नहीं
should still
सकता.
be a bit
6-2
defense
का
sided.
स्कोर इधर हो जाएगा.
But it's tough to say when we've got double duelist on one side, double initiator with no Senti on the other. But, you know, at the very least, it should be even, and G2 look like they're running away with it on a map that has been their worst.
चलो वेंडल
Fast
सेम
adjustments G2
नहीं
have
हुआ,
had to make as
इधर
well. They've had real
लीफ ने आके
no
उड़ा दिया.
time, I can imagine. Not really much practice in terms of
6-2
completely
का
alternating the
स्कोर हो
composition you want to
गया.
play. Because it is a big change. You're going from a double initiator from the double Senti.
Yeah, they're still playing that.
इतना इजीली रीड
slow
कैसे
style.
कर रहे G2 वाले?
और क्या भाई,
Yeah, there's a lot
G2
of
कैसे
details
फॉर्म में
to
खेल रही है,
shift
तो
up,
दो
but
मैच तो
huge benefit
हार रही
them.
है.
हैं, इसको क्या हो गया है?
Hello?
I tell you.
भाई क्या चाहिए?
Is he okay?
He's got a problem with someone.
Yeah, lead paint stare, I think. I don't know. He's been doing that often. That's a flash, though. Unable to really break the horn. So DH! He's out
अरे
in the
नहीं
open.
भाई.
Jordan pounces on the chance. That's a deep hit to try and get him into the B
TP
side. It's
कर
offloaded
देते
nice and
यार
early.
एक smoke
Unorthodox
करके.
almost, but Buzz is given a bit of space as
ये
well to try
round
and
भी
play his
गया
way
लग
in. Does
रहा है.
at least delete that, so the ult's not going to be getting too much value with the TP, but Jordan
ये
not
round
happy
भी
to
गया
clean up the
guys.
rest.
3v5 direct
Flashing
देखो.
off the info that the Omen ult gives you is diabolical. G2 are in position. 5v3. Utilizing those ults like I was talking about to be able to get themselves into a great spot. And even doing a hard punish there. Right off the round rip onto DH. They know that someone is going to be trying to play aggressive on B because that's what Autumn told them to do coming out of the tag timeout. And G2 are like, well, since we know you're going to be there, I guess we'll just punish you with a flash haunt setup and run you down.
That's filthy stuff here from G2.
Even if that had been Itzu with the AWP, he would have been pressed to get out of there, I think, quickly with the light speed.
Oh भाई.
Get out of here, man!
What the hell? लर्क ने आके
अरे
DH के दो लोगों को निकाल दिया.
Give him a hope.
Just disgusting stuff. Stacks praying here that he can keep hold of the
दोनों
weapon.
में से कोई भी हारा एनवी की गलती वाह
G2 to make a mockery of T1 right now.
क्या बात है
They've been dreaming of this match for months. They are turning up big time here. T1, they're the ones being left to adjust, and they're the ones that are using their second timeout.
This is the first comp where I've seen G2 play it, and I think it has serious legs on Corrode as well.
मैं ये सोच रही हूँ कभी कोई आके तारीफ पूछ ले ठीक है इसके अंदर इतने सारे लोग हैं टेक्निकल टीम का हेड है कोई आके उनसे तारीफ पूछ ले कि क्रिश कैसा है तो क्या तारीफ करेंगे हम झूठ बोलना पड़ेगा
मैं बोलूँगा ऐसे क्रिश को थोड़ा पूछ के फिर बोल दूँगा मैं नहीं जानता है सामने वाला बोल दो कुछ अजीब सा तो बोल दो मैं नहीं जानता बोल देंगे
Viewing themselves as the protagonists, haven't they?
एनवी को सेंटा क्रूज से किडनैप करना पड़ेगा वही तो इतने पास रह के भी मीटअप्स नहीं हो रहे देख रहे हो गाइस
And no one remembers those teams. Like you said earlier, they only remember if you're expected to do more.
And I think, you know, it's arguable, it's debatable whether T1 are expected to do more. I think you'd expect them maybe to have a chance of making playoffs, but this is a tough group.
Yeah,
you got
very
G2
tough.
and Heretics in here. T1 didn't set themselves up for success with their seed in Pacific. But they look
मैं
like
क्या
they
तारीफ
could
करूंगी क्रिश की
and still might be able to make a bit of a run here. What?
ये तारीफ करेंगे और
क्या looking down the avenues, man. Little alleyways and all sorts here, but it needs to be the adjustment from T1. There needs to be a turnaround because this is it. Could be the last game you play
कभी
this
सोचो
year.
क्रिश के मतलब कुछ इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज में टेक्निकल हेड है ये सब संभाल रहा है गड़बड़ी हो गई हम क्या बोलेंगे सारी गलती क्रिश की मैं इतना डैश या
A bit of disappointment for T1 for these players that have been at so many
हजम
chance
नहीं हो
events.
रहा एक सेकंड
Chogamo didn't even need that orb.
मैं इतना
from the opposition.
I mean that is just
ऑनेस्ट
ऐसे बोल दिया
और लॉयल बंदा हूँ झूठी तारीफ
Keep smoke propped down now. Would have thrown to set the pace now potentially being brought towards it, but again it is
अगला
just slow and
महाकुंभ
steady and always
144 years के बाद है तुम्हें पता है ना
It's quite a nice haunt from Stacks. He threw a
आप
haunt
नहीं
over towards
धुलेंगे
B
हमारे
main
ये
and
सब
cleared out
बोलने
that
के बाद
space. Now it didn't clear everything, but it has meant that
और
they're
क्या
calling for
फिर?
reinforcements, and they've still got a spread defensive setup where they might be able to flood and defend and help Meteor, but it's going to come down to sheriff shots. The weaponry is just so light for T1.
2026 में दुनिया खत्म है ऐसा क्या
Natural
नाइस
drift here. It's going to
मजा
be pointing out all the usual suspects, players, positions. Noted, Meteor does have a big ult for this one, but the Armageddon's going to be committed anyway. There's a sheriff shot for you. Jordan almost going down to a bit of friendly fire.
Fight कर दिया है
Meteor really delivering in a spot like this here. Convergent power was considered. Sidestep.
प्योर का खेलने लग गया
Right to the side.
ऐसे ही तो
Firing
खेला
off
था
on every single cylinder. T1 say we are not
ऐसे ही तो
done
खेला
yet.
अरे
है
नाइस
Try and take the fight
ये
straight
सारे
to them.
पाप
Last
3
year.
महीने
Burn them
में
right
ही
back.
हैं अच्छा ऐसा क्या
होगा
नाइस
Where has that round come from? T1 coming out with a MasterCard Swifty, but G2 committing every ultimate.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Meteor's ult. Steel Garden could have been perfect against a big buy like this when you're on the weaker guns, but he just takes the fight anyway.
He doesn't go for it. And then also, you do the same thing I've seen G2 do before, where Jorgamo mistimes himself playing around Trent's ult, takes a bunch of damage from it. I mean, that is a weird one. That is a strange round for T1 to be able to pick up.
Yeah.
But that's wiped out a lot of the ults on the side of G2. Ooh. Early spam battle, buzz down to 15 health.
यार डाइंग
Alive in
लाइट
that spot here.
खेलने
TH
का
there's no way you're
बहुत
disrespecting
मन
this
हो
man.
रहा
You're trying to get
है
ahead of this. There's a horn in your face. Where you going? Nowhere to
Taking a
survive
call.
that spot.
This game is getting mad.
कितने जीबी का है
being opened
बताओ
up perhaps
आने
from
वाला
the pressure.
करते डाउनलोड
You're understanding that this could be your last time to perform on the stage.
हो गया स्टैक्स का पोजीशन
Especially for T1. And all the way from behind. I mean, where's Valen come from?
3v5
How's he got
guys.
here? Straight up through mid. No consideration for it. Even spotting signs of life for Meteor. We'll have to respect that though with a snakebite drop down at your feet. So as quickly as T1 win a round, looks like it's going to be answered back.
A collapse for T1 in this. And even that opening pick onto DH, he's having a rough game today.
He's having a hard time.
He's been asked to do quite a lot. They really want that aggressive B line because it helps out their information game so much, but he's just getting punished time and again. Yeah. The flash haunt combos are too much for him to be able to stand up against.
Needs some help, really, doesn't he?
It puts Meteor in a weird spot too, because when you're in a 4v5 like that, you don't know whether you really want to run in and help and try to burn your ultimate. And then, oh yeah, Leaf behind, just like Valorant was earlier on.
I guess, okay. Easy with the
Right.
operator, hoping that he can save it here.
Izu अकेला बचते हुए वापस
आता तो है ना क्रीज जहाँ से वो पागल करने बोला है.
But T1 need the last round.
They do.
Last round of the half here. And
जहाँ
it's
से तुमने बोला
desperation
पागल
already, and they've lost the
आता
off.
man.
They've lost the off.
Oh, there's no way they're going to get to him in time. You're right, though. They need this last round. They need it now. Just overwhelming. Just the opening B setup, just a flash and a horn. It's very simple. The T1 have not found an answer towards, and you can feel that pressure. Look at it on his face. He's really starting to stack up now.
He really knows he's let his team down there with how he's played that. Devastating when you've got a rookie as well, especially under such a high pressure, you know, team culture.
After that T1 documentary, not too much faith they're going to be bringing up the spirits, but we'll see. Clone dealt with early here. Izu very much alone, but he does a little bit of help there from the side avenues. A-link position, double face through the smoke. Overwhelms Buzz. Really hard timing to take. Salvo's at your feet, DH.
फिर से 4v5 हो गया है guys इधर.
Feeling that heat has been turned up, and even expecting that repeat. Izu does land the shot. Jonah P gone. Players making sure to reinforce this A side. They're in position to really push
कितने
back.
टाइम तक मतलब अकेले खेलना
still
पड़ता
squaring
है
up to try and
दोस्तों के
take it.
साथ वो
This is
unlock करने
posturing.
के लिए.
No more players across the board here, but a spam into the box alongside it. But again, anyone is
44.
Izu's target. Double dash now to get back to safety here. One bullet left. We'll come into
Very
that reload.
nice.
This team does have pretty good defense here. Stalwart is the nature of it, and he's still covering for it.
8-4
The fourth round is earned for T1. The lifeline that they were looking for.
Buzz had to watch from the sidelines after dropping early in that round, and I thought that they crumbled, the pressure getting to them, but Izu steps up, gets 3 big kills of DH. Redemption for him after a couple of rounds where he fell early on. He's been so good since being added to this team. It's rough to see him not quite perform out there, but 2 big ones towards the end, and maybe that'll reset his mental for the next and most critical half.
Definitely potential for it. Maybe it's salvageable here for T1, but for now we're going to send it down to the stage for a nice and quick interview.
Et Samy est là un lundi pour donner de la voix pour T1. I'm pleased to welcome Samso, a French streamer and T1 enjoyer here with me in Paris. So Samy, first of all, if you had to give me 3 reasons to become a T1 enjoyer, what would they be? Donc Samy, si tu devais me donner 3 raisons pour devenir fan de T1, ça serait lesquelles?
Bah, tout d'abord, c'est l'aura des joueurs, de toute façon. Leur merch qui est incroyable. Et le fait que, quoi qu'il arrive, ils sont toujours dangereux en game.
Time.
Ok, une belle triade, effectivement. So yeah, first of all, I think, you know, the competitiveness of the players, like even if they're going down, they're gonna battle for the victory. Second one is the merch, and lastly, the aura, and I think it goes for both games
को comeback करना ही पड़ेगा वरना
and second question, we are used to seeing you getting a bit mad in ranked and stuff, but we see you here enjoying yourself, having a good time. So what makes Valorant the best game in the world, according to you, Samy? Qu'est-ce qui fait de Valo le meilleur jeu du monde? Parce qu'on le sait, t'es un peu aigri en ranked, mais ici t'as l'air de passer un très bon moment.
Bah, je pense que tout le monde rage en ranked, ça c'est pas une exception. Mais en tout cas, quand je regarde un match de Valo, moi je prends toujours du plaisir. Même les petites équipes peuvent gagner contre les grandes, etc. Et c'est ce qui fait que ce jeu, en tout cas, il est toujours plaisant à se regarder, et tout, etc. Donc voilà.
So yeah, what I like about Valorant esports is that any team can beat any team, right? The underdog story, we have many of those, and even though everyone is getting a bit crazy in rank, that's also part of the game, and I think you are right on this.
T1 आज DT कैसे पड़ गई ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
वही ना, बज़ और इज़ू का इतने अच्छे कॉम्बो होते थे।
They need every bit of help they can possibly get here, because T1 down in the doldrums, down by 4 rounds. A pistol round goes without saying, they need it.
We don't know really how good they're going to be on the attack side. Take a look at Leaf. He's going to be one of the players that has to fend off the double duelist on the other side of things. And he has had Meteor's number, hasn't he? 740 damage dealt.
Half time
Meteor,
खत्म होने वाला
double
है,
Masters
T1
winner,
का
double
full comeback
MVP.
चाहिए वरना
He'll be bitterly
2-0
disappointed
score,
if this
right?
champs run ends this early on.
team.
Because he's competing with people like Leaf, for
Exactly,
example,
man.
in,
I mean,
you know,
on,
the big races, the big
all
picture kind of
powers
stuff of best players in the world and potential greatest of all time, actually, when it comes to Meteor, even though his career only started a couple of years ago.
T1 have had that highest of highs. Now looking at potentially the lowest of lows. make it all the way here to have this be your final game. They can't stand it. They've got to step up. They don't want that to be the case. They don't want that to be carved into stone as their legacy for 2025.
I like the idea of G2 putting 3 players on B because this composition loves B popping. Neon Wele, very powerful at that, but T1 subverting expectations and just silently contact walking up to the smoke in mid. Prowler through it, but they are going into the stacked site.
Paranoia. Let's connect. Well, it's going to be slowed down here. These players just trying to hard anchor into their spot. Jorgamo Frenzy and Hand will commit. That TP now gets the hell out of there. T1 being hounded and pestered from every single direction here. They can't win a fight. Plant is down for them. That's the only thing they got. Izu and Meteor going to have to really step up. With the way that G2 are playing the discipline, it's in their blood. It runs deep here, and there's going to be that instant response with the swing, leaping into the fight like a salmon upstream. Trent
10 score इधर ही हो जाएगा
guys. Here. It's a pistol round now, up to 9 rounds for G2. T1, they're in a dire spot.
Kind of situation where you might even think about going for a force buy, actually. Not that they got very many kills, only 2 people fell, but at least you got the plan down. But I mean, you really are in a rough position now. G2 running away with things. And this is a reminder for anyone who hasn't been keeping up.
4 kills on pistol and 7 in total.
Yeah, that's the life of an initiator sometimes.
Perfect call. Perfect call.
Yeah, that B stack, like I was saying, was a really good anticipation of what T1 were going to do. And they don't go for the force T1 here. Going to allow G2 to get up to double digits.
This would get very bloody if T1 just decide to go all in here. Leaf holding down towards elbow. He's got that judge in hand. High ground has to be smoked off. A lot of presence, a lot of pushback here, but T1 not looking to commit.
Meteor maybe trying to take a fight against Valen in mid.
He's got a sheriff.
Slip past.
He's got a sheriff. Spotted the player. Should be set up for it as well. No way, man.
Valen's stinger is unbelievable. How does it hit like that?
Yeah.
Perfect first bullet accuracy. Aim punches Meteor immediately. No response. No chance. When you look at the stats, G2 are, across stage 2, the best team in the world when it comes to defense. Some people talking about them just farming an easy region in Americas, but they're out here doing it against some other teams too.
Now that judge trying to make good work with it as well. Thinking about pulling out the util, but it leaves him just out of easy. He does pick it back up, but again, not long for the world in a spot like that.
हो गया अभी बाय राउंड है फुल कमबैक चाहिए
दोनों पे बाय लग गया चलो
They didn't come here to play, they came here to make a statement.
And then we're talking about revenge. I think they weren't really just motivated to win this game. They were motivated to crush. I think it's indicated by the words that Valen was using where he was talking about making their lives miserable, knocking them out in groups here.
4 players of G2 stacked up, looking to make it bloody. Skirmish has opted into here with a blind and a flash around their face, but there is no response with a hinder. Slowly gliding back down to the ground, still overextending. Jorgamo's there, lying in wait, outlaw in hand.
There's no way they anticipated 4 players being over here. And Jorg's already out.
Mid se Meteor aa raha hai.
Tips himself back, looking for the potential reaction of T1, but they're left reeling, wondering.
So much faster around the map for G2.
BTS instant traded. Trent is there.
2v3
Hot on the heels.
Gun exchange कर ली गई
He's out in the open when he's drunk, this, no?
Yeah.
Guy does not care. Right from mid.
B
should be able to get a free kill.
और
Only the box covering. Yeah, there it is. So punish inside 2v2 now. T1 have themselves an in.
Slowly moving around the map. Stacks at the edge. They might hear that footstep over towards A. It's only the clone. Jorg's got an outlaw, so both of these players with full armor don't have too much to worry about. They should be able to get a spike plant down, but Jorg can be nasty in these kind of spots, and any damage is going to be tough for T1 to recover from. They need 6 rounds just to get the gap back.
Yeah. Plant down now. If you're T1, you've got to be thinking 1 round at a time is how you take it.
2v2 है guys, इधर लीफ भी गन रिकवर करके ही आएगा मिक्स से.
Guns picked up and reclaimed. Bit of a recycling operation here, but it's all Watchparty managed by DH with Leaf and Jorgamo.
Nice.
Put to dust. So T1, they survived. 2 players intact, 2 guns going into the next tier. You do have to take it, thinking about it 1 round at a time.
10-5 half of the round पहुंच गए हैं.
G2 had got so many things going on in this round. The fight over towards A, the stack, going back, re-clearing down mid. T1 a lot slower to respond. Still came out the better of it towards the end, but not inspiring too much confidence. Meteor's one away from an ultimate, though, that could be extremely important in a round like this.
I'll find you.
Over the top of the horn, there's no real posturing here from G2 over towards B main, so they'll have the opportunity. A lot of Yuto being sent in for the wide exit, but no coverage here. Jorgamo, he can just tuck himself into the shed. Picks out DH like it's nothing, and that's no more smokes available now for T1. Play disadvantage, get themselves onto the site. Not giving a plan to Meteor.
I
don't know why Meteor doesn't play for ults more often, but never mind.
Yeah, we're going to see a fight taken anyway out towards link. That's a stun connecting. Really want to take this fight towards him. Trent is in a bit of damage. No way, man! He's applying a hurt! And that's salt in the wounds at this point. 3 kills. He was complaining about all of them coming from the pistol rounds.
Yeah, मेरा मोबाइल इतना भारी है ना guys, बहुत मारूंगी मैं. हाँ, थोड़ी डरावनी है गेम by the way, zombie का है फिर भी आधा घंटा जितना.
Retaking, coming back into that round. 11 now for G2.
Zombies से डर नहीं लगता यार, वो जो creepy jump scare आते हैं ना. Sound effects के साथ पूरा उसमें मतलब हो जाता है.
Not looking quite as drilled as DRX, for example. Domestic rivals of T1. Former home of some of these T1 players as well. The Yoru, the flash is coming through. Plus it's Neon not throwing the wall there for DH to be able to get a clean TP into the corner. T1 not looking quite as drilled. And I don't know why Meteor didn't just pick up the orb and go for a free ult into the B side to open.
Little details going to miss.
Very far a miss, because now onto an eco round and you essentially have to give G2 match point. They'll be begging to get some stinger value here.
Trying to really just send it flying forwards. That C's connects though. Like a bungee cord, going to be springing his players right back, but Meteor might be able to get it done. That's a Sheriff. Makes it sing up towards mid, and that's a wide face as well, setting them up for success with these fights. T1 have access to the site.
Yeah, the Thrifties are working for them, aren't they?
As well, just trying to send it a little more, taking those risks. Meteor making sure to cover those angles, and he's even got a bit of backup. TH going to be joining him. Jonah Pete sidestepping, but doesn't really want to overcommit into this. Hold on, that gun picked up. There's a good punish in sight.
Chalo, 6th level.
4 for Jonah.
Timeout level.
Spot like this. Back is open though to Izu.
Thrifty निकाल लिया, nice
execution style here. Massacre Thrifty for T1.
It's the second one that I remember on this map. So that's at least a third of the rounds for T1 coming off the back of winning Thrifties. And maybe it's to do with the pace like you're talking about, Brent. Maybe they just need to be playing with a little, I don't know, more...
less respect.
Yeah, more whimsy.
Yeah.
Sending it.
The back of that round loss, you're seeing an immediate adjustment. It's a
timeout ले लिया है guys, I think
T1 and in, so they can actually communicate because they used 2 of their timeouts prior.
Yeah, so an opportunity here for Autumn to actually have some input on their attack side. Maybe fix up something that was going wrong with their B exec.
Yeah.
Maybe seeing if they can get Meteor in a good position to actually utilize his steel
guard.
This is the round to do it. You want to be using attack side ults right here to stop G2 getting up to 12, to throw off any adjustments that Josh is going for, and to break their economy again. This next round is a must-win if T1 wants to come back and keep their playoff dreams alive here at Champs.
G2 pulling out all the stops to ensure that that does not happen. Want to slam shut that door in the face of T1, ensure that
comeback तो possible है, but अगर timeout के बाद G2 ने पूरा एकदम तहलका मचा दिया तो unpossible.
G2's time, the entire year has been building up to them lifting trophies. They've done it regionally, but never been proven on the international stage.
Lots of
आज baby भी नहीं है क्या?
Nope.
It looks like everybody heading over towards A apart from Meteor. Now, Itsu one away from an ultimate, so it might just be a play for this ult orb. See what the opener looks like.
Doing a thing.
Spot Jonah Pete, so Hinden's going to be laid down to his feet, but he does just escape and dodge the eye, but not the shots. Izu.
What an entry.
Yeah. like a lightning bolt. He's all the way in. Valen just trying to tuck to the side here. That dodge and juke to the side. It's an instant trade by Stacks. It needed to be so. Has to be clean from this point on by T1. On their way back in. Maybe they've hit onto the mark what they needed to do. That was fast, pacey stuff by T1.
Face your fear.
Comp allows and even a Nightfall committed. Feel how tenuous this is. They want to hold on to any lead they possibly have. Give no possibility for G2 to get back in with Jorgamo done. Top back to that spectator seat. Bit of spam and a salvos though into the appropriate corner again, but it is that 2v3. Looks like G2 don't want to play for it.
I think safe करने
Both players caught by the Fade ultimate, locked down by a smoke.
भाग रहे वो
Hold on, T1 are just hunting these players down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, technically,
1v1
but actually just leave trying to get out of here with
trying to
the weapon in his hand. This was a must-win
चलो
round for T1.
7-11 round हो चुका है इधर.
And it's that fast pace again.
Yeah. That might be the ticket.
And they weren't shy about using ultimates as well. I mean, they weren't playing for the ult at the start. They were playing to trying to punish the player who was denying the ult orb. Really big catch there at the very start of the round on the Jonah P. G2, their economy, left reeling. And this is where the doubts might start to trickle in just a little. You've lost 2 rounds in a row, now your economy's pushed down again. Certainly if they lose another big rifle round, G2, we're going to be talking about mental resilience.
Bring them down.
G2 are trying to gamble on the Thrifty here. They had 4 bodies heading over towards B. So now that that Prowler and Paranoia are coming through, these defenders are going to start running towards Jonah P's side.
Jonah P is posturing, pretending like there's more players backing him up here. Firing out the util, Smoke's going to be able to help him out, potentially slow down, but T1, they don't respect it. They're going to be sending it flying forwards here. Jonah P could be in a bit of a difficult spot. Stun connection as well. Oh, there's connections as well, though. From the Sheriff in the hands of Jorgamo, conversion path has to be committed. It's getting dangerous now. T1, they don't want to lose grip of it. You have the advantage, you send it.
एक बंदा सो गया.
You know how good
ये
G2 can be
देखो
without
कि
weaker
आँखें
weaponry.
चमक जाती है वो ड्रोन
All
पे
retaking from the same position. It normally doesn't work on Corrode.
Dimensional Drift even being committed.
मैं तो आ गया है
Be able to get them all the way in here. This is ult's committed from G2's side of things, even if they don't have the weapons. A salvo into the corner, spotting out Izu. That's disconnected it from the rest of the pack. T1, you're gonna have to step up now and really put the shut down under these G2 players. Their weaponry has to be an advantage you play into, but with the rifles in hand, it's not doing too much at all. Smoke's in the face, angle being held. Stacks has got this one surely on lock, but it's left to just him. In a spot like this, a 1v2 time taken away. But he needs to find it. Needs to find it now. He will. T1, stay alive.
Nice one, guys. Nice.
Enormous Dsouza from Stacks, popping off in the comms afterwards as well. He had to stand firm, had to be the pillar for his team to rely on. He was fragging earlier on in this game, heading towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but there does exactly what's required of him. What a chaotic moment. There were definitely chances for G2 to win. And now they've got rifles up. Another round where Meteor could get big value out of his ultimate. You've got to have a set game plan around this one.
Hooked up again. B-Man with a pit, drop down, lay it out. It's going to billow through. So Leaf has control, but that is not where T1 are setting their sights. A has been working.
It has.
They don't want to change it up.
Try to jump spot, you get punished by the waylay.
One of the angles here. Fast lane through. Now here it is. Steel Garden sweeping past. Players are going to be committed and weapons torn away from G2's grasp, so they can't contest this one. Pretty real estate for T1. The Nightfall is going to be answering straight back here. G2 are saving these ults for the rainy day. It happens to be now. It's pouring for them. They're going to try and billow out into the back of the side here. Finding some targets. Izu again, hard committed into the corner. Samq's going to be cut away from him here. All comes down to the trades and the shots. G2, the ones on top. Finding it. Flash, dodged and avoided. Stacks really stepping up, and now he's the last one left.
Match point लग रहा है.
Hard forwards and right from the side.
Fight कर दिया.
That's a bitter one, and it's going to hurt for T1.
Match point, guys.
Really feeling strained, forced, and pulling the util. The ultimate's out of them. They had to use everything, but it is G2 now up to 12.
You can't ask that much of Stacks 2 rounds in a row. This time as well with a player behind him. Incredible patience here from Lee. He was the only player coming from a different angle, and he waited, baited his team.
4 round back to back चाहिए होंगे ओवरटाइम के लिए वरना खत्म.
Comes around the back.
GG हो जाएगा. टाइम आउट आएगा मुझे तो लग रहा है.
Pressure on T1, but the economy not good for G2 either.
नहीं आया.
A stinger, a judge. and no ults to work with. No great ults, to be honest, on either team, but Buzz might still be able to tear some people apart with this one.
And a weaker weaponry hasn't stopped G2 in the past here. There still is the impetus. Every single round counts at this point for T1. Got to give it their all, otherwise they are done, finished.
4 in a row just to get to overtime.
Yeah.
4 match points here for G2, more than they ever had in the Bangkok Grand Finals, and that was over the course of 5 maps. A banger. This one could close in 2.
I tied a bit of fake presence and pressure coming from T1. They're looking to see if they can pull rotates. Across the map there. Dawn to try and cut off the available avenues. Open sightline though up to heaven. Needs to be watched for. A couple of shots as well going either side. No one falling casualty though. And through mid as well. Looks like this is a bit of late delayed pressure. Valent's still holding it in the game. Timing's just spotted it. Bullet's going to be rattling there through the wall though. Buzz who shrugs off the damage. He needs to be winning that now. Valen, classic in hand. He's done more than enough damage here with the charge into close proximity. This is really dangerous. T1 are being ripped apart, ripped to shreds. And he's toying with them.
GG's guys.
GG's guys. They put them in the grave and they send them home. G2. They qualify for playoffs.
GG's 2-0 का score है.
Vengeance absolutely cold out there. They had swagger and arrogance right from the beginning, G2. They knew that they were coming in, I think, in slightly better form than T1 were. Coming off the back of 3 domestic titles in America. And clean up.
G2 qualified और इधर T1 का जर्नी खत्म हो गया है एक एशिया पैसिफिक टीम के लिए बुरा लग रहा है just because of the region क्योंकि हम लोग भी एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन से ही है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं जीजी एंटी WP G2 इधर G2 पहुंच गए हैं प्लेज ऑफ में GG WP हो गया वही ना कोई दिक्कत नहीं है गाइस बस अपने रीजन के लिए बुरा लगा पता है एक और टीम हो जाता पैसिफिक का मजा आ जाता
do that where, I mean, I'm thinking about Sentinels, for example, where they lifted the Madrid title and then came back on a big run to make
अच्छा खेला G2 ने but T1 कवर अप कर सकती थी जितना वो लोग अच्छा खेलते हैं ना बाकी टीम्स के साथ well played boys बिल्कुल
Here's G2 consistent as anything never quite making it to the very top of the mountain still hoping
चलो मुझे 1 मिनट तो मैं आती हूँ
लाइक
करो गाइस सब लोग मैं आके टाइटल गोल सब वो करती हूँ तब
trophy against the best in the world. Closing up here towards the end of it. I mean, only one more team left to qualify for playoffs and one more team left to be sent home. G2 wouldn't really think of them as a team to be put into that spot, the position where they would be getting eliminated, the high expectations they got for themselves and we have for them coming in.
I've got to be honest with you as well, Brent. Coming out the back of this game, I'm feeling better about G2 actually, sure. Because their Lotus, the form looked really nice.
You got the bracelet and you were comfortable, eh?
But it's the improvement on Corrode. They were talking so much smack
They're
today.
giving it back, man, a lot.
I mean, that's based on a whiff that Meteor had, I got to imagine. Talking about it getting complacent after winning the bracelet. That's nasty.
That's how much G2 wanted it. Sometimes that can be that double-edged sword, but for now we're going to send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
आज G2 का बंडल नहीं छुपाना पड़ेगा.
Tournament's most favorite teams make it to playoff through the lower bracket, and I'm now joined by Leaf to talk a little bit about it. Congratulations, first of all, Leaf. It feels very good to see you guys back on the track. And the first question I wanted to ask you is about the adaptability, that you've shown. Why is it important, to adapt fast, especially at champs? We've seen you on Corrode. The comp is not working. We change it quickly. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
I think we have an identity that is very strong. I mean, we have the Teo merchant himself, Trent, even though he hates it when I say that. But, there's a lot of good agents in the game and a lot of good adaptability, within our team. So we can play anything, and sometimes it's just easier to just change to abuse, a weakness.
Play on your strength, basically. Donc première question, pourquoi est-ce que s'adapter rapidement c'est important aux Champions? On a vu G2 qui ont changé leur compo sur Corrode parce que ça marchait pas, il le dit tout simplement. On a notre marchand sur terreau, même s'il aime pas que je l'appelle comme ça, on a des forces
G2 की बंडल नहीं छुपानी पड़ेगी यार बात वो नहीं है और एक पैसिफिक
clairement s'adapter très vite and usually
कितनी टीम क्वालीफाई कर गई वैसे पैसिफिक से रुको कौन सा टीम है गाइस? MIBR वर्सेस
RRQ।
बार बार भूल जाती हूँ। ये मैप भी पैसिफिक के साथ ही है यार, RRQ भी पैसिफिक से ही है। क्या करूँ मैं गाइस, बताओ। कुछ भी हो जाए जीतेगी तो RCB ही, क्या बात है। रिजल्ट लीक कर दिया है गाइस, कुछ भी हो जाए जीतेगी तो RCB ही। विराट कोहली MVP। पोल अभी वो कर देती हूँ मैं, दूसरा वाला पोल लगा देती हूँ, तब तक लाइक करो गाइस। ओहो हो मनिया।
लाइक करो, लाइक।
चलो, सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट आपके हैं। रुको दिखाई देती हूँ आप लोगों को। इधर रुक गाइस। सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट आपके हैं PRX के, पैसिफिक से, ठीक है। फिर आपके हैं G2 स्पोर्ट्स, ठीक है। फिर आपके पॉइंट सबसे ज़्यादा है RRQ के, ठीक है। DRX, NRG, फैनेटिक कितना नीचे गाइस। XLG आई थिंक डिस्क्वालीफाई ऑलरेडी हो गई है। टॉप टीम्स अभी आप देख सकते हो पैसिफिक और G2 ही है। देख रहे हो, विराट कोहली सबको 1 टैप दे देगा। अभी गाइस इसमें से कैसे देखूं कि कौन सी टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई है प्लेज ऑफ के लिए, पूरा मतलब लिस्ट में भी तो देखो जरा। पेपर एक्स क्वालिफाई हो गई है, जाइंट एक्स क्वालिफाई हो गई है, फैनेटिक क्वालिफाई हो गई है, NRG क्वालिफाई हो गई है, DRX क्वालिफाइड, टीम हियरटिक्स G2, ठीक है। तो पैसिफिक की आपकी टीम से DRX, PRX, ठीक है। EMEA से आपके फैनेटिक, जाइंट एक्स, ठीक है। फिर आपके अमेरिका से है NRG, G2 और EMEA से, सॉरी, टीम हियरटिक्स भी EMEA से है। या तो गाइस MIBR वर्सेस ये जो है, क्या बोलते हैं आप लोगों के, RRQ, उसमें से या तो फिर प्लेज ऑफ में 3 टीम अमेरिकास के हो जाएंगे, नहीं तो 3 टीम पैसिफिक से हो जाएंगे प्लेज ऑफ में। देखते हैं अभी कौन करता है। ये लास्ट है क्वालिफाई करने के लिए, लास्ट स्पॉट बेसिकली। बाकी सब क्वालिफाई हो चुके हैं जो लोग आगे बढ़े हैं, ठीक है। तो मैं जल्दी से जल्दी पोल वो कर देती हूँ आप लोगों के लिए। किधर गया स्टार्ट पोल। चलो गाइस, पोल पे सब लोग वोट करो। वी आर बैक। बोला चुका है।
क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई, क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई फिर?
गाना ही बस बाद में गाना सुनेंगे क्योंकि और क्या बोलते हैं कम से कम 12 मिनट का टाइमर लगेगा। गाइस सब लोग पोल पे वोट कर दो, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो फटाफट से।
करो फटफट लाइक। मैं फोन चार्ज पे लगा। क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई?
क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई? वही तो क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई बताओ। आ गया मैं वाटर पार्क खेल के 3 स्टार हो गए मेरे वाटर पार्क। क्या बात है। गुड नाइट गाइस, गुड नाइट क्रिश, बाय बाय।
गुड नाइट क्रिश। मैंने सुना कि तुम मेरे को वो गिफ्ट कर रहे हो वाटर पार्क सिमुलेटर।
हाँ हाँ करो करो, इधर भी कर देना। मेरे को भी खेलना है यार, वो गेम मिल ही नहीं रहा है। इतनी जल्दी वही ना, देख रहे हो इसको, देख रहे हो। ये गोड भी लाइव आ रहा है 10 मिनट में वाटर पार्क सिमुलेटर खेलने के लिए। इसका 1 स्टार से आगे बढ़ा है।
नहीं 1 स्टार पे अटका पड़ा।
प्रियंका मेरे डील का क्या, कौन सा डील बताओ?
कौन सा डील बताओ?
कौन सा?
Basically, in my opinion, the way DLG plays compared to MA teams, they played way slower because they really like going like with the pack, like together, and just looking for duos like contact stuff. I think we can like analyze the situation while fighting like in a chaos environment, like everyone's screaming, comms and stuff like that. We can excel in
बता
those
देंगे
situations.
चैनल का, जैसे फंक्शन करता है वो बता देंगे, ठीक है? उसके बाद हेलो प्रियंका, जाओ जाकर गेम खेलो, मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ ताकि मैं डाउनलोड कर लूँ
needs to do, like what my team needs to do to
तुम
survive
पागल
is,
भेज दिया है,
I
थोड़ा
think we just
बता
need to
देना
focus on our
मुझे।
own game and not get into our own heads
अच्छा,
because
ओके डन
that's just how a team crumbles basically.
वॉच
And
पार्टी कर रही हूँ यार मैं।
yeah, we need
गाइस
to
पोल
just
पे
focus
वोट
on our
करो,
game
कम
and improve on what we're lacking, which is
लाइक
like
कर दो स्ट्रीम
starting
को,
slow
पोल
in
पे
map
वोट
1.
करो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो।
भाई जल्दी
Say
जल्दी
thank
करो।
you for supporting, and in our elimination match, hopefully we show you guys a good game and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Welcome back,
आज
everyone.
सीताराम
I hope
नहीं
you
दिख रहे,
enjoyed
वो
the
जो
open player
MIBR को
moment
बहुत
there from
Support
Curry
करते हैं।
किया
Now,
ऑलरेडी।
in the first
RRQ
game, it is
ये
Americas that
पैसे
came out on top, so it's time to see
पागल
if
आया क्या वाटर
Pacific
पार्क का,
could
मुझे तो
hit
नहीं
back with
दिखा, नहीं
RRQ
उसका नहीं
versus
आया।
MIBR. Now, a lot of storylines are at play, so I want to play a
यार
game of
वाटर
agree
पार्क
or
सिमुलेटर
disagree.
कोई
I'm
गिफ्ट
going to
कर
give you
दो।
guys a statement. You
308
two let me know if you
का है
agree or
शायद अभी
disagree.
भी।
And you guys at home play along as well,
बहुत
especially
गरीबी
you,
है। चलो
Melanji
अब
and
आती
Alexis.
है
I know
मेरे
you guys
यहाँ,
are watch
तो उसके
partying.
बाद जल्दी सो
Hey
जाना।
girls, my faves.
है गुड
Let's
नाइट,
just
टेक
start
केयर गाइस,
with
बाय
a very
बाय।
strong statement right out the gate.
अच्छे
That
से
MIBR
भक्ति
have
करो माता
proved that they do
माता रानी की,
indeed deserve to be a
ठीक है?
champs.
बाय बाय।
Nice.
Simple agree. Yeah,
वैसे
I
प्रियंका
think
कुछ
that it
पेंडिंग
would be
है,
a
क्या
strong agree
पेंडिंग
if
है?
the comment absolutely destroyed. We still, of course, have a lot
यार
to see.
कल
But
वो
on the
जुबिंदा
other
को
day,
जो
I'll be
लेके
very
जा
happy. I
रहे
think that the way
हैं
that we're seeing how they're
स्टेडियम
conducting
से
themselves on
सोनापुर,
stage, they look way more comfortable.
एटलीस्ट रेड कारपेट नहीं देना था यार, मेरे इधर से जाएंगे, ये ब्रिज क्रॉस करके जाएंगे। सुबह 7:30 बजे के मैं 6 बजे तक पहुंच जाती हूँ, बट बहुत स्पीड में निकलेंगे, नो क्राउड नथिंग, कुछ गैदरिंग नहीं है, नहीं करना था।
off a really good idea, like clear game plans. You watch every map of theirs and you see the intent behind the comp. Second, I think the team is playing very well together. They're trading, they're making less like little dumb mistakes that kind of look like just comps being up. All those things that just snowballed their stage. And finally, their players are back in really good form. So I think absolutely they prove to be a team the caliber of this tournament.
That leads me to the next statement, of course, which is
मौसम ऐसा हो रखा है ना मैं बाहर जाऊंगी धूप होगा वापस आने लगूंगी बारिश होगा
I think I'm just going to go with a mild agree as well. I think that this is a difficult statement because what kind of aspects are we waiting to see? That we're number one in the world? Like, is that what we consider that he is back? I think that the performance that we are seeing for him is enough for us to trust that this is not obviously not going to be a repeat of what we saw in the previous tournament. This kind of plays, this kind of set rounds that make him shine might lead to that moment where he's actually back in capital letters.
And I think that I'm really in the middle, and I'm like going between disagree and agree, like likely either way. But I think I honestly disagree right now because I think that I agree. He's playing excellently. He's one of the big reasons why the team has started to turn around. But I still really believe that I need to see more from Aspas.
But do you think it's also because his ceiling is very high?
And that's exactly it, right? Like I think any other duelist player that showed up and was playing as well as him, you're immediately lauding that they're in like peak form. But for Aspas, you know that there's that extra 1% he can always unlock, and I'm waiting to see the match where he needs to use that for him to show it to us truly.
And speaking of, Aspas gently caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Guys, come on,
hey guys, Jen here with Aspas. Now,
It's
Aspas,
like
when it comes to facing RRQ, it looks like there's a contrast in styles. You guys really love the contact plays, whereas RRQ, they like to play it more disciplined and more structured. So, do you feel like this changes the way you guys will be approaching the game today?
बंद तो है दुकान हाँ कल और स्कूल वगैरह सब बंद कर दिया है ऑफिस वगैरह भी वही खुले रहेंगे जहाँ पे मतलब श्रद्धांजलि वगैरह दिया जाएगा बाकी सब बंद है
Wait to see it. It's gonna be a bloodbath, right? A lot of aim duels.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very fun game.
Excited for that.
Inactive.
No, Aspas is never wrong. I agree with him. I think it's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be fun. But he said that, you know, RRQ, they're aggressive. But I think our worry and the next statement in agree to disagree is RRQ, they are just too slow to adapt.
59 का membership आता है
or disagree?
59 का एक प्लेट मोमो एक मीडियम साइज का डेयरी मिल्क जो भी बोल लो वो क्या बोलते हैं फ्रूट एंड नट्स बोल लो सीड बोल लो बबल बोल लो जो भी है इसके प्राइस का है और आप लोग membership नहीं ले रहे हैं
because you think about the game where they lost, right, where they go up against a Fnatic who shows two brand
नीरज की membership है नीरज membership लो
हाँ वही ना membership who also showed a new comp in that game, and I think they did do a better job of figuring out how to counter that as time went on. But honestly, in my mind, it's a lot more just about being a team that doesn't have a huge amount of global experience and sometimes being slower to figure out into these games. But I don't feel like it's necessarily like any way bigger issue than with other teams of a similar caliber.
I may think it doesn't have to do with adaptation to the opponent. It's more to themselves, as in understanding their own winning conditions when the opponent is doing something else.
So how would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree because I think that it is not that they're not slow to adapt to their opponent. They're slow to understand the winning.
Okay, that makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. And I think one player on the side of RRQ, you know, that we were very excited to see back in Toronto. He is now back here at
मेरा सीन ऐसा है ना सुबह मुझे ना चाहते हुए भी मेरे घर के लोग ही मुझे उठा देते हैं
I'm going out hard with this strong
नानी के रूम पे मेरे इमरजेंसी के लिए कॉलिंग बेल है लाइट के स्विच के बदले गलती से वो दबा दिया मेरी नींद 9 बजे के आसपास और मैं
प्रियंका ने तो फॉलो बैक भी नहीं किया इंस्टा पे
बहुत लेट में फिर सोई भी थी बट इतना इतना जल्दी करा
But in this game, this was a takeover on Jet. He was getting opening kills, he was getting multi kills. This was the Jemkin
4 minutes और guys मैच स्टार्ट होने के लिए MIBR versus RRQ कौन सा रीजन का टीम होगा अभी प्लेट ऑफ में क्या वो अमेरिका क्या वो
To me, and in my opinion, you only need that one game to actually see yourself doing and performing the way that you've done it regionally. Now that he has done it, now that he has seen himself and what he can do with the team, he just needs to repeat that. So I'm going to go with agree, but not with a strongly agree, because if he wins today,
you need a like.
I'm a very soft agree. I think he can actually do better. He's already done really well. But I think his ceiling is even higher.
That he needed to unleash was mental.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. We also wanted to hear from Kushi, of course. This is how he is feeling ahead of today's match.
Hey guys, Jen here with Kushi of RRQ. Kushi, we're
expecting
a lot of aggression from MIBR today, but you guys are used to playing teams like that, you know, back in Pacific, for example, Paper X. So how confident are you in matching up with the firepower of MIBR? Are you guys ready to shoot back?
Hello, yes, we are
आज Ultimus का गए
Ultimus आया नहीं है preparation. And also we'll be ready to shoot back, and let's hope MIBR is ready for us also.
Can't wait to see it.
Nice.
Thank you.
2 more minutes, guys. 2 more minutes.
Hello, Kushi. Hi. I like that answer, and I don't know about him wanting MIBR to be prepared, because like surely he wants them to be a little bit unprepared so he has an edge. But that does come down to the coaching staff and the IGR on the side of MIBR, which leads us to the next statement, which is Verno is MIBR's most important player.
Ooh, strongly disagree.
Yeah, I'll go strongly.
What's your
say? I don't think so. I think that he is important, but to me and what I've been seeing on the stage, it's not just him. I understand his importance, but to me, I could see MIBR winning other ways without him. Does that make sense? So that's why I strongly disagree. To me,
अभी तो मैं देख रहा हूँ family में, family star.
देख रहे हो guys, कोई भी परम सुंदरी नहीं देख
I do not think that he breaks the team if you
अरे मैंने वो क्या बोलते उसकी रील बहुत आई थी मालूम है, तुमको भी भेजी थी मालूम है, वो डोसा एकदम फूक मारने पे उड़ जाता था मालूम है, वो मूवी देख रहा हूँ, बहुत कॉमेडी है, लोग बोल रहे देखो तो मैं बोला देखने पर, नहीं तो मैंने परम सुंदरी स्टार्ट ही की थी,
वो टीटी पे नहीं आया ना, ऐसा क्या यार मैं तो
अभी तो कंटिन्यू देख रहा हूँ मैं, बस मजा आ रहा है,
हमारा तो वही पागल वाला तरीका ही है
और क्या
no money for PBR, no money for Aina, no money for क्या बोलते carnival, no money for OTT,
after his
no
addition,
Netflix,
I do
no
want to give a lot
Amazon
of
Prime,
credit to him
no
for what he's
Disney
brought to
Hotstar,
MIBR.
no
But I
nothing.
especially think that moving forward, like, it has to be a team. It has to be a 5 thing, and I think that's why I disagree.
I can't even imagine the kind of team that would want to remove Verno to start with.
Almost
but
equal
I
prediction ही है
have
MIBR और
coming into this tournament thinking, am I a believer? I am a believer. I really believe in MIBR. Apparently so do you guys.
Yeah, I went for them. Again, I'm going to mention it again. I think that Kudus for me sold it. You just need a good salesman.
I love him so much.
You just need a good salesman, and for me, he has done it. Also, the confidence that we are seeing, the turnaround, to me is everything.
But also RRQ, I think
RRQ में कौन-कौन है मेरे को याद नहीं है
RRQ में कौन we've been waiting to see at a global event. RRQ looks ready. This to me is just a 50-50.
Well, it's the last
Moniet है,
match on the
Jamkin
group
है,
stage and the last chance to watch one of these two teams this year. MIBR have already done the unthinkable, but RRQ are finding their form. Let's find out who.
देखते हैं, वैसे तो मैं किसी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा, मैं कोई मेरी फेवरेट टीम जीत गई बस.
Let's go guys, इधर स्टार्ट होने वाला है टीम्स की एंट्री आप लोगों के सामने. RRQ, let's go. यार जैमकिन क्यूट है.
जिंगू को छोड़ दिया, वो क्यूट नहीं हुआ.
जिंगू पहला प्यार है, जिंगू मेरे दिल में. आसपास guys.
7 teams have already made it out of groups, and they are waiting to see which one out of MIBR or RRQ will be joining them. Welcome to the final match before playoffs.
Yeah, and for RRQ, making it to playoffs will
देखते
be
हैं
a
आसपास
different kind
क्या
of statement.
स्ट्रेटजी
They
बनाता है
had
इसका.
to prove themselves globally.
मैप
They
सिलेक्ट
did it
आ
the
गए
other
गाइस.
day.
कोरो
This
डबीज,
could be the
लेट्स
next
गो.
step in their careers.
हेवन
Maybe.
भाई ये पुराने मैच छोड़ के जब कोरो डबीज आते हैं ना तो मैं हैप्पी.
I'm very interested about this Abyss, especially with
क्रिश नहीं है ना चैट में,
being
क्रिश
the team to pick
नहीं
it.
है,
I was
नहीं
quite
है.
impressed with how
एबिस का नाम सुन के वो पूरे बोलता है चलो
So that
कूदते हैं.
feels like very even ground, and especially an incredibly
यार
exciting head-to-head between Jemkin and Ospa.
I think that we are seeing this a lot, which is like teams not choosing only to go somewhere strong for them, but somewhere where the other team has already played, even if it's just in groups, to just know where you're going up against, know where the weaknesses are. Love to see that from that side. And funny enough, do you guys remember that Lotus that we we saw the last map the other day, where RRQ won, the double duelist, that gave them so much confidence, then probably that is one of the reasons why RRQ decided to go to Corrode. I'd be super down to see Whaley Neon action.
Yeah, they were playing that in the region, haven't shown it yet here at Champions, but we've seen just how good that comp is from some of their other Pacific a similar composition there. It's going to be a pretty different style from MIBR, who also runs the Waylay, but has that agent solo playing like the double initiated double smokes instead. So they're going to have to play a much slower, more control-paced game, whereas with RRQ, they're going to have some really full-send, fast execs with the Waylay setting up that Neon.
I also love that you mentioned we haven't seen it yet, because I know Frost is watch partying. I bet he remembers that Corrode deeply in his soul.
I remember.
That was, again, RRQ having a slow start in a series, and then coming online when it mattered the most. And we were there, we remember watching it. But it was a very, very fantastic showing from RRQ on that Corrode.
And I think also the resilience, it was a very long, series for them, but they managed to get the win in the end. I think that coming into this matchup with everything that is at stake, going somewhere comfortable, going somewhere like this, could actually work very well in favor of RRQ. The worry for me, for them, is those set plays that we've been showing. I am 100% sure that MIBR have way more where those come from.
It is interesting to me in a match where I think the big story for most people watching at home is Jemkin versus Aspas, one of Pacific's best duelists versus a player who a lot have described as the GOAT of that role. But this first map is going to put the focus more on Monyet, because he's playing the Neon, Jemkin's playing the Waylay, so Jemkin's job becomes a lot more double dashing in, getting info, and refracting. So I think a lot of pressure on Monyet.
MIBR वाले कोई experiment ना करे तो ठीक
meditating, I think, during agent select. I mean, they got to lock in if they want to
Viper
win here, because
खेलते
playoffs, of course, is on the line. We're going to get that Jemkin versus Aspas Waylay head-to-head.
Robot ले लिया एक
absolutely
बंदे ने.
brilliant to me. I don't know about you, Mimi. I do favor the Fade a little bit more. I think that the versatility that it offers in the map, especially with what you find here in Corrode, how you're going to control mid, how you're going to work in the mid range. Fade is a
मैंने देखा है most of the लोग Waylay
Putting it
खेलते हैं
straight up, I
इस map
think,
में.
is only having the drone versus the two cats that are so good for re-clearing space, especially on a map with a lot of like weird angles and names that people can walk into. But the trade-off is you get a power ult that I think is easier to balance around. There's so many corners. I think they're better.
Okay, you're better. Okay,
Yeah,
they're better.
I
Okay,
think
good.
it's better than the drone to have that. I think it's kind of a wash with Dark depending on how you play it. But I do like what Sova brings in terms of having that ultimate online and how you can combine that with some of the set plays MIBR run with it and that Waylay.
Yeah. One of the players that we haven't spoken about is Artsin, and with him being on the KO, playing against this double duelist, when we're speaking about the Fade, clearing those corners, killing those angles, his information is going to be way more important even than the Sova can get.
I'm also really excited to see a more relaxed, less pressured RRQ, because they spoke about getting their first win. They wanted that pressure off their shoulders, so maybe they're going to be having some fun today on stage.
Yeah, a lot of focus on the duelists. I'm also looking at those Viper players. X-Pharaoh, he's been great on this map.
I can't wait to jump into map and throw this over to your casters. It's Pansy and Hypog.
Thank you so much. And yeah, a lot to be looked at here. I think starting, let's keep it really close to the game we're about to see, right? Let's go to the comps. Where do you this? It is a bit of a coin flip of a decision, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's key to come up against a team like MIBR, expect the aggression, to bring out the double duelist, to be able to say, actually, yes, we'll go toe-to-toe with you. Whatever you want to bring. I do actually agree with what Bay was talking about, though. In terms of the Fade in the mid-round, I think there's way more possibilities.
But just kind of jump in. Verno on the Sova. I do like it. I really do like Verno.
Almost becoming almost like the trademark.
I like what he does,
Let's go map one here, defending from RRQ or RRQ.
Love to see that. And he was a big X factor for me in some of the earlier games. I mean, against Billy, he was nuts in that. So it's like he can be one of those. Now, I guess we have to see proofs of the pudding.
Absolutely. I think here, starting on Corrode,
Krish's favorite character.
Crazy guy gonna catch the info early, but stacked up behind this for MIBR. Have to come through, won't tag anybody here. Already bodies coming back through from mid as well.
Dashing किया बढ़िया dash.
Contact found just yet.
No, quite deep into this already.
दोनों टीम पे वेले है, so is Jemkin वेले versus Aspas.
Obviously, they've got to know that there's a whole lot of presence towards this site, but feels like a ceasefire for only a second, and then finally Monyet, the first to get things started, and the follow-up from Cushy. Able
bit of a glimpse towards what else is down there, and they spotted the rest of MIBR pretty much. So information known, and Monyet did some damage but fell. Aspas and Cortezia doing brilliantly.
1v2.
Riko gets off just in time, but
1v1.
No, 1v1.
Does Aspas then close in? That's a dangerous man to be up against. Aspas!
Oh,
kill
nice there. Aspas, W.
3 in the first round. That is the bar set already.
Absolutely, been so exciting. Actually, previously on Corrode as well. MIBR pulling out beautiful set pieces around the way late.
Yeah, you look
an awkward brawl though. That she, again,
I didn't
down,
like it.
Yeah, kind of far forwards. There's nobody really pressuring towards any other angle here. RRQ kind of just, I mean, get caught off guard in a situation that they're almost the ones to commit to.
Yeah, weird start almost. It did feel a little bit out of sorts, but you know, kind of getting your footing here as well. MIBR keeping it simple, it looks like. Very direct approach. Smoke's already in towards connector. Set piece.
MIBR tons of space. Says you're going to find one Monyet inside this smoke, but I was going to say respected for the time being. Punished on the walkthrough.
Yeah, okay. RRQ are going to need to lock in on this one. I'm going to be honest. It looks like MIBR are firing, right? Like, they look pretty sharp at this. Aspas already confidence aplenty, but not on his own.
चलो मैं
जा रहा हूँ
गोट का स्ट्रीम देखने
game
बाय
by game,
नीरज थैंक यू सो मच
for
फॉर जॉइनिंग
MIBR. There's the final 3 for RRQ. Right here. I mean, I don't think the round wins really the goal now.
No.
3-5.
Deny progress. Yeah. Verno with the dart though will figure out that
पता लग गया इधर ही.
the corner of spotted there. 3 on a round for Cortezia.
And he's been doing so well. Like, as much as I hate the hype man discussions, he's actually coming into his own in that way too. Aspas big farm there as well. Only 2 away from the ult at the very end. It's a great progress between the two of them. And I like what he's kind of become, this kind of, I don't want to just say a hype man, but he is kind of giving it a bit. This team now has a bit more oomph to it. Because, like, look, Aspas is, like, insane presence in the server. Yeah. But this guy's kind of chill, right? He'll just, like, knock the chair back,
every time out, horizontal.
Yeah, like, he's not up there giving it, but I kind of like you have that back and forth between the two of them now.
Go! No! I don't actually think they did recover. The rifle that stopped in the corner, but not going to matter too much. I think it was a Guardian and 2 rifles invested into the previous. Obviously already, there was a couple of Sheriffs on the board, but now a chance for RRQ to find a response here in round 3. A slight advantage, but Aspas chomping at the bit.
Man, that's clean from Verno as well, but a really good response from Monyet. Controlling towards top middle, and they re-clear towards the connector. But Cortezia can't miss. This guy is dialed in today. It's a 3v3. All rifles now remaining with MIBR as well, and obviously RRQ, their precious first purchase. This guy's on 6-1. He's got a lot of space for them. Spotting out Crazy Guy over towards Con. And he's actually bullied him off that.
I was going to say, dare I say that was a Sheriff, that was a kill.
Yeah, honestly.
Unable to pin it down with the rifle here, but RRQ with a pretty proactive clearance here, ahead of the spike being planted all the way towards mid, so gonna have a double flank in play. Aspas gonna be called upon here.
Yeah, he's actually sat so much deeper than maybe they'd expect. He doesn't need help on the lineup. He still finds 2. Crazy Guy was noted earlier towards connector, but that time has passed. There should be awareness, he could be elsewhere.
Crazy Guy was
paranoia though, Mike, so could make something of it.
Certainly a chance for MIBR, just waiting for him to drift out, look for some information.
What a great
yeah, the freeze, absolutely perfect from MIBR. 3 survive, bonus converted.
Has Aspas died yet?
I don't think so, 7-0, right?
So I think he died to the spike though, didn't he?
Yeah, technically doesn't.
Yeah.
We call it 7-0.
We'll call it 7-0.
Ahead of Cortezia, obviously.
It's scary. And, like, these two just, like, got a bet on us, like, who's
I mean, I'll be here for it.
आज पता नहीं कोरोड को क्या हो गया है डिफेंडिंग साइड मैप को अटैकिंग साइड बना के
you know what I mean? You like Valorant, of course you're going to enjoy Aspas. They're no slouches. We've got guns on the other side. So if you already have this level of impact, is a bit scary. And this is RRQ's choice. And I love the amount of set plays to set in Aspas, who's continuing to farm. Back away we go. Drops the body. Monyet down.
Aspas nice.
We're down to 4 already. It's a good start here. He's gone back for seconds. Hungry. But not outstaying as well.
Yeah, fairly disciplined actually to peel away from this. And you can already see the early pressure that MIBR created. It drew 4 towards the A side of the map at the start of round 4. Maybe a slight misread, though, with the posture out in mid.
It could be, but then also you've had that 1-2 punch, right? You've had Aspas now opening mid. Where's the response from Cortesia? I'm waiting for this now. You know, he's got to catch up. He's trailing a little. And it's a close pinch on the other side, and Aspas can continue this build. He's already got his own mate. Share the wealth.
Give somebody else a chance.
It's look, the way they run kind of it feels like kind of when it was being discussed, this like it's a better jet right now. It gives you a lot in the way of taking that space, playing it in, a lot of burst potential. So in the hands of someone like Aspas, it looks damn good.
I mean, the other thing as well on Corrode as well, in terms of the layout, the ultimate, in terms of just shutting down the lane and allowing so much freedom. Crazy guy had show his hand here, but I don't think Kushi's going to have much to do on the flank either. Shut down here and
flawless
view. Flawless round for MIBR.
This is dominance, man. Like, I need some spark here from RRQ.
They're looking very well drilled here. You see what Aspas.
1 second देना guys, मेरा पानी का वो.
Again, actually, historic criticism of Aspas.
ठीक है guys, channel take over कर लिए.
You already see on display here that towing the line.
इसने कुछ नहीं सुना.
RRQ back on a purchase. No ultimates on the cards just yet.
Take over कर लिया channel ठीक.
Monyet with just 2.
Really killed.
Might just see actually Aspas's ultimate invested here.
Nothing on that knife. Oh, this is quite
तो
nice.
push कर रहे.
Wait, Verno just saved him. I thought Jemkin was going to be their downfall.
Nice.
How was Verno unaffected? Maybe, I guess, a little bit deeper, so didn't get caught by the paranoia, but still, a nice attempted start, but the spacing working out probably best for MIBR.
And even with the follow-up as well.
Monyet,
Monyet unable to really path forwards there.
And probably right back away.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you'd be throwing another player to the floor, basically.
Jumping down okay.
MIBR once more will pause. Snakebite will go in, drone to potentially clear the way.
I've spotted Monyet CT, I'm not sure. Well, seeing where that's been towards, it feels
like
it's tailor-made to try and isolate him. Because she can't really save him either. This line of sighted out it as Aspas goes on the hunt. 9-0. I don't know if this guy even bleeds at this point. And a little bit of a lean out from heaven, but an instantaneous trade. 30 seconds. Still alive. Should strike terror into their hearts. Both ults utilized early, and I like that from MIBR. Good investment here.
What's key here, though, is the pit. It actually stretches back out into main, which means RRQ have to kind of commit towards the decay if they want to look towards these kills.
8 more seconds, about 5 now on that haunt. One more prowler to come in, but no real attempt on the spike just yet. They need to get a tap on this one. You can see Verno happy to spam the pit goes down. A mistake made, perhaps.
Nice.
3v2.
Nice.
We'll grab onto that with both hands.
round मिला guys RRQ को.
I'm not sure if that was the plan all along to kind of let it drop and then kind of have that grand reveal moment, but yeah, completely off timing there. RRQ pounce on the opportunity to find their first.
They were hungry for that as well.
Yeah,
any chance.
Again, you mentioned the recon, but I'm not sure if it's another Uto cooldown they're waiting on here. But yeah, Verno's all the way out of this. Yeah.
I mean, the others were all blind. That was all 4. That Verno just saved them from being slaughtered.
I mean, you can see both of the stuns going, or obviously the hinder and the stun. Typically, you'd have a stun bouncing off, coming back into that corner. So anybody avoiding the paranoia is still obviously, I guess, in a way affected by something.
Okay, first step made for RRQ. Opening exchanges.
इनका पूरा साफ बन जाता है पूरा.
So this would be a lovely beginning if RRQ can deny some of that control in middle that has been cautiously fought for by MIBR. They haven't really overextended. They've just shown presence, really.
Yeah. Jemkin actually all the way over towards B, just solo
Hello
Mickey,
with the welcome back. कैसे हो आप?
I don't think spotted anyway just yet. You can see how passive.
घर आ गए कि नहीं ऑफिस से हैं?
Exchange of Uto in mid here, but again, MIBR not really pushing forwards. They're going to most likely drift back towards a setup outside A.
Looking at Aspas with that operator too on the attacking side, they're still holding a default. So you've still got. Yeah, I only just noticed on the X-ray too. I was like, wait, hold on.
बस पूजा सब करके बैठा. Just क्या बात है?
A miss.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristic, normally sharp, but that is going to note where Monyet is.
आप लोगों के उधर तो घर में ही पूजा होते हैं ना?
Earlier as well, so this could start being read with the amount of presence here. And you can see that build up. Still, they are unwilling to relent from it. Kushi just gets beheaded. They still know there's another on this side of the site as well. Monyet tries to make some presence known to himself, puff up the chest, look a little intimidating. But the rest of MIBR are coming his way. 1 HP. This man is desperate for some help, but he gets it. 11 seconds now. MIBR have to fight forward. Inferno bailing them out on the corner. Quan now in, but Jemkin alive. We wanted big stuff from this man. But he's far off still.
Yeah, basically played out of this round now. It's going to be heroics from Crazy Guy, if anything, for RRQ, and now Jemkin. Has to hold on to this. MIBR are looking just so in control of the timing of these rounds in terms of when the aggressions come in, when to push forwards.
I wanted to compliment that. You're bang on with what I saw. It's that kind of ability to scale up. They get a little info on maybe noting where Monyet was, and then you saw that crunch right through.
Yeah, but it's not black and white. It's not as if they've got absolute definites in terms of info. Yeah, exactly. And even there, you see Kushi tucked onto a pretty ratty off angle.
Yeah.
But still, he's wide swung by Artsy. And immediately then, everybody's kind of in a position to capitalize.
It feels like good fundamentals as well from MIBR. They're just like good calling, good approach, good spacing.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah.
1-5%.
What?
10 seconds left. I guess 1 HP.
Yeah, he stopped the play and go, oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, like, what am I going to do?
All right.
Get them pumped up. And look, for RRQ, it's not been the start they'd hoped for here. No, it was their map, their choice.
Timeout लिया है RRQ
You'll expect this to be a competitive look from MIBR. Obviously, I think MIBR so far, if I'm not wrong, is sitting at a 100% win record on this, but it's probably out, what, 2 games, 3 games? It's not.
Yeah, not many reps here.
No,
but,
I think it's only once, especially with the Waylay, so it's still like new. But to see a 5-1, you've got to be feeling that.
I mean, certainly building upon their previous performance here in Paris on Corrode.
I've got to say, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it was kind of meant to be that Jemkin, Aspas, who's got it?
Getting diffed, I'll say it.
Yeah, what is it? 11-1 right now for Aspas. On the other side, 1-5.
No shame in that, getting diffed by Aspas.
No, it's a fair shout. Like, there's very few players who command that sort of presence. It literally is like your favorite player's favorite player is always going to be Aspas, right? It's that sort of level, but Jemkin, I want to see activated. I don't need him to go Aspas level of impact, but have some presence on the server.
Yeah, especially, and you think back to RRQ. He was just everywhere.
Oh, he was brilliant.
He was, I don't want to say single-handedly, but he was the deciding factor for RRQ. So unfortunately, when a player like that, 6 rounds in, sitting at 1-5. Again, previous a gamble on the operator, heavy anchor one side, but you certainly do want to see him a little more present here, especially then on the Waylay. It's not necessarily, I mean, of the duelists, it's not one you want to see tucked back on an operator.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I'll chalk up one of the rounds too. Again, do remember he was the one who got snapped in half by Verno when he tried to go out there and make some space on that B hit. That can happen. You're going to have those moments, but I would like to see a bit more presence. I'm worried I don't see that timer moving.
Yeah.
No one's told me a thing, guys. So we're
still music
we're
going,
all in this together.
We're all in
this together. I'm sorry. Look, we've been too well behaved so far. We haven't been pulling out cables.
We have been on our best behaviour, actually.
We've been trying.
They've kind of got us in a corner where we can't really mess anything up.
Yeah, they have put Baby in the corner.
Yeah.
Maybe back just in our padded cell.
Effectively a cage, actually. Think about it.
Despite all my rage, still there's a bunch of rats in a cage. We are just getting a couple of ready checks here. Not sure.
I'm not seeing anybody else.
Technical pause.
Headsets off. It should be a quick one. Yeah, there we are. Time is moving. So thank you for being nervous with us. Fingers crossed we don't get it again. Odin's coming out. How do you feel about the Odin? I know Sliggy's been going on about it for years.
I mean, I remember back playing a game with Sliggy, just some of the most shameless Valorants
it's
ever.
Foul.
But I mean, it
works on this.
Yeah, certain situations, it's extremely powerful. I don't see it the same as Lotus or anything like that.
Really?
Yeah, some of these early angles aren't as impactful. Again, towards B, post-plant, clearing some of those ratty spots. Yeah, I'm all for it, but
pretty nasty on A2.
We're not seeing many people caught off guard on the site. We would have seen.
Yeah.
When this map first came out, it's like, yeah, that site's made of paper.
Sure.
Recon through the window. We're going to see loads of.
Cypher's got some weird stuff everywhere. Yeah, it's. It'd be interesting to see if it does make an impact here. Could be nice. We'll define Sliggy's value of opinion purely on this round on its own.
No pressure, crazy guy.
Oh, there it is. Couple shots. Hudson doesn't seem all that fussed by it yet. Looking to expect some counter pressure coming out through connector. Knife should reveal the intention. That is 2 noted. And that knife only hits really close on the corner, so you can expect them nearby. You better be diligent in this clear, though.
Alt कर दे इधर.
A bit of chip. Send down.
और robot का ulta.
Speeding that lean through Con, and there it is. Tick in the box for the slug. As RRQ are actually having a brawl.
Barno को down कर दे.
Robot down हो गया. But the shot misses on the site. That's a problem. Now they know about the operator. Now they're getting good information. Monyet tries to make a mad play. That's not a little too far, but
MIBR almost baiting RRQ into these unfavorable situations.
For the amount of times we've seen what feels like a really chaotic situation, but MIBR pause, stabilize, and vanish.
I mean, even here, Monyet, he's only on a bucket. Makes a desperation play towards the res, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Jemkin, unfortunately, as you noted, swing and a miss on the operator. So now forced to clutch onto the weapon for another round.
Oh, you just feel like you're not in the game. That's the frustrating part for Jemkin. It feels like you're just not in the right place. You're not able to get involved in these fights. That was probably the deepest exploration we've seen from MIBR up middle as well, with that much early work behind it, right? We haven't seen them fighting kind of, I guess, beyond that Viper wall, really, you know, trying to dig a little deeper. This time they have, and Jemkin will just then gets the 1v1 that he misses.
Yeah. Seeing here whether or not the pings on the map are indicative of maybe RRQ trying to prevent something from happening here in the follow-up, but again, I'm not entirely sure how it's going to sit financially for them.
Pause around this time where they're just waiting for this refight to come in.
Okay, vulnerable. Got to try and make something from nothing in a round like that, but
बस एक operator ही है, बाकी सब लोग
gotta be the hero, Jemkin.
So yeah, the ping's actually over here to actually bring the operator across this direction. MIBR stacked up. Again, it's going to be target-rich environment on the other side, but
nice. And look who's coming. Aspas hungry for the kill. And he's got so much info on this one.
Oh,
no escaping your fate when Aspas is on your heels. Nice. There was no way out of that. Tailor-made poison, it felt like every step of the way. There was a reveal in mind. Jemkin is being given no play here.
I mean, it's just beautiful to again here. Total pace change. The previous 2 rounds, they're almost conscious of an operator on the map. Here, they spot it, they get the tag with the Aldrome first, and then immediately pounce on him. This is the one threat for RRQ. From the outside looking in, you think, find the operator, go somewhere else. Nope.
Head first.
They send everything on top of him. I mean, it's brutal for RRQ. Yeah, absolutely brutal for RRQ.
You look at the layering, it was what? It was the Aldrome first, fair enough. Tries to fall back from that. Then you had the knife, so can't actually gap close or get out of danger. And then there was a follow-up as well. I guess the dart must have come in as well.
Round
yeah, so it's like, what are you meant to do? If you tried to get around the arch, you'd probably been seen by that point, because Aspas was in there. So, watch this from his side.
I was going to say, if we get a chance to see what else actually reveals him on the second ping, because, I mean, Aspas does fantastically well.
There's the first. Look at this timing, man.
By the way, thank you so much for catching out the other side.
I love our replay team. You're hot.
You can't ask for much more than that, man.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That is actually so pretty to watch.
But like I said, this is RRQ. The last few rounds have been heavily reliant on that MIBR. Have kind of been drifting around the map, looking for such a threat. And here, they're happy to pounce on the challenge.
Look at him trying to fall back towards his TP, has to get taken towards connector. Leaves site open now, but Aspas goes hunting. He sees it as a challenge, not a threat. And when you're this good, you can tell as to why. He's not stopping either. Further forward, he can't control it. Cushy finally back in, but there's fights elsewhere. Monyet in the right place. Cushy doing damage. But 2v2 now. It'll slow down here.
Nice.
Verno.
Cortesia low.
Thought it was safe.
10 HP here. Cortesia.
Does he get one?
I mean,
Pata lag gaya
looking this way.
What?
I was going to say, you can't
Knife होगा क्या?
Look at the HPs as well.
नहीं
बच गया
नहीं
बच
नहीं
Botezia on 10.
1v1 but
वो
same
उसको देख रहे
Monyet around the world.
same
I like that
stretch
choice
है
as well.
guys mid से
This
जाएंगे
is good.
जैसे
Probably in the back of
Cortesia
Cortesia's mind, but
गुजरा था
not for a minute or two. What does Cortesia do? Does he
गलत
go for a
तरफ
similar
तो
thing
देख
around
ही
the
रहा है
world, or does
कोई
he just...
He's going to try and wrap it, yeah?
Yeah, around the world,
अरे
baby. Let's
नहीं
get the
nice
timing right.
Monyet
पता लग
अच्छा हुआ
गया
देखा मुझे लगा इसी
Brilliant
तरफ देख रहा
He
है
could have stuck on site. That felt too much of a risk.
second
Didn't
round
know
for
what was going on.
RRQ
Disconnected.
2-7
I
का
think you're
score
right. Too
इधर
many
बन गया
unknowns
है
for him to just sit back and wait for something to happen. Unfortunately, I think Monyet, I'm not even sure if he's tagged just ahead of the smoke here, yeah. I mean, Crazy Guy, I don't even think realizes he's been tagged there with the way he stands behind the smoke. But yeah, I think, oh yeah, he did actually turn this way. I was wondering if Monyet was holding an angle to see both entrances, yeah.
Second round, okay. Here we go. They've got the full hand of ults as well, I think.
चलो मैं चला डोटा खेलने मोबाइल से स्ट्रीम व्यू करूंगा मैं बाय बाय मिकी हैव
MIBR
सम
are
गुड
so
गेम्स एंजॉय
comfy in terms of the finances, though.
It's scary. It's scary.
It was round 10.
Make me proud.
Jemkin's got ult here. This could be a goer from the rip. Although the one who made it look infamous so far.
Yeah, they're desperate to try and basically stop the rot outside A or towards mid.
This could be huge, though.
Could be a very big connection.
Pop the ult, send in Monyet. But they're waiting a long time for this.
Wow,
Let's
बढ़िया
see who's going to want to strike. Denied, slowed down by the nade coming in towards connector. That's really good. And actually, it's Cushy who tried to make the play through top middle, but maybe a miscom. They weren't able to capitalize on this as well, but a late swing from Monyet. Still desperate to do the damage through com.
दोनों तरफ slow
Get now
है
on that
guys
corner, but checked on that little crouch peek in from Berno.
अरे नहीं
और एक
What is that?
कैसे होगा guys कैसे
Oh, the knife
2v4
behind him too. They now know he's maybe.
You see, they're all about to look away then. Everybody actually missed.
ऑपरेटर शॉट मिस हो गया था
traded out
आसपास
here.
से 1v3
And I
unpossible
like that idea from
dispossible
MIBR,
possible.
but, sorry, RRQ, but MIBR, that one nade from Artisan coming in.
Well,
stopped
this
it.
is the thing. At the time at which the ult is invested, Cushy's actually got a prowler. He's not ready to capitalize towards mid.
Really?
Again, I'm not sure if he's spotted something ahead or behind the wall, or there's something else happening, but he's in it. The prowler's being sent and he's controlling it. It's not as if it's just drifting down mid. Yeah.
Oh man, because that could have been
Ever
such a nice crunch.
ever so slightly off. If that's the plan from the get-go, which it looks like it is from Jemkin's positioning, he's holding the ult for either A or mid.
Yep.
But again, maybe there's something I didn't catch, but I noticed there nobody's. I mean, certainly you want a couple of bodies there. You don't want the priority to come through from the choke point.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought Monyet was going to come flying out through connector. But again, that nade coming in just in time from Artisan
yeah, for sure.
just denied it. So I'm like, well, but then I thought there'd be enough time potentially for Cushy to cancel if it was cool. I don't know. Again, the comms looked a little bit off there. It looked a little disjointed. It could have been a nice call.
It's on the back, I think, of Verno's drone. They hear the drone coming, and that's when they're like, yeah, okay, let's go.
Because normally Aspas is right behind it, right? That's a pretty big tell. Let's see what it looks like on the replay here as well. Oh, it's so far ahead.
Yeah, well, Cushy, I think this is actually behind the...
Yeah, it's
that's after the ultimate, yeah.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
I love that as well. Xfero's like, oh, I might get a timing here. The knife goes at everyone. Just swings back to top mid.
That's unlucky, really. Got to say, for me, eye test, RRQ look a little flat so far. Not seen anyone have big impact. Monyet's been okay, but we know the capability of Monyet when he's having a big game as well.
And I think that's the way to characterize it. We've already seen these individuals perform here. Yes, seen the level they're capable of, but something feels a little off today. Not to take anything away from MIBR, like I said, they are firmly in control of the tempo, of RRQ's intentions, having the right answers ready at their disposal. It's not as if they're reacting to anything. They actually just seem really well prepared.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what we're seeing from MIBR. I really am. Can't really fault it. It looks like it's relatively simple. I don't say it's overly complicated, but by all rights, it's well crafted. It's set on the strengths of their side.
So guys, time out
synergy between Berno,
match
Zero there, and Aspas as well. It's all working. If you've got a superstar like Aspas, play him in, cool, and they are. It feels like you can't
play
get
him
away
in, let him do his thing.
Yeah, support him in that way, I guess.
Yeah, which again is why it's so refreshing to see Aspas really. Hold that thought for a second, yeah.
Blind आ गया, ult कर दिया, भाग गया बंदा.
It's not much of a gap to play.
देख ले शायद. 5 HP.
This is not an individual effort.
भाग रहा है, nice.
Moves being made. It has been revealed at some point though. Don't know when that came through. This round's been topsy-turvy, but they have sight. Oh, great shot. There he is, Jemkin.
और एक को देख लिया मिड पे.
More of those, and I'm paying attention. But that's been
Jemkin ने
a second
Cortis
kill here
को निकाल
in round 11. Bring it to a 4v4, but the buy is weak. Sheriff's pistols. It's Jemkin who has to be an instigator. Crazy guy going to take that title. Nice. He has to. Kushi doing work as well.
3v3.
Verno and Aspas, a deadly combo. Last two alive, make it just one.
3v2.
Verno, you got something for us here. Dart still ready.
1v1.
Sent in, handled. Position.
1v2 है.
Seen.
देखते हैं guys.
Waiting. Doesn't know about the spike. That was the core. Hindered. Oh, and caught Jemkin. Look, big round from him. 2 kills there. Doing exactly what they needed.
Anti guys. 3-8.
Really awkward engagement towards the spawn here. Yeah, again, love the idea that flash out of the smoke there and trying to make something happen. But first real example we've seen of RRQ.
3-8 का स्कोर चल रहा है. एक अब ये वाला राउंड जीत गए RRQ.
Nice.
Again, it's the second here from Kushi that incensed the ult. Again, you can see, yeah, the time to get the better of Aspas in that sort of situation. All credit to him.
Well, that's a mechanical capability we're waiting to see from RRQ, right? It's like you could do that every now and then. Cool, let's see a couple more of those. And they've gone, run it back. Run it back to me one time. KO off rip as well. This is going to be very hard to hold. This might be a passive play. At least at the restart from RRQ. Having to respect this site take.
TP gets cancelled as well. Xero though. Really good for the one.
Trade हो गया इधर 4v4 Viper का ult कर दिया गया है side
So many
पे.
possibilities, but we've got the flank coming in here.
Flank आ रहे हैं. Hopefully
I love
flank
this
में
exchange
कुछ
of space.
अच्छा हो.
2 hunting through CT. Hit over towards connector.
Test से पता चल गया, cam से पता चल गया.
Jemkin's position will be seen. Do they expect the follow-up body of Monyet as well? Looking like it could be Verno's duty to handle this. He decides against it for now, checking back in possibly towards connector, leaving this somewhat open. This is now going to get messy. The calls have to be made. Monyet's been found. Jemkin was noted here earlier. Verno's now on red alert. Could have slipped into the ult. Jemkin could have find Cortesia, but Artisan with an absolute roll.
Ace ले लिया भाई robot ने.
Nice.
Robot ने ace ले लिया भाई.
What a way to close out the first half. 9-3. I love the switch up here, the plant towards backside, and then the pit to cut off so many possibilities. RRQ actually have a double flank coming through, so they had what they needed to try and counteract this, but MIBR able to stick the land.
Yeah, I really like that. Mechanically sharp on that end of there. Brilliant. And I gotta say, MIBR coming with plans, it feels like. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit messy here and there, but tightening it up 3 rounds for RRQ is what they're going to be bringing into this second half, which we'll be back to in just a second after this interview.
Et Leito m'a rejoint à Paris pour pouvoir faire une petite interview. Mandatory content creator, Sova player, just like me. Thank you for joining me. Leito, it's a pleasure to have you here. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, we know that you've been rooting for mandatory throughout, you know, the year with Zerator and stuff.
Esport player
what does make this year different? Why are the boys going to qualify through Ascension? Du coup, qu'est-ce qui fait que cette année, avec mandatory, ça va être différent? Qu'est-ce qui fait que vous allez réussir à vous qualifier en VCT?
Bon, je pense que cette année, l'équipe a été très constante. Peut-être un split 2 un petit peu en dents de scie, mais finalement, à la fin, quand c'était les EMEA, on a eu un parcours du lower bracket jusqu'à la fin qui a été exceptionnel. Ensuite, on a 2 joueurs d'expérience qui ont déjà gagné les ascensions. Je pense à Enzo et Takas. Donc voilà, Enzo nous a promis qu'il essaierait de faire remonter l'équipe en VCT. J'espère qu'il tiendra sa promesse.
Hi, who do you support? I go for MIBR. Vijay, yaar. I too love Aspas. He has totally some different aura, but
so I have pretty good faith in the fact that we can qualify. And second question,
our reason like Pacific के और एक team को qualify करना चाहिए plays off के लिए, but I can't say anything right now because Aspas is back in his prime, you know.
J'aimerais bien
the
jouer
prime
avec
which was missing in
notamment
stage
parce que j'aime l'équipe
because of Aspas and Cortesia. क्या खेल रहे हैं यार वो लोग.
Pourquoi pas l'équipe de G2 qui est impressionnante.
Pacific team के लिए थोड़ा सा soft corner है, but Aspas is too good man, too good.
G2 goes and team the female team, and also Jogimo is an insane player. Thank you so much for joining me, Leto. Merci. And we're gonna see who takes the win
Aspas and Jing, we are training together. Oh my God, my Jingu.
Hear from Lou there.
Always.
Jumping back into this though, let's refocus our attention on that score, Mike. 9-3, a mega result for
मैं
MIBR.
literally इसमें मतलब थोड़ी सी न्यूट्रल हूँ क्योंकि एक तरफ अपनी पैसिफिक की टीम है और एक तरफ आसपास एंड टीम है. सबसे ज़्यादा डैमेज गाइस आसपास नहीं दिया है.
Collection of players you ever say is around, but
so which
actually
is your
enjoyable
favorite
to
team?
watch time and time again when they find this form, and that's just in
Jingu,
total control
PRX.
this first half.
Yeah, he makes Valorant
Paper
look
X
pretty.
is my
That's all I
favorite
can
team,
put to it, really.
but मैं Valorant में G2 का बंडल कैरी करती हूँ क्योंकि मुझे उसका मतलब G2 का पिस्टल बहुत अच्छा लगा था इसलिए मैंने ले लिया था. हाँ PRX lol क्या हो गया क्या हो गया. मैं ज़्यादा बोल के जिंक्स तो नहीं करूँगी. जिंक्स तो नहीं करूँगी मैं ज़्यादा बोल के PRX के लिए. ग्लेज नहीं करूँगी बिल्कुल अभी. यार मोनिएट कैसे डाउन हो गया. गाइस बी साइड में मत घुसो. एक ऐसा पोजीशन होल्ड करा है आसपास ने वो क्लियर नहीं किया तो इधर ही खत्म. नाइस. देख रहे हो मेरी बातें सुनते हैं देखो. आप लोग बोलते हो नहीं सुनते बट देखो.
I was going to say I didn't catch the timing on the wall, or
I don't think anyone did.
Well, Monya certainly didn't.
Nah, I'm neutral. I was sending fun until 10 tweet. अच्छा, okay. Nice. यार इस बार सेंटिनल के लिए बुरा लगा. सेंटिनल के लिए मतलब बहुत मतलब वैसा परफॉर्म किया यू नो अंडर एक्सपेक्टेशन.
पता लग गया है दूसरे.
और एक को टपका दिया है भाई. What?
नॉइस क्या मारा है शॉट वो फ्लिक शॉट वरना.
And leaving just two alive.
So guys, 10th round for MIBR. The score will turn 10-3.
Nobody from MIBR has taken a
Sentinel
single
is
point
so
of
bad
damage
NGL. यार बस Zekken, John Cutie. फिर जेल्सिस भी कभी-कभी कुछ-कुछ मैप में वो भी क्लचेस निकालते हैं. यही लोग दिख रहे हैं थोड़े से परफॉर्म करते हुए. नेरेट और बैंग आई थिंक सेंटिनल में आके थोड़े अंडर प्रेशर में जब हो जाते हैं तो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो जाते हैं. बट दे आर गुड प्लेयर बट आई डोंट नो. इस बार तो फॉर्म में एक दो टीम ही है उनको मैं बिल्कुल जिंक्स नहीं करना चाहूंगी.
I don't say rookie anymore, but kind of that era of player, right? A little fair, yeah, reasonable.
Right.
Oh, he's seen him. Hello. The composure.
Yeah, I mean Verno plays this so well.
भाई वर्नो ने क्या मारा है. जंप करके मारा है यार. देख रहे हो.
To try and pin down one kill to equalize the round.
It's really impressive to see. Again, I've been waiting to see the kind of coming of form of Verno. Kind of in that same conversation as, you know, Marder and people like that.
No.
Not again.
No.
What noise are we making?
Deja vu from round one, man.
They've given us a replay there, I think. That's what it was.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
MIBR OP बिल्कुल. गिरा आसपास.
Cornered by Blazey.
पड़ा गया.
Expecting the
बेचारा आसपास ऊपर ही अंधा हो गया वो. What?
कैसे?
ये राउंड जस्ट एक ब्लिंक ऑफ एन आई में खत्म हो गया भाई.
और क्या? फ्लॉलेस.
मैं कहाँ बोलने वाली थी 50 निकल सकता है शायद. भाई एक पलक झपकते ही राउंड खत्म हो गया. ये क्या भाई आसपास रियल प्लेयर है क्या ये? देखा उसने जो वो लाइट स्पीड होता है वेले का ऊपर रखा नीचे कूदा एक टैप मारा. ये देखो क्लिक में गाइस. इसका अगर 1% भी मुझे आता तो मैं आज बहुत बच रही होती. एक्चुअली में कोरोड मैप में सबसे ज्यादा वेले खेलना सिखाया है आसपास में. आप लोग देखे होंगे जब दूसरी टीम के वेले खेलते हैं तो वो लोग भी डैश इन करते हैं स्लो करके, तो कमेंटेटर्स भी बोलते हैं कि आसपास मूव, आसपास किलिंग इट। बिल्कुल यार, चलो ये काइंड ऑफ अ बोनस राउंड। पावरफुल बाय तो आरआरक्यू पे है और प्लांट होने के बाद थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। गाइस कम ऑन, सब लोग लाइक वगैरह कर दो फटाफट एकदम।
Still scared. Flash in. Pop flash through, sets himself up.
There he
Get
है।
one. Any trade there? No. Aspas a little late on the corner.
Trade हो गया।
चलो ये तो बाय डिफॉल्ट ऐसा ही होता है गाइस।
There we go. A little bit of pride fall here for RRQ. They really needed that.
Absolutely. 4 left standing. So a chance to maybe
one more round for match point and another round for match win.
Pace change again.
And MIBR can take over the map pick of RRQ.
Definitely. They are messing with us now, yeah. Again, Verno plays his life here as best he can, but it's a stinger. He can't really go back in and re-challenge here. So RRQ making that advantage.
Can they string it together though? Let's see. Let's get some more going. Give me another one here. Not one yet. Still very
robot का भी ult है.
Straight away on that Odin spam.
इधर Odin
चला दी है. सिलाई मशीन चला दी गई है.
Even if the previous blind kills weren't.
सिलाई मशीन.
They go forwards.
As well.
Trade हो गया है 4v4.
Let's see how they scale up here. Gonna send Jemkin forward.
ओमेन के साथ गलत हो।
Still a fight on the site here. Aspas waiting. Angle controlled. Delivered the kill. Gets outdone.
फिर से trade हो गया है proper 3v3.
With the spam.
Odin down.
Again, lovely little side
गया
step
Odin वाला।
This is better from our
Odin down.
Some stability.
They do have the null command here, but Cortezia a little bit disconnected. Still got some util to work with. 2 flashes, a snake bite, and the fragment.
And Anderson's been the
Cortezia भी आ गया।
backline assassin so far as well. Catching up pretty comfortably towards the top end. Sphero gonna slowly creep away from the side. Doesn't want to outstay. Play on that sort of deeper angle on that connector side. Uh-oh. That's a problem though. You're now back on Crazy Guy to maybe make his appearance known. Cushy taking all the attention. Crazy Guy gotta be there.
आगे पीछे से घूम के।
1v1.
But a 1v1 now. Honestly, we said it before.
Oh, भाई निकाल लिया भाई. We go to the match point. क्या बात है?
Match point.
Match point, guys. ये पूरा राउंड RRQ का ही था, but पलटा है पूरा राउंड. पूरा राउंड पलट गया.
क्या ही खेला है.
Kind of winning out some of these
Odin वगैरह सब डाउन कर दिया था guys.
Rifle battles.
Cushy was nice and
yeah. But again, the slow, disciplined clearance back in. A major disadvantage on this side as well.
Match point तक पहुंच चुके हम लोग. Back to back, बाप रे.
Credit where it's due to clutch that one out.
For the
This possible.
This possible, unpossible. हमारे भाषा में, ठीक है?
Aspas barely had a look in the second half just yet. It's all on the back of Artsy.
पूरा सा Odin इधर.
देख लिया.
Hold on, that could open up a really nice split here. They're already looking to try and get through Con, which they're doing now off the back of the Prowler that's going to take and clear the space. They do also have that Fatal as well.
पता लग गया.
Right, gonna pretty clear. I guess they did find Cortezia in a similar position, so maybe they forget.
Yeah, they're spamming onto the box as well.
Uh-oh. That's nice. Should be good. There we are.
Yeah.
A couple of seconds, but he gets there.
Robot
He's
gaya.
got half HP off of him, but that's okay. Now these 3 players, they might cancel on this.
Yeah, definitely. The situation all onto these weapons. Again, Cortezia 250, Artsy at 1300, so
नहीं हो सकता सेविंग करेंगे.
सेविंग करने के लिए निकल गए हैं Odin, 1 Phantom and 1 Vendor.
Because 5 are left standing here.
This becomes those conversations though of if you're MIBR, where are you going to put your pieces, right? Because it feels like this repetition towards A, this now like, okay, they want to split the connector, build up. Lovely first pick. I'd love to see how Cortezia got caught there, because if, again, you're anchoring this, you want to play a little safer, and maybe just a blind shot, maybe a little pre-fire, whatever it was.
12-5 का
really
score
well
हो
for them.
चुका है इधर.
Open up that almost encouragement then to close down towards A, but I guess the follow-up question is, where do they want to go on this now? Where do they want to approach? Okay, just caught out.
little strange to see. I saw the commitment again. I mean, I've seen there's a ton of pressure coming his way. Unfortunately, not able to slow things down.
MIBR का time out है इस बारी.
At least well played by Monya in that regard. Again, finance is still going to be there or thereabouts. Have to see what the purchase looks like here. Still got the null command. Nothing else for MIBR to throw into this round.
Good time for a timeout as well. Just kind of
मोबाइल वर्जन में ना ये जो कैरेक्टर्स की वॉइस लाइन है वो बहुत बढ़िया है दी. शॉर्ट्स आते हैं ना तो शॉर्ट्स में एकदम वॉइस लाइन में एकदम सुनाते हैं तो बढ़िया लगता है.
Guys, listen up. Fill me in afterwards, it's fine.
TLDR me. But this is an opportunity for RRQ to recover a little bit of confidence. Again, having to go up against 12 is a really rotten scoreline. Again, if they get that full hand of ults, you're starting to doubt the validity in a turnaround. I'm happy to be wrong. Happy to see some rounds strung together. Timeout coming out of this one. RRQ still need to be on the money. It feels that repetition towards A, though, has been the, I guess, answer for RRQ. Do they go for it again?
And almost, actually, heaven sent, actually, to get a chance. They have no timeouts left, so at least a chance for them to catch a breath and maybe collect that. Yeah, exactly. Get back on the same page in that regard.
Change up in who's got the Odin as well, because last time was Verno top middle, leaving that connector a little bit more open. I assume they want him back there, right? So he's gone for the judge. Good position to play from. In a very standardized default. Good catch on Aspas. Diligent clear from Cushy.
Yeah, the recall's expired as well.
Aspas idhar hi hai.
Looks like they might want to put a few bodies towards this in terms of curiosity.
But it's Aspas. He's calm about backing away. He doesn't want to completely relinquish the space without them having to fight for it, but no one overexerting that control they may have had.
Spike उठा लिया गया.
MIBR have drifted into a 3-stack setup here on B, but Verno's still trying to act as a deterrent in mid. We're going to hear at least 2 rifles on the back of that. So still further information playing into his hands.
Got to be on red alert though. You've got to know his back.
वो निकाल लेगा लग रहा है.
Towards the stack.
It's open, but then is this really the site you want to go towards? Let's see Monjet fights forward. It's a poor choice to be had. Desperation play.
रोबोट की अल्ट के सामने.
रोबोट किया.
रोबोट को उठाओ. रोबोट को उठाओ.
Sends down the shock dart. It is near on bullying at that
GG's guys, first map MIBR.
Too easy.
क्या बात है, ये मैप पिक था आपका, क्या बोलते हैं RRQ का, बट जीत के लेके गए हैं MIBR made in Brazil.
looking strong here, and that was RRQ's choice.
GG's फटाफट से लाइक करो, GG's फटाफट से पोल पे वोट करो, GG's guys, a good game. अभी अगला मैप पिक तो MIBR का ही है. I want it to end like 1-1 score, but next map
things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money.
नहीं बोल रही मैं कुछ नहीं. No comments. क्या नहीं बोल रही मैं. मैप वाइस ये सब आप लोग के कारण हुआ है. आप लोग मेंबरशिप लेते ना तो मैं रेड बुल पी लेती और मेरा गला ठीक रहता.
10.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way!
Finally we won! Finally!
Yeah. Let's go.
दूसरा मैप भी गाइस मेरा वन ऑफ द फेवरेट मैप टू वॉच वाला है।
एबीस।
यस, ओनली वॉचिंग में मजा आता है, खेलने में नहीं।
कूदने में मजा आता है।
We can see Aspas on jet.
तीन मिनट रील का आइडिया मिल गया।
कौन सा रील?
एक रील बनाने का आइडिया मिल गया, भेजता हो तुम।
नाइस। बाय द वे गाइस मुझे फनी रील मिला देखने को, जस्ट हंसी आ रही है मेरे को।
भेज दे।
व्हाट्सएप का किसी का चैट है, ठीक है, मीम है। चैट में एक लड़की अपने मतलब बीएफ के आगे रो रही है कि बाबू मेरे दादी आईसीयू में है, 1000 भेज देना जरा, ठीक है।
ठीक है।
तो वो लड़का मैसेज में पूछ रहा है क्या हुआ ऐसे करके, तो उसने बोला टाइम नहीं है अभी, जल्दी भेजो, दादी ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। तो उसने लड़के ने बोला कि ओके क्यूआर भेजो, क्यूआर भेजा। क्यूआर पे ऊपर लिखा हुआ है क्या बोलते हैं, फातिमा ब्यूटी पार्लर। बाबू इधर सदमे में चला गया आईसीयू में, ये फातिमा ब्यूटी पार्लर क्या कर रहे हैं। बाबू के लिए बुरा लगा।
बुरा लगा बाबू के लिए।
जैसे रिप्लाई दिया है कि लाइक दादी ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, और कीवर्ड में फातिमा ब्यूटी पार्लर ब्लैक मार्कर से लिखा हुआ है पेटीएम के वो कीवर्ड में। बाबू तो सदमे में चला गया। ऐसे भाई बहुत मीम आते रहते हैं भाई, वो सब रिचार्ज कर दो, ये सब चॉकलेट खिला दो के बाद बाबू सिलेंडर भरवा दो। क्या मतलब क्या चाहते। गाइस कम ऑन, सब लोग लाइक करो। कुछ टाइम बाद आप लोगों का मैच 2 इधर स्टार्ट हो जाएगा।
With Fraud of MIBR. Now, Coach, the entire team is in an incredible form. I mean, you talked about how important that first win against Bilibili was for you guys in terms of the confidence. But confidence aside, what are you doing as a coach to kind of unleash every single one of them on the team?
Just a little bit about what you said. I mean, everyone on our team is very talented. Everyone's working really hard. So I think it's really just giving them confidence to know that they could be the best amongst the world if we keep playing at this level. We beat one of the best teams from China. We put a really good fight against Fnatic, one of the best teams from Europe. So we're just out here trying to prove ourselves, and Snow really gives us credit for being a good team.
Thank you so much for that insight, and good luck on the next map.
I mean, well said. I think it's about time people put some respect on their name. MIBR, they are looking really, really good. And they're looking like they're going to secure playoffs.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, that was a really great first map. They're playing this solo waylay comp. Aspas looked great on that role. I think they had a great approach to their macro, the way they were dominating mid-control throughout. This is really a statement win to start the series.
It is indeed. And speaking of statement, let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. An ace, Kakuka, for Artin.
Do you remember before this game, I said, oh, with the duelist and this and whatnot, like Artin has to have a game. Not only did he ace in this amazing round, we're going to see like the last kills are very, very impressive. Every single time that there was an ult, every single time that RRQ tried to make a move, he was there using his utility, the molly, the flashes. He was on point this game.
Yeah.
Guaranteed the win.
We're talking about the protocols too. Look what they're doing in this round. They get the Viper's Spit down to block off one avenue of retake into the site, and then realizing that there's pressure on the other side, they're immediately fighting into spawn with the KO flashes going on through. I think the KO is really good for those kind of proactive forward fights, and on your execs as well, when you're combining that with a dart, it's also so potent.
We were speaking about Cortesia before going into the game, seeing Artin also having that moment, being like, look at what I can do on this stage.
I'm not going to lie, he was up on his feet way more.
Yeah.
It felt like he was up on his feet every single round.
And he's the guy who got so much criticism after the rough performance at Toronto, after the rough performance in Stage 2. Because, to be honest, he had some pretty diabolical maps. But here he is in what is arguably the most important match right now for MIBR this year to make it to Champs Playoffs. And he's popping off.
And if we take a look at the other side, we see an RRQ that was defeated. Jemkin, that first half, it was not the time for him. Let's see if he can bounce back.
Yeah, let's see indeed, because if they don't, this is going to be very, very bad news for RRQ and also for the side of Pacific region as well, because they came in here as the strongest region at the tournament. So let's see what Coach Ewok has to say ahead of map 2.
Jen here with Ewok of RRQ. Now, Ewok, we saw RRQ coming online towards the end of the first map, now heading into Abyss. If the comps do not change from the both teams, it's likely that you guys will both run the KO Sova. That means it's going to be Jemkin and Aspas on the Jet. And Aspas back in his championship form, it'll be important for Jemkin to really perform. Do you feel like Jemkin is ready for the Battle of Jets?
I don't think it's necessarily just a Jemkin thing. I think all of us need to step up. We were really flat the first map. So again, some frustration after the first map, but now we just need to turn it around.
All right, glad you got the frustration out of the way. All right, let's pop off. Thank you.
They don't really have a choice, but the good news is MIBR are starting on the defense. And as we remember the last time we saw their Abyss defense wasn't the best.
But do you put that on them or do you put that on Fnatic? They've
I
been
think a little bit of both.
Flawless.
Or
on
option 3, do you put it on Abyss?
Oh, I like that.
Which is just
really
the
like
most
that.
attack-sided map in the pool right now.
Yeah.
I think all three. A combination of all three.
Okay, you know what I think? I think Ewok was both right and wrong. I do think it has to come down to Jemkin in terms of confidence. We need to see that Jemkin that we saw the other day. We need to see him actually going head-to-head into those duels, because when they played this map against Billy, he was dunking on them.
Yeah, he really was. For MIBR, though, I mean, if they could 2-0 here, it's an Abyss where they've already played it. They've already looked good on this map, and Aspas is already in peak form. It feels like an amazing opportunity for them to make something out of this year where they did not even make Stage 2 playoffs, but you're absolutely right. A lot of pressure on RRQ, and especially on Jemkin playing this Jet.
Yeah, no surprises in the agent select here. I really like the fact that, as we're saying, Artin and Verno are playing amazingly today. Like the way that they're setting Aspas up for success is going to be also very important here from the defense. RRQ, the ball's on your part. Seriously, you're starting on the attack. You have everything in your power to snowball this game and start very, very strong on a map that you have already shown and are already comfortable.
This could be the most important pistol round for them this entire tournament. If they can get the ball rolling a little bit earlier, Pansy and Hypok, they could send us to a map 3.
And I want to echo what Bayer said there, Mike. This is the best opportunity for RRQ to right their wrongs. Starting on this side, they've seen that MIBR, on the side they're starting on, had their woes.
Yeah.
So, can they be the ones to apply that again?
Yeah, and actually it's one of those few instances where we have actually a recent example of, obviously, with RRQ rolling over Billy as well. Again, not dropping around in the second half, but starting out confidently with an 8-4. And I mean, Jemkin was pivotal to their success. Rough map one for him, he's got to bounce back fast. So I think he was at, 8-0 in opening engagements versus Billy. He was just rolling through
RRQ
rounds.
का attacking है.
Once again shouldering this start. Sticks around for the shock dart.
The timing is beautiful.
Does dip into the smoke. Might get caught on this owl drone. Does. Needs to keep his head down and actually bounds away. So will relinquish sight. Exchange that. Jemkin.
Oh, sleeping.
Whoa. Aspas. Big punish and just ringing the bell. Jemkin now obviously dead and has to spectate the rest of the round.
कहाँ से मार दिया आसपास ने?
Big info there too.
Yeah, a lot of info.
See the RRQ are tucked on sight.
MIBR waiting out for this flank to come to fruition. Crazy guy actually turns his attention here.
Cortesia will punish.
This is brilliantly staged so far. Xfero has to be monumental for this. It's a little bit laboured on the first. Unleashing MIBR to sweep the site. This is meant to be a redemption. A moment to help RRQ back on their feet. But they've been swept.
Did everything right on the way in as well.
बंद करते round
It said Aspas catching this kill here. I mean, Jemkin barely reacted to this. You can see frustrating way to fall after so much. I mean, guaranteed control if they can just keep 5 alive there. MIBR had to wait out for the flank. They could have really run away with side control.
Bro, we need to coordinate better, bro.
Wow.
I don't know, man. You're doing
okay,
that.
all right.
Doing it, damn. I don't want perfection or nothing. Okay, RRQ. Second bite of things, but this round not going to look likely as Aspas begins the farming again. We've seen this one before. Oh, he's going to
Is he going for it?
Yeah, I think he is. Observers, thank you. Come on, Prius. Let's lock in today.
Somebody's got his back, so we can see it anyway. Yeah. Teamwork from the observers.
Prius is going to go for a miss quickly. Get the free cam. Free cam. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you, guys. Now, while this happens, RRQ tested the other side of the map, and the setup holds strong for MIBR.
चलो ये round तो obviously MIBR का ही होगा, no doubt.
Dwindling out here. Maybe trying to close down on Cortesia, but that's the best you're hoping for here.
I mean,
being watched.
Yeah, Crossfire's being held here. But actually catching him off guard still.
Really nice.
Jemkin's a lick of HP.
Oh.
Where did that go?
Don't know.
Nice Jemkin.
Don't know where they're going.
Gun ले लिया.
They looked on.
3 HP है. Shock dart कहाँ
गया? Currently. All 3 locked on site currently. They fight their way out of this one. RRQ, it doesn't feel nice to be here, but Tommy's got it right for MIBR, and it's looking good. Others in with the first found. Start building up through this. Verno does
nice.
I mean, they are so in control.
2-0 का score.
Nice. Towards the spike.
अभी buy round आएगा ना.
At the end then as well, I like that.
Same sort of thing we saw on Corrode as well. Just waiting, making absolutely sure people are in the right position to swing at the same time, take control of these sight lines. I was going to say, I was desperate to see where, certainly the second one.
That looked like it was good, right? But again, I do want to kind of roll it back as well here. The fact that MIBR are playing so, I don't say like respectful, but they're being very, very diligent in everything they're doing, very, very controlled. It does give you a note of that they respect RRQ enough that they're not going to take any liberties yet.
Definitely, yeah.
But into a bonus round, it's a quite a well-invested bonus round, they could.
Certainly is. Again, no light shields on the other side, so going to be difficult for Aspas to find freebies. Yeah, Verno and Jenin both picking up rifles as well.
God, that deep trip is lovely as well. It's just kind of that final warning signal if they need it. It allows Verno more attention towards creating this 3-play stack on B. It's the right read. Another 1 minute 10 mark.
ये कौन चिल्ला रहा है भाई audience पे कोई.
Aspas will happily dip his toe ahead of that though.
पता लग गया drone से.
And yeah, you can see why he does get fully attack. He does get pushy. Download Cortesia now going to be rewarded. Couldn't quite pick up the gun in time. A second glance through the smoke.
Trade हो गया.
It is 3v3. A Vandal with Verno. Hudson on the Bulldog. And still that Guardian in play. Not a comfortable post plant yet by any means.
Oh, भाई Verno ने randomly मार लिया.
How's he gone away with that?
2v2
still going to try once one back by taking down Artisan. But Verno, oh no, they've just
2v2
each other. No idea about it. It's so magical.
1v1. Oh, भाई Zenom.
RRQ, an opportunity there.
क्या खेल रहे
Set the record straight. but he gets ripped away.
Another bonus conversion here.
Oh, man.
MIBR. I mean, Cortezia goes huge.
Yeah, he does.
To catch the second one as well.
He was almost good for that third, it felt like.
I mean, yeah, what, on the second attempt, I think he couldn't pick up the rifle the first time, but Genom closing this out with the Guardian. Twisting the knife.
Let's go!
Applying further pressure to RRQ, who were left trailing once more.
And it's starting to feel like a drought of rounds, Mike. You know, you take into account that first map. Obviously, yes, they were able to take a second or two, a bit of a breather, but you're going to be feeling it now. We haven't even really seen that stability kick in fully yet. Aspas is up on the operator too.
One away from the knives. Drone will note presence.
पता लग गया इधर ही.
A little high-low ready? Yeah. Nice stall. Going to cancel the high-low. Ignore the first, try and slip into the smoke for the second. Hudson going to get cleared on that. Good work from RRQ. Diligent to sweep
कोई
correctly.
पागल ही है रोबोट आगे क्यों गया?
Not the perfect purchase, but try and do what they can.
देख ले ऊपर है.
Closer and gets
हैंडल शॉट्स मारे
handled.
बट हुआ नहीं. ऊपर दो लोग.
रोबोट्स को आगे नहीं जाना चाहिए था.
गन रिट्रीव कर लिया.
ऑलरेडी ये MIBR के जेनोम फुल कर रहा था वो एंट्री.
Heavy consideration here with the
भाई
इको राउंड था. इको राउंड को उन्होंने पलटा.
Do cycle across the RRQ.
रोबोट आगे चला गया अपना.
3v1.
Wisely backing away, but
2v1. Sorry. 2v5.
Seen the choice to go forward, see it, and challenge in the choke.
Operator और एक वेंडल सेव किया
Maybe just a little bit of a chaos in the comms, but again there were stars down.
They're going hunting. Love to take some of these away.
लाल कलर है. लाल
कलर. They've heard that operator yet though?
No.
Might be able to consider it in purchase.
रोबोट कुछ ज़्यादा ही आगे निकल गया था guys.
दोनों का था रोबोट.
A beautiful conversion on this round though.
That's really, it's so
light investment.
Like
yeah,
that,
exactly. Yeah.
ये देखो रोबोट इधर ही चला गया था. देखा?
I thought he was in the smoke ahead of it, but no. It's a little late on clearing that dart. I mean,
AI misuse हुआ है यहाँ
पे. Bloody hell! Where was that?
ये कैसा रिएक्शन है?
One tap. But again, they're up the rope so quickly as well.
Aspas is going for a walk.
ऐसा तो हम देखते हैं हम लोग अपने मैचेस में मरते रहते हैं.
This is good work actually. Coming out from Crazy Guy, making sure they are crossing
कुछ बच्चे ट्रिगर भी तो हो जाते हैं उसमें.
भाई अलग ही भाई अलग ही रेज बेट करना चाहते हैं वो लोग.
Enough of an
प्ले में उनको डबल रैंक अप जो मिल रहा है बेचारे.
और consider their approach here in
बहुत रेज बेट करने का ट्राई करते हैं.
The information game fairly even with Verno managing to spot.
ये वाली बड़ी मेरे को भी लेनी थी बट वो नहीं था
towards A as well.
Not going to get the same entry though on this at all. Going to get a good tag though, man.
अब तो आएगा भी नहीं.
doing work here. Aspas still waiting, spawning a pixel.
The rare one.
Smoke, but the reveal is good.
Verno did
not jump control on the site, and the TP gets taken. It's a fast play towards B.
One
players were disconnected as the main pack now. Plant is in.
There's still some util down here, but Cortezia had actually given up. Crucial engagement towards mid here. Crazy Guy looks the other way, still gets the kill. Verno will fall.
Respect the second though. He's very much looking this way.
बॉडी ही गई है.
आसपास आराम से ऑपरेटर है.
Aspas very focused on this mid fight.
पता है ना उसको इन्फो दी है.
Not looking like it's going too well either. Aspas, oh hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Howie down on one.
3v3.
Mon Yet was the one to take that TP over here, the first to get onto this side.
Very nice.
MIBR.
3v1.
I didn't think that retake was theirs at all.
किल ले जाएगा.
Looking like the time was almost going to slip through their fingers, but I think actually the moment they realise, yes, somebody's still committed to mid. It's where they catch them off guard. Oh yeah, again the cloud burst there, allowing the kill from Verno to get maximum value. Quick pivot and again get themselves a clean plant, but unfortunately this time can't progress deeper into the site, can't take away much of MIBR's options in terms of the retake.
Cortezia, man, also having a nice game so far. 1-3-1 beginning. I don't know, have they cleared that trip yet? I'm not too sure. I think now it's part of the protocol list.
Or did he just...
I think he just shock darted that potentially.
Okay.
Not sure. I see that Crazy Guy's down to, what, 1?
Yeah.
So maybe...
I didn't know if he'd pulled it back just before backing up.
Could have been. I think for now, I'll give it to Crazy Guy. Might be wrong. But Aspas, happy to sit on this. Up top. Now drone dealt with before tag. Not backing away just yet either. Look to consider trying to get across towards that pop-up spot, but Aspas just trying to get away and play his life, and he has done. Mid-control is going to be for RRQ. Now the site feels small. It feels like you're going to get wrapped on. It's not just one player. So these three have to try and steady their nerves. That spike is getting closer for that plant. In the hands of Cushy so far, and Cushy going down. That spike is now in a really tough position.
This is awkward timing. Verno might catch something here. He's jumped across.
Oh, he's got one. Couldn't get the second, though. Xpero controls, but Jemkins wanted that spike. Is being denied on every aspect towards it. Devastating way for this one to probably wrap up here, unless Xpero can go absolutely nuclear. But with 20 seconds, I don't think it's happening.
No, especially knowing that Aspas is probably going to have repositioned here. MIBR will get themselves a comfortable lead to start map 2.
This scoreline's already scaring me.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say it, call another timeout. RRQ burnt both in the first half of Corrode, but it was much needed to try and diagnose some of the issues that they were seeing.
You're not even on the map, brother.
Let's go. I got things to do.
Where's he off to?
Do you know what I was going to say as well? Aspas are almost after map 1 now that he's on the jet. He's a little happier to stay on the front line and commit to some of these second and third kills.
Like करो 2 और subscriber कर दो guys.
The jump scare.
30 हो जाएंगे फिर.
Almost lined up for the second as well. Well, I guess just a little scrambled with the reset.
वो लगानी पड़ेगी लग रहा है.
Glad we're seeing a timeout here because you're starting to see the players looking a bit annoyed by it.
Yeah.
And you get why, right? This has been a hard start. Things not really what they wanted after map 1. So why not slow it down, have a chat, check in, try and get a grip on this game, because you're looking at kind of Jemkin again. Cushy here. Cushy was great on map 1. Started to really build up on that fade. Started to look much better off. But again, a quiet beginning from Jemkin. Need some more. Need some more, really.
I think the difference being a map 1, it was notable RRQ was struggling to find openers, create advantages in terms of their head count, but here they are. MIBR are kind of winning out in some of the later rounds here where they are at a disadvantage. Aspas still sitting 6-1. You've already noted Cortezia as well. Again, what will be the adjustment here? It's broken by gaps in utility, light shields, a Guardian and a Bulldog to round things out. They're desperate to get another round on the board.
Wow, क्या trip लगाया है. Nice trip.
That's what I mean.
ये क्या trip
Way
है
more
हेलो?
aggressive here.
इसमें कौन फंसेगा?
यही सबसे एनवी इंस्पायर्ड हो जाता है. बट हमारे
यही लगाएंगे कल.
लो रैंक वाले लॉबी में लोग पता नहीं भाई.
Well, there's your info as well.
डिफॉल्ट ट्रिप को भी तोड़ के आ जाते हैं. घुस जाते हैं, उन्हें फर्क ही नहीं है. 2-3 फंस गए.
2-3 फंस के भी मार देते हैं.
Corner going to see one. They are in that smoke though.
They are close to
this. Good flash. Actually a good chance to close this down. Gets caught. Cortezia
आगे
has
कुछ
the
किया.
backbone of the side. Artisan now has to kick it again.
Nice.
Oh, he's just
ने मारा 2v2 बचा हुआ है. अल्ट ने भी निकाल लिया एक.
Saving them somewhat in this 2v2 now. Crazy guy on yet. Need this.
To be able to reset.
पीछे से
Get themselves a comfortable position. But Bono.
There he is. Mechanically filthy with it. And that's devastating for RRQ.
Again, the timing looked. I said they were going to be able to reset comfortably here, but again, caught completely off guard by the possibility Verno's wrapped the way he has.
Lovely little control there from Verno.
I mean, at first there, a little bit of hesitation. Crazy guy's like, yeah, you're dead. I'm leaving you.
Yeah.
Out to dry almost. That's what I mean. RRQ are finding the early wins to get themselves into a post plant. You can see here on the timeline, it's not making it across the finishing line.
It's a collective effort. We haven't even seen Artisan being the one towards the top end of the board yet. It's
क्या
Verno,
चल
it's
रहा है?
Aspas, it's everyone else. Again, a deep line found. You can't go anti-flash when you're going to have Aspas going deeper on these
Operation
lines.
short miss.
I get it, but man.
Starting to take liberties now with this early round aggression.
Maybe looking for that dart coming in, whatever it is, it's just, you're going to be put on notice. Nothing on this map feels secure now. RRQ slow and steady on the rotation. There's that flash coming in from Artisan. Does have a deeper look down. Spots nothing on the follow-up, but they did call in for rotation from Xenon, but dart's going to stop being put to work. Verno on
Trip
this
towards
side.
the nice.
And who closed the previous. Happy to give it up.
But again.
Anti-KO set up as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, certainly give it up now that Cortezia is playing deep enough to make sure the trip stop. But when the first is removed, Verno's not exactly got anything to pin hopes to. But all 5 members of RRQ committed to site and looking to push forwards.
There goes the knife. That should reveal potentially 2, maybe 3. Port suppressed.
Plant हो चुका है.
5v5 पूरा बचा हुआ है.
Pretty much
करना
there. Flash
पड़ेगा.
on the corner. They were already tucked. Good from Jemkin. Spacing a
अरे
little off too.
रोबोट के साथ ही सीन होता.
Jemkin on the corner.
बदला पूरा कर लिया गया है. रोबोट को उठा दिया. रोबोट को उठा दिया.
Crazy
रोबोट को उठाओ.
It feels like there's no synergy between them.
अभी तो 5v5 बचा हुआ है.
Yeah,
अभी तो 5v5 बचा हुआ है.
Everybody stacked up. You'd think that they were going to swing off each other. But they get absolutely dismantled by MIBR.
इतने में तो मैं बस एक पानी का ग्लास उठा के
And even then, actually, MIBR almost give them the first, the tradable KO ult. There's no counter swing on the back of it, but then
रोबोट को भी उठाया यार.
Look at these. None of these were traded.
बोला कि तू भी चलेगा हमारे साथ. भाई
I
रोबोट
want to give credit to MIBR a lot of times, but that one I felt like RRQ had a really good shot at. Going to go back to the Stinger by burst on A, or what's the game plan now? I feel like RRQ are running on fumes.
Yeah,
RRQ को
getting
एक
a
ही
little
राउंड मिला
desperate now.
seriously at least 1-1
वही तो.
Switching things up once more.
होता मजा आता.
और क्या?
Might even be rewarded here. Monyet will fall.
आज जंकी नट के साथ आसपास ने एक
Did spot the
निकाल
second
देता.
as well.
मोनिट को ही निकाल.
That's enough to
देख
say
लिया देख
nah,
लिया
mid
पीछे.
shot.
Pyramids, yeah.
Mid
Hit
top down.
a side, hit a side.
कैमरा में कैद हो गया एक.
Just getting
गया वो.
और काफी
wherever
लोग
they go.
बहुत लो कर दिया.
Is Xfero gets caught, so maybe not as
ये
telling, but
round
he's still going
भी
to put a body behind it. They've still got a setup on the other side.
Short miss.
Certainly now.
Jemkin going to
बहुत
play
short
on
miss
that
कर
bit.
रहा है.
उठ रहा है.
It's not good enough. Aspas is there.
Yeah.
भाई
Shallow
कर
gonna
लेना
get
पता.
out to the shore,
आते
but
ही
it's
गए.
all too simple.
Short
Really
gun.
crazy guy denied on the smoke. Nice
क्रेजी
shot.
का लास्ट रिमेनिंग और फ्लॉलेस हो जाता है यार.
हैं वर्णों को देखो कैसे वापस.
Verno playing with his
सारे बेंच.
क्या ही कर रहे.
In approach.
ट्रोल कर रहे.
And it's
Hey,
brutal
kya
to witness.
hai
Mike
ye?
can say one. I'm thinking this might be wrapped.
कैसे कैसे.
This was meant to be the better side for them to start on.
Yeah. Certainly looks that way. Wouldn't
दोनों
surprise
साथ में
me to see
कूदते
another
बट एक
timeout
पकड़ा.
come out of this replay. Honestly, because
Oh,
something has to change here. I mean, it's Xfero leading
Let's go!
the side of RRQ now. A couple of other members of the team barely on the board. And you can see the frustration starting to play out on stage as well.
it's not a good
RRQ
feeling to
का
be
timeout
so
guys,
down
दोबारा
like
से.
this, to feel like nothing is working. Hell, Cushy's on 0 to 8.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jemkin, the more concerning with being Jemkin at 2 to 8.
Is
that 2 to 8? Yeah, it is, yeah.
God, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. Because it's not just your strats, it's not just this, you're not hitting in the server either, right? You need someone to give you a round or two, get that confidence back, be on the same page. That post plant got me worried enough, let alone what we're seeing now. Really, really tough game.
Yeah, I come back to the same thing. RRQ are making
RRQ को time
the
out.
right decisions in some of these rounds to get themselves into ultimately a position to convert. And then it's falling so short.
Hey, they've had plants, they've had site control, they've tried bits and pieces, but it ain't there.
Yeah, it's 6 post plants they've lost out on. Yeah, very, very bleak outlook here on map 2. 7-round deficit here. Ultimates online, you've got Hunter's Fury, you've got the TP and the Neural Theft available.
Couple of pieces to play with, but there's still one man around.
Yeah, who's just everywhere right now.
It feels like they can't get away from him. Needs to call in some help on this. I think
did he get spotted?
I feel like he might be. Oh, great from Jemkin. That's the spark you want to see. More of that, please.
Operator ली जाएगी यहाँ से.
On the site though, the problems haven't been getting to the site themselves. It's been beyond that point.
Oh
my God, it's gone. A shot in the dark works well. A barrel scene as well.
4v4.
Verno slowly creeping closer. He is the backline hero right now for them.
Left, right.
To an extent with the out drone. Can they hold this time? RRQ Cortesia already gets one. The crossfire's all caught in between. A rock and a half place. And now goes down a Jemkin who's desperately trying to hold on.
2v1.
Time on his side in a 1v1. That's better. That's the Jemkin we know can exist in this server.
It comes down to a Red Bull clutch and a 4K from Jemkin, the hero of their previous showing here on Abyss.
Yeah, timeout तो उसको पक्का कुछ बोल.
Yeah, it had to work for that.
कुछ तो ऐसा बोला जिससे वो ये हो.
Yeah, a sigh of relief to get the second on the board. Fortunately, right back into the thick of it. Operator still in hand for Aspas, Hunter's Fury, and a divide here for MIBR. Certainly not out of the woods just yet.
He's gone much deeper this time. That should free up Verno to try and shift potentially towards the other side. On the other side of that, you will have Xfero, who has been present in the server, to be fair. You know, we were talking about Jemkin having a round then.
क्या देख लिया मैंने ये?
Close corner for Artisan.
गोट रोड पे वो लगा रहे. Lights लगा रहे. Lights लगा रहे.
Yeah, 1 star से आधा star rating हो गया.
2 star पे पहुंचा अभी. और रोड पे स्लाइड लगा रहा है.
3 दिन से खेल रहा है इधर. देखो नीरज, उनके सब्सक्राइबर भी है, उनके 3 स्टार एक दिन में हो गए.
He's got to deal with this trip in mid though.
3v4.
He's going to reveal his intentions.
अरे?
That should spur things on towards sight.
See when that dart comes in from Verno, that's a big intent. Shot dart through, yes.
Speed now
starting to
low है बहुत.
He turns up here.
Smoke कर दिए गए.
Waiting now for the first swing. It felt like they didn't have a plan on this Jemkin.
आ गया.
Striding in through the smoke. First time in a minute. Then MIBR lost without a plan.
Jemkin 4 kill 2 round back to back. देख रहे हो?
Back to back 4Ks for him.
There he is.
Now cements himself on top of the leaderboard for RRQ, and they impede him most in these last few rounds. Again, I'm a little bit worried when they smoke themselves off in main here, just in case something goes terribly wrong for them.
I think we're nervous for a reason,
yeah.
But hey, we take that. We absolutely take that. 2 of their 3 rounds RRQ currently hold were given by Jemkin. It's why we've been holding him to a high standard, because this is the skill ceiling he can start hitting towards. And MIBR don't like that. They've sent Aspas in hunting. Sent through with a deep dart, but finds nothing initially on middle. So a rotation and a gamble rotation towards A.
Yeah.
Incorrectly so.
Maybe just trying to get away from any early contact elsewhere. Cortesia's still got the cam. Again, Cushy will have the null command on the back of 1 orb, so maybe looking to keep that utility online. And drones sent out on the other side, but again, very telling nobody's behind that.
Aspas Knives still out here. Jemkin, same situation. Does get pinged though, falls away. Sight's going to be under the RRQ banner.
No command off the plant as well to slow things down.
ये round पे MIBR को निकालना पड़ेगा, वरना तो buy नहीं अगले round.
MIBR going to be working for this one. Paranoid about that mid presence, but it's not there this time. Good paranoia too. Nice on top of this. There's multiple targets to try and aim towards. How is that only hit? There we go. Starting to see that damage coming in. Divide now on top. Pop flash possible way, and it's time to go for this. RRQ standing tall, desperate to hold on. Jemkin again. Name up in lights. Going almost for a 4K again.
Khatam.
Held on 3 this time.
8-4.
But a sudden appearance of that brilliance gets them back.
11 kills in 3 rounds for him. Absolutely phenomenal from Jemkin to close out this first half. But it's an 8-4. We'll have to see how they do in the second.
वरना तो ऐसे तो नहीं हो सकता.
हर बारी भाई मास्टर कार्ड का एडवर्टाइजमेंट भाई जीरो बैलेंस के साथ अच्छा नहीं लगेगा तुमको भी। तुमको पैसे कमाने इसीलिए कार्ड बना रहे हो। हाफ टाइम गाइस, इधर 8-4 का सिमिलर स्कोर आ चुका है हमारे पास। क्या लगता है कमबैक होगा?
थोड़ा डिस्कशन
कमबैक होके जीतना भी है, वरना इधर ही जीजी बाय खत्म, करियर खत्म, बाय। क्या लगता है गाइस बताओ।
It's like
क्या लगता है गाइस बताओ जल्दी फटाफट।
वेस्ट करो लाइक फट। चलो हाफ टाइम भी खत्म।
चलो हाफ टाइम इधर खत्म हुआ।
They've not really given themselves much more of a buffer, to be honest with you.
No, not really. This pistol is
देखते हैं अब क्या होता है।
Yeah. Very, very important.
And again, if you want to draw your minds back to the start and what the desk was saying, this was a really good chance in that first half, starting on the sides they did for RRQ to get a good scoreline going. This was not the problematic half for MIBR. Their attack looked solid in previous. A 1-3-1 to begin with, and a belting shot from Arsene. And he isn't alone in this fight either. It's a brawl in middle.
Monyet is a 2 HP after that engagement.
Aspas 2 HP.
Also forced to retreat here, but actually going forwards. How's she going to shut that down?
I don't know what he was expecting to forget about the presence in middle or what.
Like, I thought Aspas was going to go backwards, but...
A little bold.
Given a second chance at life and squandered at the hands of Cushy.
Here we go. Sheriff there. Oh, the timing. Oh, does he get timing? Going to spot one towards window. Blazey going to spot out two in middle, but does lose his life. But fight for the sites one. That spike now going to be planted, but a 3v2. But Monyet the pro, apparently not a problem.
3v1.
Still doing some serious work here. Still got that
2v1.
shot over Verno.
Yeah,
that scares me.
Yes.
He's been solid with these.
Especially with Monyet being solo.
Oh, simple in the end. It felt pretty safe with the setup. Yeah, got down to a 1v1, but the pistol they really needed, Mike, has fallen away from RRQ.
Yeah. Pray for a response here in round two, but this early mid-take from MIBR, I think drawing enough blood, doing enough chip damage to set them up for success. Nearly awkward viewing.
Yeah, nearly. That's a big round. It's uphill now, isn't it? Because that's got to be 10, right? You're looking at it. Unless something goes crazy, because they're not even buying behind this. It is purely classic, so...
Not even a Sheriff to pin your hopes to. Early walk here from RRQ out. Wow.
How's he doing that?
Sight's clear, guys.
Mara.
Get the bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is rough. These are the two players who are willing to go down.
Nice.
Okay.
Jumps in the camera. And Kushi will punish, but only a pistol lost here, so...
Again, they're happy to lose Artisan.
अरे गिर गए सारे लोग गिर गए क्या बात है
Trying to cut their losses in this one and accept fate here, but being against double digits at this point,
10-4.
You got to call it how it is. It's not going to be a fun game for them unless they can really get on the same page. It feels quiet on the stage from their side too.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, what map 1 was 9-3 half, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Talk about them basically having one buy round and.
You're not far off that.
आज जो मैंने वो heaven पे अच्छे shots मारने वाले के साथ करा.
I mean,
बेचारा aim ले रहा था वॉल करके उठा दिया.
मेरा तो वो वाला शॉट बढ़ गया मेरा तो वो क्या बोलते हैं करोड़ वाले मैप में मस्त खेलने लग गया मतलब हेड ही हेड खेली बाद में जो वो चेम्बर ने जो दिमाग खराब किया हो जाता वो जीत जाते मैप भी
मैं कितना पैनिक कर गई भाई कि कहाँ ड्रॉप
अरे मैंने पता है मैं
नहीं हो रहा है कौन सा बटन है पूरा फुल पैनिक
मेरे को पता है कि वो बंदा आएगा नहीं इतनी जल्दी बहुत दूर था वो मेरे को पता था तो भी ये लोग आई टल्ट करते वो अल्ट वेस्ट हो गई फंस गया उड़ा ये देख
नीचे एक रोबोट फंसा भाई क्या बात है
वाह भाई ड्रिप तो है
support is not coming. Crazy guy just a second away from that dark coming back up, but he's fallen. Oh, it's just methodical again from MIBR. Knowing exactly what they want as Monyet. I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty slick. He's at least got an escape route, but what, to give up 11?
Cortez has been so good at playing in the cut as well, in terms of just limiting options for RRQ, catching a player off guard here and there, slowing things down, creating more chaos across the map.
मैंने एक रील देखा था जिसमें बोलता है अपने दोस्त लोग को बोलता है कि मेरे को वायरल होने का तरीका मिल गया ठीक है फिर वो कैमरा निकालता बोलता है कि सब लोग है ना एकदम कैमरा में देखे गुंडे जैसा बोलेंगे ठीक है तो नरेंद्र मोदी को धमकी देते फिर वायरल की जगह पुलिस आ जाती है पकड़ के लेके जाते हैं वायरल होने के चक्कर में क्या गया तुमको रील भेजूंगा ये बढ़िया ट्रिप थी दोनों फंस गए
I think you're right about Cortez here too, right? As much as he's not doing a million, you know, kills in this, the presence alone is such a nuisance to deal with.
What the heck? No, sério, ele tá falando. How you kill me like this? How?
Happens to the best of us.
11-4 though. This is it. The hero rifle given over to Jemkin. Make something of this. Try and deny what feels set in stone. Sphero going to be trying to play in that smoke potentially, but it's we can see that they are very aware of it. Just checking all the corners here. Okay, it takes a lot for it. Artisan down on 27, but Prime on their side. And Cortesia with the swing through at the same time as Aspas, the one to claim the kill. Jemkin again is the one you are looking for here. Oh, but the execution of Aspas again! Just brilliant from this man. 6 bullets more than enough for him, probably. Absolutely is. Aspas, one of a kind here. Flawless round.
Nice.
And
it's just
simply lovely. This is exactly the sort of form I'm talking about. Once he hits that 5th gear, it just looks as if he's walking on water.
One enemy. It's pretty. I told you about it. I warned you. Pretty Valorant when he's playing. You can't help but enjoy it. But at 12-4, this game has been laboured from RRQ. They've not had a say in this.
Yeah, MIBR almost about to flip RRQ's previous scoreline here in the second half and maybe close out with 5 unanswered. A purchase here though for RRQ. Cushy one away from the null command, but that's about it. Maybe the TP.
God, Jemkin, that's pretty clean though. Another would be brilliant. Aspas though. Looking slippery, checking back in on Jemkin. Spam from the Odin. Not going to get too much, but it does allow Aspas to get a little closer. The head-to-head that a lot of us wanted.
Smoke हटने वाला है.
He kept apart by just that singular smoke on the site.
Maybe waiting for the paranoia there, but a cancel called.
Surprised he didn't go for this. He's putting Jemkin on a bit of an island. He doesn't have the utility to play him, but is it a pre-take? They're very close to this. They're chomping at the bit near on. Smoke on towards that close cross. Paranoia, there it is. Going to catch one out of the three. That may not be enough. Aspas going to back away. Jemkin looking like he wants to hunt it, but he clears the site instead. Brilliant from RRQ. All from the same hit sheet this time. Genom, this would be miraculous. Not going to happen. RRQ, a lifeline here.
MIBR are almost screwed once these smokes drop. They're so paranoid about somebody walking a smoke. A little bit of utility being capitalized on, but Jemkin's open up.
One enemy remaining.
Making things a little easier in terms of playing the numbers. RRQ will find one in response, but again, Aspas right back in it with the operator. Two away from the Blade Storm as well.
Okay.
Now,
had some company up here for a second. Aspas, yeah, looking at that operator here, something's been tough to navigate around. Feels like it's always good for one, but as I said, RRQ starting to find a late rhythm back. It's a long road though. 1-3-1 for MIBR to start with. Letting them sweat a little. Feel that pressure. Still a minute here. And I'm a bit worried that Ardson's got to this spot. This burst could be lethal on this one. The Owl drone comes in, a vulnerable target found. Crazy guy on a platter.
Now, actually Cortezia winning out. Jemkin will fall. Exfero's still here, but so committed.
Oh, and look at the wrap. The spike is coming through this way. Exfero tries to take a stand, but he falls eventually. A 4v2, Cushy and Monyet. It's time to dig deep as you can. It's so desperate and it looks so easy for MIBR. Sophisticated dominance to wrap up the group stage here, Mike. MIBR looking dangerous.
Yeah. Looking as if they've made a statement here. 13-5, 13-5. Again, Jemkin starting to hit some sort of form,
Yeah.
At the same time, MIBR just looking at a cut above, honestly.
Yeah, they looked sharp today. The plans look
Hello,
good.
Ultimos.
The maps look good. The individuals absolutely on point.
Welcome to the
Scary
stream.
little side here.
मैच खत्म हो
question
गए
maybe the depth
हैं.
down the line, but for now they absolutely
2-0 दोनों
look like they're in the
पैसिफिक टीम
right
की आज
place
बैन
here.
बज गई है. दोनों अमेरिका टीम क्वालिफाई कर गए हैं इधर प्लेऑफ के लिए. 12 से 9 बजे का
Lord only knows what they can achieve if they can activate at the right time.
के नाम
Sure,
पे
yeah. No free rides here in Paris, obviously. And again, a
भाई
tough
साहब,
opponent
कैसा
to
गया
play when they're in the form they were today. And we'll bow out
इधर
of
गाइस
Paris
दोनों
here,
अमेरिकन
but
टीम ने दोनों पैसिफिक टीम को उड़ा दिया है. थोड़ा
take
सा
the
कोई
opportunity
दिक्कत
with
नहीं है.
both hands.
Wish them
and
luck.
will progress.
आसपास
Excited to see
Cortesia
how
and
far this goes. Honestly, it's a very exciting team to get
Zenom
behind.
बहुत अच्छा
Yeah, there's
परफॉर्म
something
किए हैं.
about this team
NT
you can't help but
RRQ
enjoy
nice
as well.
matches.
Brilliant Val on display. Loved
Nice,
how they looked on
really good
Kuro too.
match.
Really like that. And it hasn't just been a one-man show. I know Aspas, yeah, he will often be in the headlines, but the team around him looked sharp.
I mean, Verno and Cortezia really impressed me today, to be honest.
Artisan, same for me. He was really up there on map 1, a little quiet in map 2, but very impressive stuff. I do wonder how far they go now. Oh, can't wait. Anyway, let's send it down to Lou, down at the stage. She is standing by with Artisan for the Verizon post-match info.
MIBR are the last team to make it to playoffs, and I'm now joined by Ardzin to speak about that performance. First of all, congratulations, Ardzin. You guys did amazing today, and I know you've been in MIBR for 2 years now. It's the first time you make it to playoff chance, first time for them too, as an organization. So how does it feel, you know, living that adventure together?
By the way, मेरा job work confirm हो गया.
I never imagined that I would be possibly here one day. So yeah, I'm just enjoying the moment now with my guys. I love my
सच में क्या बात है WR नाइस
You guys do look like a family for sure. Donc
all the
première
very
question, ça fait
best
2
for
ans
the new
qu'ils
beginning
jouent
अच्छे से
MIBR,
काम
première
करो
fois en playoffs pour la team,
तरक्की करो
première fois en
आगे
playoffs
बढ़ो
pour MIBR.
make your
Donc
parents
qu'est-ce que ça fait
proud
déjà
make yourself
cette
proud
aventure ensemble? Et bah ouais, je suis très fière forcément de rendre fier mon club. Je m'entends trop bien avec mes coéquipiers, on est vraiment des frères. Donc voilà, chanceux et heureux d'avoir cette opportunité. And you showed us a battle play your on road right before, and we know that Verno took the IG a little bit earlier.
अच्छा लगा आज के मैचेस देख के बाकी 2 दिन आई थिंक छुट्टी है आज के मैचेस देख के अच्छा लगा तो मैं भी अभी निकलती हूँ मैं सुबह लिटरली बहुत जल्दी उठ गई थी तो मुझे लाइक नींद आ रही है जल्दी उठ गई थी नहीं उठा दिया गया था तो मैं जा रही हूँ गाइस बाय बाय एवरीवन थैंक यू cookies for tuning in bye bye take care see you guys it's me Priyanka signing off from today's stream VC आना NV को VC बुलाया जा रहा है तो bye bye everyone take care it's me Priyanka signing off from today's stream bye bye cookies sweet dreams good night have some fun bye bye